And we're live.
Go.
What's up, everybody?
What's up, guys?
Let me check into the comments. So we're going to have some people trickling in. And so this is going to be... What's up, everybody? Okay, so I forgot to mute. No, wait, that's not me. Is that me?
By the way, me and Rick are wearing the same exact band shirt.
Damn it, Stefan.
You guys got to coordinate.
It's not the same exact shirt.
Amateur hour.
Well,
Nah,
all
same
three of us
band.
begin with I, so.
So yeah.
What's up, Bass Man? Yeah, so I know Ken's got his thing going on too, so I'm sure there's probably eyeballs over there also. So it's all good, man. So basically, as people come in, we're going to just cycle through everybody and go through the list, probably in the order that's listed on the page. So just look in the description. Everything will be there.
There he is.
I hate that dude. Fucking NECRO Nick sucks. Oh, shit. Wait a minute.
Where is it? Shit. I hate when I highlight the comments and it kind of moves. It's like I grabbed the wrong one. So if y'all don't host, you don't know that. Hey, what's up, Alan?
Hey, Alan.
Hey.
Great stream last night over at Heavy Metallurgy. If you watched it live or have watched it later, good one.
People are digging on the thumbnail.
Dude, the thumbnail's fucking awesome. You made Chuck look demonic. Love it.
It was kind of similar to what you did with the porcupine tree.
Yeah.
With Jeff's, the eyes.
Yeah, it's a weird coincidence, man. The Gore Guts guy, kind of looks like that. He's given that same expression. I don't know if anybody planned to show actual Gore Guts. Like, it's hard to make a thumbnail, be like, it's going to be too suggestive of what, I think people might show, but may not actually show up. So it's kind of like false advertising. So, hey, what's up, Marty?
What's up, Marty?
Hey, Marty.
Hey, Marty.
All right. So we got, let me see, name an album that you didn't expect from a band that was not what you were anticipating based on their previous output. And that was SERGE's question.
Yeah.
Good
So
question.
if I understand correctly, that's usually something that's kind of way off or not very typical of a discography. I know some bands tend to kind of do an off oddball album, but sometimes they tend to just stick with that throughout the rest of their career, or sometimes just like a one-time thing. So I don't know what you guys have based on that premise.
I went with like more positive than negative. Like some of them it's kind of like wishy-washy, but I mean, you think about like some jarring ones. Like of course I left off the Aluminum Anus album by Morbid Angel. I don't call it by its actual name because I can't fucking say it and it's stupid. Or like the Haunted's Unseen. I try to go for ones I thought like this was a positive shift or at least a different shift, and it was still pretty good.
Because it wasn't specific. It didn't say if it was, it should be a positive.
Yeah, I meant to just this, it's a surprise.
There was one in particular that I didn't like at the time, and I re-listened to it. I'm like, it's actually not that bad. Like, so you might get some of that. Hey,
Jacob.
Hey guys.
Hey, Jacob.
Yeah, they're coming up. It's definitely racking up. Okay, so we got 7 on board. I think Jeff should be on soon. We're still waiting on Nikki Goods, who should be on pretty soon. So that was the first question. The second one is bands you can't categorize or put into one category. That was yours, Nick.
I mean, I got some ones that definitely are known, but other ones, maybe not as well known. Definitely one. I mean, I'll be surprised if anyone gets one of these bands, but yeah, I don't know. I just like them because it's challenging. Like the ones that are just the genre benders, like they dip in so much different shit. And surprisingly, I left Faith No More off of this one just because I talk about Faith No More so goddamn much anyway.
Yeah.
I almost pulled that one. Yeah, I figured some of them were kind of the obvious ones, but then some of them don't have quite clear careers. Like they go just about anywhere. And that's one that I did struggle a little bit because I found some bands that over time, maybe at the time I didn't know what genre they were, but over time they were later dubbed a classification.
Yeah, and that was something I ran into too. Is like there's definitely some stuff that I thought was uncategorizable until we actually categorized it, and then it became like a scene where other bands were still doing that stuff too. So it wasn't just these guys are off on their own fucking planet here doing their own thing. It's like, oh no, they were joined by these bands. They influenced the whole movement.
Yeah, I think it counts if you're like, a forerunner. So
Right.
when that genre isn't really defined yet when you do it, I guess.
Yeah.
But I think you could say there's some overlap between first and second questions because kind of almost by definition, if you change things up, you start becoming less easy to categorize.
Actually, you're right. I did notice that.
Yeah, I mean, if they have to invent subgenres for you to fit in, then well, I mean, you don't necessarily still fit in. They had to fucking like, here's your corner of the playground. Just don't talk to the other kids.
This is how we had the explosion of core in the 2000s. Just core this, something core, this core.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You don't need any more cores.
Nintendo
I think
core,
I picked the album I
core.
picked the core.
Norse core.
Elevator
Yes.
core, harmonica core, Little Wayne core. Let's see,
What's the other one? Mince core.
Michael Jackson core, Britney Spears core.
Got up
And
today.
you
That's
Other
breakfast
cores out there.
core.
There's just so many
Once,
cores.
once Stefan starts his band, we'll have My Little Pony core.
Yes, that's definitely true.
Go to core.
You'd be surprised. There's actually
Pony
people who
core.
already came up with that idea already.
Damn, man.
Yeah, beat you to the punch.
And you guys used to read the Outburn magazine?
Which one?
Outburn?
Oh yeah, I used to for a little bit.
Outburn is a great actually mag. It started out more of like goth industrial and then kind of and morphed into metal. But it was always amusing because I would always go to a review section first. They had great interviews of a lot of bands. I mean, when it was still in print, I think they just went online now. But I thought it was a great magazine. But I'd go to a review section first, and each review would just start with like a little couple of words in bold describing like the genre of the album, and it would just be amusing how people would come up with a new way to describe something. So yeah, I mean, you would see a lot of like some name add core, whatever. But
Yeah.
I guess when you have to write these reviews, you have to make it sound somehow interesting.
I
Yeah,
know,
there's so many adjectives.
Metal Hammer used to do that a lot too. Like,
What is this? You ever read old reviews for like old albums? And at the time, like it wasn't really given a classification. It's so amusing trying to read the editor's way of trying to describe it. Yeah, I'm like,
Before there was like an attached, genre or moniker to it, like
Yeah, like I'm trying to remember.
melodic Swedish death metal. Before there was that
yeah.
genre.
Right now, people just say HM2 or something like that. Like,
Right, yeah,
that term was
or at the gates worship or whatever.
I can only imagine the first person ever review a Dillinger Escape Plan album, and they're like, fuck me. What do I say about this?
or like, I wrestled a bear once.
Yeah, there you
Like,
go.
what
Like,
the
can I just
fuck?
throw it out and
My
say
friends
no?
Or Genghis Tron is one that always comes to mind.
I remember
First
one
album.
review.
I have Cloak of Love, and was it Dead Mountain Mouth?
Dead Mountain Mouth. Yeah, the first one was the
Cloak
first
of
one
Love.
Dead Mountain Mouth.
No,
No.
well, the first full length was Dead
Something
Mountain Mouth. Cloak of Love was the EP.
Was it Board Up the House? Wasn't
Board
that?
Up the House was the first one on Relapse. That was
Yeah,
really fun.
I saw them on the tour for that.
I want
Great.
to see them now. Dude, that new album's so damn good.
Yeah, it's like electronic grind,
Yeah,
metalcore kind of weird.
some of the guy that worked at the record store just sold me. I was like, dude, just imagine like a grindcore band and your favorite Nintendo games.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, all right, and that's exactly what it was.
It doesn't always work. I remember, I was trying to say earlier, like, I remember reading one review a long time. It was like early 2000s, and it were trying to describe Dillinger Escape Plan. And the one guy was like, "If you like Meshuggah, you might like Dillinger Escape Plan." And I'm like, just because it's fast mechanical kind of stuff. It's just silly. Reading now, I'm like, at the time, it's just doesn't quite.
Yeah,
Gent wasn't the thing yet, I guess.
Gent. 20-string guitars didn't exist back then.
Yeah, that's another one. Okay.
Logan just mentioned. Yeah, that was I
God, that's another one. Where do you fit that?
botched on that one. I should have grabbed that. That's a great call. Yeah, very hard to put a into a single genre.
Voidcore.
Oh,
Let me see. Okay. And then, so we got two. Third one is show band or album naming or cover photo or picture. Doesn't have to be a photo. Displaying a real life event. So again, it could be a band name, album name. I imagine most of us probably going to have pictures, right?
I one with pictures.
yeah.
They're going to be fun.
I pulled a little fact sheet just to read off in case I get to that point. I don't know how you guys, I'm terrible with memory. And the last one is show some of your favorite split. I know some people probably are not big on splits, so
Yeah. I think for metal guys, you probably got a split or two around, but I don't know about prog and goth or industrial. I don't know if that those types of music do splits a lot,
and yeah. Well, I feel the punk rock.
obviously
All
call
day
it
splits, or collaborations. So if you got like two artists that kind of got together to do like some cool thing, like that could also qualify from the collection. So I know sometimes.
I wanted to vary it up. I got some splits and I got one collab in there. I think I brought up this collab before, but whatever. I love it.
I think I got a few splits because a lot of slam bands do a lot of split albums, so it is there.
Yeah. Grindcore, yeah. Hardcore probably did, yeah.
I mean, I guess what does that serve the function, right? It's really to promote some. What I find interesting is the ones that have really established bands, and then they'll hook up with some band no one's heard of, or it's like the first thing they've ever released, and like it's part of that split. That's really unusual too. So I always find those amusing. But it's a good way to kind of I guess as a vehicle, right, to kind of hook somebody into at least getting the name out there.
Yeah, I mean,
and a shared kind of costs, of getting a piece of music out.
I was gonna say, like, I mean, for a future one, compilations would be a fun one. I mean, that definitely shows at least my age in terms of like when I was collecting, because comps were the thing. Like, you found a fucking comp for $5 and it had like 20 new artists on it. That's a deal.
Yeah, like Death is just the beginning. It had like 20 songs on there.
At the Doors of Death.
That was the number. At Death's Door 2.
At Death's Door, there we go. Yeah, I have the first
that
two.
was a huge comp for me. I still love it.
Yeah, that's one that I think there was two and there was one at the Doors of Death. And I'm gonna note that down that's a good one for a compilation. Like maybe like a compilation and maybe some actual albums we picked up.
Yeah.
Because of the
yeah. I mean, shit, I could do that, dude. The Victory Records compilations, fucking that was like my gateway into hardcore. I got big into so many of those bands.
I found
Strife.
like there's all these bands.
Oh, dude. In Cold Blood, Blood for Blood. There was a lot of blood. Hatebreed, I think it was Victor Style 6 that had Before Dishonor on it. It was like, fuck yes, this is angry, pissed off teenager music. Exactly what I am.
Compilation is a whole separate topic. I think that's because you can get pretty deep into that one.
You can. There's so many of them too. See the new.
I watched it. It's good.
I haven't.
Yeah,
Who do they collaborate with?
Chelsea Wolfe and Converge and
yeah.
oh shit, what's his name from Mutoid Man and Cave In?
Oh,
Steve Brodsky.
Stephen Bro.
Yeah, it's really good.
Good job.
Hey guys.
Good evening.
What's up?
What's happening?
How's your connection, Jake? I think you kind of dropped out.
Yeah, I think it's my my webcam. The USB connection came loose or something.
That sucks. Well, hopefully
I was looking through the collection, trying to pull last minute stuff.
Nikki.
Man of the hour. Nick, I put him on top of the Mount
everybody.
Rushmore for this thumbnail.
I know, right? I saw that. I was like, how fucking cool, especially to be included in a gore gut so much.
You were the only one with the beard, man, and they like fit perfectly. Like you look just like the dude on the cover.
Right? No, that's awesome. How's
Doing
everybody
good.
doing?
And, I think we're about ready to start. I mean, we were just waiting for other people to drop in. So if anybody wanted to add anything, look, we went through. I read through some of the questions, so people, at least to clarify, kind of How's your
Okay.
stack looking, man? Like, it doesn't really have to be a stack. Just question.
Oh, I've got no more.
Oh,
Oh,
Those-
they're 3 or 4, but then some have 5. Is my microphone okay? I have a new
actually, you're coming
headset.
in really clear.
You're fine, yeah.
The,
You just
the
froze for a
video
second.
keeps cutting in and out, though. That might be just the signal, though.
Mine's cutting in and
Yeah,
out.
there was like a little bit of a delay for a bit.
See if it was just
my.
we'll see if it was just a
All right,
one-off
let's see
thing.
here.
Yeah, it might just be your Wi-Fi
Right.
signal.
Right.
So we'll cycle through. If you
Hopefully
guys
that
want,
helps a little bit. I
um,
don't know.
I can start and then kind of just go around, I guess, clockwise.
Around the horn.
Brian and Serge and so on. And then Jeff, I guess you're just gonna hang back. How you feeling, man?
Yeah, I'm not doing too good, man. I'm just here to be Stefan tonight.
Works for us, man.
We're operating in dual Stefan.
What's that?
We're operating in dual Stefan then? That's interesting.
Well, in other words, I'm gonna
Yeah.
not have much to share tonight. I just am not feeling very good, so I just didn't have a lot of energy, and sleep's been very difficult the last week for me. So shit's not going good, guys. I'm just gonna let you know that this thing's really starting to hammer me hard. So I tried, but I just didn't have the energy to dig through my shit. So if I come up with anything off the top of my head, I have a couple things, but I'll just sort of add commentary. But I'll actually be more quiet than I usually am, which is probably very agreeable to everybody else. So
All right, man. It's just to give people some context. I mean, the point's not to bum everybody out right off the bat, but we know your situation. Everybody knows your deal. So we're hoping for the best, man. But I know it's.
I don't think everybody does know my deal like you think you do.
Yeah. Well, not literally.
It's been very bad the last 4 weeks. It's things are starting to happen with me that I'm kind of out. I don't have any control over, and that's pretty scary. So I just kind of wanted to pop in. I just don't know how much more I'm going to be able to do this going forward. I mean, it was a struggle to get through what we did last Friday with Serge and I, and I managed to pull it together, but it was way harder than it looked. So but I'm not here to make this about me. I'm here to hang out with you guys and add what I can when I can, and so just skip me, and if I have something to add, I'll throw it in. You know what I mean?
No problem, man. Just muster what you can, man. It's just so people know, you have been doing videos, you've been doing live streams. You got that porcupine tree episode, and I know, if you can do it, get more deep dives in. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna try, but I mean it's hard right now. So just to say one thing though, and this is kind of cool to add this in for Serge's benefit. That video is has my largest view, which compared to like somebody like Nick is kind of lame because it's it's not really significant. But for the longest time my largest viewing audience was like, I think it was like 240 or something like that number of views. And
That's pretty good.
But that was for a view. That was for a video I did back in November, and the porcupine tree one blew that away in 1 week. So
nice.
It's kind of cool, and I really appreciated Serge being involved in that. That was really
it was awesome.
huge. Serge and I have been around the block quite a few times in the last 20 years, so it was neat having him there. So, all right, so go ahead. So you guys get started. I appreciate everybody's thoughts. I really do.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead and put the question in and kind of just highlight it up so people know what we're on, and start off with the first one. Okay. So this first one I'm going to show is because Marty's watching, and I know he likes this band. And this is an album that, I know it says anticipating based on previous output. It's not an album I was anticipating because I was about 1 year old when it came out. So go ahead. But I know the history, and it's kind of weird and kind of cool at the same time. So this is Kiss, the Elder.
Oh, the Elder. Yeah, yeah.
That's a great choice, Rick.
Shit, man. So this is so for those who don't know, like, to give you a little context, like, Kiss has been going through some tribulations with their discography. Before this, they kind of went from this hard rock to more of a poppier direction with their stuff. So their answer was to do this grandiose, kind of epic idea. So they got the producer, the guy behind the hell's his name, Bob Ezrin.
Bob Ezrin.
Who Behind the Wall, all those other ones, which it worked for Pink Floyd because for that particular kind of band, and they made an actual the Wall like movie, right? But this doesn't have an actual movie. I don't know if they were planning to at the time or what was going on, but it's not. I didn't think it was as terrible as people said it was, man. Like, I went back and listened to this. I'm like, yeah, it's different. It's got more of that. They had to get outside session musicians to come in. They had to record this in secret. Because of to keep people from knowing what was going on. Ace Frehley did some guitar work on this, but not on all the songs. He was kind of already checking out by the time they were doing this. But we did get Creatures of the Night because of this album. So if you go from this to that album, you notice Creatures of the Night, it's very stripped down. It's more kind of simplistic compared to something like this. But I took a quick look online on what was going on with this, and it looks like someone's been trying to make an actual movie on the Elder. It's for a few years now, but Paul and Gene are trying not to acknowledge that. They're really so they wouldn't be actively involved in it. It's more like a fan-made thing. But this is an interesting piece of history, man. Just in general, I think it's the first one with Eric Carr on there. So I think by then Pete already left the band. But musically it's very different from all their other stuff, and they're not even acknowledging this thing even exists. Like, I don't even know if they played this stuff live anymore since. But I don't know, man. I didn't think it was so bad. I don't know why it got such a bad rap. Again, I wasn't around. I was 1 year old when this dropped, so I couldn't get the context at the time when this came out. But and it says right here, music from the Elder. So if you don't know, you're like, okay, what the hell's the Elder? You're like, it doesn't exist. they made it up. But that's my pick.
I always thought there was a movie until just now.
Yeah. Again, we might see a movie maybe really soon.
Well, I
thought it was the Elder soundtrack.
I think it was supposed to be a concept album, basically, and
yeah,
just to throw one little piece of info in there, they'd worked with Bob Ezrin before. He was a producer on Destroyer, so it wasn't their first go round with him. And Ezrin had that big, massive, sort of wall of sound sort of thing going on,
That seemed to come around the time where they wanted to be taken more seriously, in my opinion. I think that they wanted to be known because everybody, during the time when I was coming up, and it was 90s Kiss more predominantly, a lot of people were like, okay, if, like, this band doesn't know how to play, they don't know what they're doing, they're mostly just like a show. So for the longest time, Kiss was like a, pretty much like a, like a dirty word. It was like, if you like Kiss, you're a dork kind of thing. But I really like Creatures of the Night. That one to me was like, okay, well, I don't know what anyone else is talking about. They know how to play, so.
I love that album, man. It's just good, straight, stripped down hard rock album, man. Like, the thing, interesting thing to know about this too is if you look at all the Kiss albums, they're all about just kind of just blowing up and showing all the pictures. This has no Kiss imagery anywhere, and that hand on the cover, I think there was some rumor going around that was what was it? It was Paul. But I hired some model. Nobody from. So there's no actual Kiss imagery here anywhere. So that's not really unusual.
What year was that again? By chance, sorry.
81.
81. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so right here, Mercury Records.
See, I mean, a lot of you guys, well, honestly, none of you guys are really old enough to know what it was like to be a kid in the 70s.
We all tell
And, you know, I mean, Marty knows a little bit because he's an old fucker like me. But, you know, in the 70s, man, you know, there were all those bands like Sabbath and Tull and Yes.
Yeah.
And, you know, and there was then there was the pop stuff. There was the, you know, the Steve Miller Band and the ABBAs and stuff like that. But Kiss was like, they were like the shit. I mean, if you were into hard rock, they were the band. And, you know, for me, it started with Kiss. You know, that was the first album I ever bought was Kiss Alive. So without Kiss, I don't know that I'd ever really found my way to metal, even though there were other bands that were more metal.
I think that bands like that also showed what the spectacle of it can be. Like him, like Alice Cooper, there were a few of those guys coming up. There was the antics on stage, but then there was also the sort of what do you call it? Just the whole showmanship of it, like with
the showmanship, the imagery thing. You know?
Oh yeah,
it's a big thing.
They were dangerous. You know, it's not service. It's not. Yeah, it's not hard to put yourself mentally into the fact that, like, we're talking early 70s and these guys came.
Yep. I mean, you're coming from
interested in science fiction and comics and that, you know.
From Beatlemania.
It was impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. From Beatlemania and the peace and love and peace and all that, and then there's somebody that's
man, it's a connection.
Before you knew it, it was like, oh, what? Can you not? Am I breaking up?
Yeah, you're really breaking up bad, dude.
God.
We're getting every third or fourth word.
There's a glitch in the Matrix.
Look who's here.
There is.
Hey, Todd.
Well, look at this guy.
All right, we are officially a full house now.
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
So
yeah, that's a great choice, Rick, because I never would have thought of that. But I mean, it still sounds like Kiss, but it was a little bit more of a quote unquote more mature Kiss. It wasn't Christine 16, which was pretty fucking creepy when you look back on it now. You know.
Yeah, I just noticed it because no one talked about it. It's just the one everybody kept skipping over. You know, I'm like, I gotta look into this, and you know, but I don't know, man. I enjoyed it.
That's a good choice. Yeah.
But, all right, Brian.
All right. So you guys talked quite a bit about the new Carcass at the end of the Porcupine Tree stream. So I thought I'd talk about some old Carcass. I jumped on board with Heartwork.
Oh yeah.
1993. And so this is kind of my starting point. Heartwork. And I like a lot of death metal. And then I remember 1999 November, I was in the Army. I was going to head out to do some desert training in the Mojave Desert, California. So I took my CD player, my Discman, you know, and I went to the PX and I picked up one CD and I saw, oh look, Carcass, Swan Song. So this is what I took for about 5 weeks. This is all I had to listen to. And so I kind of forced myself to enjoy it. Actually, you know what? The first 3 songs I really liked right off the bat. Keep on Riding the Free World, Tomorrow Belongs to Nobody, Black Star. Actually, you know, right off the bat I liked them. But it was so different than what I was, you know, than Heartwork. I guess it wasn't too much different, but it was that shift to like the death and roll, which was quite a bit of a shift, I thought. And they'd even go more of a shift later on after this, when they did that Black Star project. You know.
Oh yeah.
So Rising. You guys remember this one? This is the band
that I never checked that out.
So this is like another continuation of Swan Song. It's Jeff Walker. It's Ken Owen. A guy from Cathedral on guitar instead of Bill Steer, and it's Carlos Regalos who was on Swan Song. and it's more that kind of death and roll. He's got the raspy vocals. It's almost like a little southern style
Wow.
death and roll, I guess. It's not bad. It's not great. It's kind of average. But it definitely is a continuation of this style. But yeah, spending 5 weeks with this and only this kind of gave me an appreciation too. So I do kind of look upon it fondly. I do like a lot of these songs. And I think
Brian,
it moves
that's
up
my
pretty well.
favorite Carcass album.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that I know.
I mean, I was just listening today.
Love it.
I think there's a contest entry, and I talked about this one, and I went back and listened to it again after a few years. Tomorrow Belongs to Nobody is a really great song.
Oh, it's a
Black
great
Star
album.
I just think it's a really catchy. I like the vocals on it. It's got good production.
I almost
There's
think
some of these
if
catchy rock and roll songs.
I almost think if any band was not named Carcass and released that, it would be a smash.
Yeah,
You know what I
agree.
mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it has a lot to do with it. It coming off of
No,
hard
I
work.
totally
That was hard work was a tough one to fill, man.
Oh yeah, I mean this is a huge hit.
Go from there.
I mean it was on Earache. I get this on Earache too. They're both produced by Colin Richardson. Just a definite noticeable shift in their sound. And I guess when they reformed, they've kind of gone backwards with Surgical Steel and the new one, where it's not as death and rolly, I guess, as this. It's more in the middle between Heartwork and this, maybe, or even Necroticism.
Cool.
Yeah, I agree. I think that album takes it on the chin a little too much because of the prior two albums. I think that the legacy they had to live up to with Necroticism to Heartwork was almost unsustainable. You almost, those two albums are so fucking iconic. And I think it's a good album, man. I don't dislike it like a lot of people do. I don't love it. It's not the first thing I reach for with Carcass, but I agree with Todd. It's not my favorite, Todd. No offense, but it's not a bad album by any stretch. And like he said, if any other death metal band releases that album, it's probably much more successful.
I'll reach for that one before Reek. Let's just say that.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say, Brian. Like, when you got to Reek or Symphonies, like, did you know what to expect, or did you think you were walking into another Heartwork album?
Oh yeah, no, I thought I was going to get Heartwork Part 2, and I remember going into a Camelot Music looking for more Carcass, and at that time you could take the CD off the shelf and give it to the people, and they'd open it up, and you could sit at one of those stations and listen to it. And it was, I think, Symphonies of Sickness, and I was like, what the hell is this? I listened to 2 or 3 songs. I'm like, okay, not for me. This is not right.
Did you ever buy Symphonies though? Did you ever get it eventually?
No, I never. I got into Necroticism. I like Necroticism, but not the first 2. I never got.
I like
Symphonies is good.
I like Symphonies quite a bit. I mean, Reek I have, and I've listened to. Honestly, I don't think I've ever even listened to Reek the whole way through. I don't think I ever made it.
I have. It's an album. It exists.
I guess you could even say, from the people who really like Reek or Symphonies, going to Necroticism is a big shift too.
Oh, big time. That was yeah.
Yeah, they actually got melodic and did some harmonies on Necroticism, so it was
brutal as fuck though when it needed to be. Oh.
Yeah. Serge.
All right. So I got a couple for this one. So I'll start with, let's see. So this is Celestide by Wolves. So I kind of had casual acquaintance with Wolves and Thrones Room at that point. So I was like, all right, atmospheric black metal kind of, that's kind of cool. Let me check it out more. And I just happened to grab that album a think, at Vintage Vinyl. And I took it home. Was like, wow, okay, it's not black metal at all. It's just dark ambient, just awesome dark ambient. I love this album, but was a bit of a surprise for me.
I never checked that out yet.
Yeah, I mean, you'd love it, I think.
I'm sure, because I love dark ambient. I'm surprised I didn't. Yeah.
Had a hippie roommate that really liked it. He listened to it through my door while I was sleeping, I guess. Like, I had it on.
Oh, yeah?
I went to bed. When I woke up in the morning, he's like, "What was that you were listening to last night?" I was like, "I don't know." So I had a 5 CD changer. I had it loaded. So it took me a minute to figure out what it was, but it was that one right there.
It's kind of a
Wait,
cool
Jake,
album.
Jake, you didn't say Pornhub? Jake, you didn't say Pornhub?
No. You watched that with the headphones on. Jeff.
Dark ambient porn.
Dark ambient
Oh,
moaning.
so that's that's
Atmospheric porno.
that's the
Yep.
trick there.
Beating cheeks, but with a lot of
That's the
reverb.
trick. I got it.
Yeah.
It's porno grind or nothing.
And then the other one was, this is my question, right? So
Yeah.
This is the album that inspired the question, because I think this was my biggest surprise of all, which is Assassination of Julius Caesar. And I did not pick this up expecting like like dark wave synth pop with Christopher sounding like Dave Gahan, but you know what? It's awesome. That was a cool surprise.
That's honestly probably my favorite older album.
Serge, you like that so much you bought it twice and gave me one of them.
Yeah, I did. I somehow managed to buy it twice, and I sent the other copy to Jeff. So,
Yeah. Which I'm glad, because it's pretty cool.
Those are my two.
Oh, those are good picks, man. I didn't think of Over, but that's an obvious one too.
And Serge,
Well,
did
God.
you like the early Over stuff as well?
I did, and I think like with each album, I probably liked it more. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So it was an interesting progression.
Like, there's probably 4 or 5 albums from Over's discography that could fit this question.
Well, I was going to say, yeah,
Well,
Perdition City, certainly. I mean, after, the first 3.
It's a band that certainly fits the second question too. You know.
Oh, good point. Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
All right.
And even their new one, like their last album, it keeps evolving, I think.
I hear that's people's favorite, like it being recent as it is, but it's already like a lot of people's, as far as number 1 album. You know, like it's that good.
Yeah,
All right. Kellen.
All right. Mastodon, Crack the Sky.
Hold on. Look, I'm going to take that one off my list.
So,
That's damn.
more than anything, I was a fan of Braun's drumming. And what happens on this album, like I was getting really excited for this. I heard it was going to be their most progressive album. He's the principal lyricist for the band, principal songwriter. It was dedicated to his daughter, his sister, who passed away. That's the Sky name here. So I was really ready for this to be a focal point in terms of like his drumming, and it ended up being his singing. He steps behind the microphone, and he's got the best voice in the entire band. And for the entire early part of their career, he doesn't sing at all.
Agreed. He's a secret weapon.
And but what happened is his drumming, I thought, took a backseat as a consequence. It's easily like points the trajectory for the rest of the band's career, and that they just did not continue that kind of early Mastodon sound. True. Where his drumming, is part like incredible progressive rock, but it's also like his parents. Remember in his interview, we're talking about how they were really into like jazz of that era, like hard bop. So you can hear like Elvin Jones and Tony Williams, Max Roach, Art Blakey, like other really talented jazz drummers from that era. influenced his kind of style, and it sort of all falls back here. And in that sense, it was like a different kind of Mastodon album. I put this on before we did the stream, just the side A. I think the Czar may be one of their best songs of all time.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
But this album for me, I was so disappointed in just the kind of letdown in terms of that specific instrument and its contribution to the band here. So,
well, let me ask this to the panel, only because like I share a lot of the same feelings. But did anybody else notice that Brand's even though his drumming took a back seat and it was a little bit more like stretched out instead of being as ferocious in that it was in like their arguably proggy post-hardcore kind of approach, but it seemed like his fills got a hell of a lot better. Like it's like instead of him having the ferocity the whole time, it really seems like on Crack the Sky moving forward, he got like he fills space a lot better than I would say that he did before. And I don't know if it's because the songs are stretched out more, but it really seems like he leaves like no negative space. And to me, Leviathan and stuff like that, there was negative space on those records.
I mean, I would say that it's the polarity of the guitars versus the drums for me. Like those early Mastodon records, the guitar work is still, I think, heavily based in a kind of Southern sludge aesthetic.
Oh, absolutely.
And they aren't as complicated. The guitars got better and better and better each album, and his drumming continued to sort of suffer as a consequence in terms of that pacing you're talking about.
Right.
I think I think they're happy in that space. Like, you know, they wanted to kind of they were never going to be the most extreme thing out there, right? Like from the very beginning, that was not their sort of where they were going to go.
Right, of course.
It was what I wanted from them.
That's why we had Neil Fallon guest on Leviathan, which I don't know about anybody else, but for me at the time, that was huge because I was like, well, this band sludge wasn't really an identifying genre to me when I first heard Mastodon in like 2003, but I was like, you know, by 2004, I think it was for Leviathan, I was like, holy shit, like they've got, you know, I really enjoyed Clutch at the time, you know, like they, Blast Tyrant, I think it was at that time.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Yeah, I would say that, Kellen, you put it really good. There was like a sludge, and then arguably I would say that there's like a spacey, like space rock from Crack all the way on. Does anybody have a preference as to, like, I like newer Mastodon.
I like the early stuff.
Nikki, I think
everything.
One big thing to add in here is that the drumming took a bit of a backseat because Braun is singing more. So the vocals are filling in a lot of the parts that, if you go back to Remission, that album is a drum clinic. That album is a fucking nightmare. I mean, if you want to learn, if you are a drummer.
Which album, I'm sorry?
Remission
in particular.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I cut out.
I mean, that album is the fills are just nonstop from Braun. He's like an octopus on that album. But
right, and his solo stuff, Arcadia.
I don't know any of that. I've never checked it out. But on Remission, there's a lot of space there that he's filling up with his drumming. And as Kellen said, the guitars are different from the earlier sludgier, doomier riffs to the more angular, and there's a lot of finger pick stuff from Brent. You know, Brent's doing all kind of weird finger pick stuff that he wasn't doing on the early stuff. But I think they started to add 3-part harmonies in between Troy.
I think Brent. They were doing that on Blood Mountain, though, man. I think
Blood Mountain
started there. They started
was the introduction of melody.
But there was more melody on that album, but it really kind of fully realized itself on Crack the Sky. I don't think it was there on Blood Mountain. And so, but I mean, really, was Braun going to be able to continue to put out that kind of drum work on every single album, man? I don't know. I mean, he's good enough, but it's like that album is insane for drumming.
But that expansive kind of sludge, they were like, they came at just the right time. Like that's what we needed for people wanted something that was different, because at the time, especially the early 2000s, it was like we were talking about those core bands. You know, that was
Yeah.
that was what was populating the music scene at the time.
Yeah,
Brutal
that was the flavor and the temperature that was out there.
And Relapse
And
put out all of it.
the Relapse answer to that kind of stuff was their
Relapse.
Sludge.
Right.
Sludge, yeah.
The first
Even
time I
with
saw
that,
Mastodon was at Ozfest, sandwiched between a shitload of metalcore bands. They did
Yeah.
it, and I loved them for it.
Yeah,
I
same
saw
as-
that too, Nick. It was a standout. I agree. I mean, like blatant standout.
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
say that Relapse was a force to be reckoned with. I remember the first time I saw Mastodon, Unearthly Trance was opening. And I mean, that stuff was just like, it was all so heavy that it was like literally rumbling my jeans, which I had never felt before. And I was like, you know, this is it. This is puberty. This is it.
glad you
I'll be
clarified.
becoming a man at 20.
Watch out, world. Here I
Did your
come.
voice
Yep,
change
exactly.
Got that strange stirring in my
I miss
pants.
those days of Relapse, honestly. I
Yeah.
liked, you know, that was a huge label for me. If we ever do a show like that, Relapse was like one of those where it was like, you know,
They were
it's
experimenting.
something-
We had
Yeah,
bands,
everything was experimental. It was cool.
we had bands like Burst who were going on the sort of that post too.
First was so fucking good. Why did they break up?
I know, but at least they went
Why?
out on a high. I love Lazarus Bird.
Dude, Lazarus Bird is I think their best album, but I love
yeah.
you know oh shit.
Origo.
Origo was
What I
good.
do.
The one before it.
What was that called?
God damn it, I can't remember it.
But we also had Burnt by the Sun. That was the one that I got into before Burst. Because Burst did what Burnt by the Sun did, but it did it with melodic undertones, and I like that better. I was like, holy shit, this is amazing.
Yeah, that's when hardcore was actually getting experimental.
Yeah, it was like,
Coalesce was pretty big.
yeah, like the hardcore
Coalesce,
bands were like the
Cave-In,
deep thinkers.
Converge, all that was really cool at that time. You know.
Yeah. No, I agreed.
Exactly. Yeah.
Exit 13. That was
Exit
wild.
13, yeah.
Exit 13.
Rural Truth.
Real true, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, there's so many.
All right, I do have a stack, so I'll try to run through them. You know, not too long here, but since we brought up Death and Roll, here's the other big one, Entombed, Wolverine Blues. Now, honestly, this is the first Entombed I ever picked up because this was more widely distributed because it was also on Columbia Records. But when I went back and listened to the first two albums, this album became a But I love it. You know, the change was interesting. They still kept it heavy. It was just, you know, the Death and Roll sound, and it was kind of just fun. Wolverine Blues became probably one of my most remembered moments for Beavis and Butthead. You know, when they did the video on there, like that was a huge exposure to this. It was like, wow, it was a cool song. But dude, there's so many damn good songs here. Eye Master, the opener is fucking brilliant. Blood Song, Hollow Man. It's just a really strange album, but I did not expect, like I said, at this point, going back and hearing, well, the stuff that I prefer a little bit more. But yeah, Hard Shift, probably not what anyone anticipated, but still really good. And then Heritage by Opeth. I'm not entirely sure anyone was ready for this hard shift. You know, Watershed, I think that's probably my personal favorite. I love that album. It's the best balance of the Beauty and the Beast. This was kind of thinking there should have been another transitional step between Watershed and this, but they just went full bore 70s prog. And it kind of kicked a hornet's nest with their fan base. I still like this album, though it's far from my favorite, but it does have some killer jams in it, especially I Feel the Dark, probably my favorite track on here. But yeah, I don't think this was what anyone anticipated, but this is what we got.
It's probably the thumpiest too, I've noticed, out of all the prog era kind of stuff. It's like very thumpy.
But there was a precedent for it, Nick. I mean, they did it in 2003 with
Damnation.
Damnation.
Damnation
which was
seemed like
gonna
it was
be
going to be like an
mindfulness.
isolated thing. Like they just wanted to experiment with the softer side and then return because, I mean, they went on to Ghost Reveries after that, back to the heavy. So that felt like it was going to be like an isolated thing. Like, hey, we just want to do some softer songs. And they've been squeaking in more clean vocals, more, you know, catchy parts. But they still kept it metal. Like the guitar tone was still very metal. Not on here. Like this kind of really laid it back and kind of got like 70s fuzzy, but not crunchy. In fact, crunch was pretty damn absent on this. But again, Opeth are just solid musicians, so they crafted some really cool songs on here.
See, I like that album a lot. I know a lot of people shit on it, but I actually dig it.
I like it, but I mean, it's far from my favorite.
It's very dark.
And then something a touch more underground, Morbus Kron, Sweven. Now, Morbus Kron's first album was insane death metal, like crazy song structure. It was gnarly, heavier than hell, frantic, almost kind of punky. Like it was just unpredictable and nasty. Then this album comes out and it's pretty much almost like the death metal equivalent of Enslaved. They took this hard turn to prog, more atmosphere. The songwriting became more lavish and strange. It lost a lot of the truly like unbelievably heavy, frantic sound they had on the first album, but they replaced it with something really, really cool with all this atmosphere and all this melody, and they're kind of unique, strange melodies. They broke up after this, though. But the members, or at least one of the members, has essentially reformed this band, but they're just calling it Sweven now. But yeah, killer album.
And that Sweven album is really good, man.
Yeah, I really dug that one. And then these next two are new releases for this year, just because change was apparently in the air. And, well, I know Jacob knows this one. Rivers of Nile. That one work. Did not expect this hard of a shift towards like the dark, brooding prog that they're doing on here. There's still the death metal parts. You know, pretty much like I said in the review, if you guys watch it, again, this is one of those albums I feel like there should have been like another intermediate step between Where the Owls Know My Name and this.
Or two.
But this is really good. I really enjoy it. I still keep listening to it. It is a dark, emotional, twisted album. Some of the softer moments I'm not the biggest fan of, especially Wait. Wait has not grown on me. In fact, I skip that one pretty much every time now. But interesting album. Don't think this was what the people expected, especially looking at the comments on the review. This was a bit of a shift, but still good. And then the last one
of my favorites of the year.
Oh, I mean, I don't know if it's going to make my year-end list, but I like it. Where the Owls Know My Name is such a special album. I fucking adore that. And I can blame them for, you know, all the saxophone I hear in death metal now. And then this one, Hooded Menace, the Tritonus Bell. I did not anticipate this coming after Oswarium Silhouettes Unhallowed. That was slow but very melodic, straight up death doom. It plods, it's murky, it's oppressive. Holy shit, this is a riffy monster of an album. They channeled some serious, like, Merciful Fates and just classic heavy metal throughout this. They brought in more up-tempo sections, and that made the death doom sections on here, which are still heavier than hell, really stand out. This is one of my favorite surprises of this year, just in terms of them changing their sound, but still retaining the core of it and adding something that I didn't see. Like, you know, when I look at all the other death doom albums,
makes you wonder what they're going to do next. It makes you wonder what are they going to keep Andy on board for this one.
I hope. I really, really like this. As long as they never lose the death doom sections, like keep those in there because that is such a core part of their sound. But the riffy shit they're doing, the more up tempo stuff, it fucking rules too. And you have this great kind of 1-2 punch there.
It's in my top 3 of the year.
Yeah. God, this is so fucking good.
I mean, I was telling Jeff it earlier. It's in my top 3 of the year.
Did not anticipate this at all. And holy shit, they blew me away. Like, next level fucking for their discography, I think. Great stuff.
Yeah, Lass is a fucking riff master, man. That guy comes up with shit that...
Dude, the melodies are so good.
Killer melodic riff writer, man. Yeah.
And he keeps that just depressive, sullen feel, but I don't know, like, where in the earlier albums it feels just, like, oppressive. Like, it's just crushing you. Like, these just feel like kind of like, you know, melancholy. They're still kind of playful. You're engaging. And plus, you know, those more up-tempo moments. Like, you give it some good headbangable classic riffs.
Yep.
That album just fucking rules.
All right.
I love that Morbus Quan record, by the way.
Dude, it is a great album. I love the first one, though, too. Yeah, that one is just, it's fucking nuts.
Yeah.
I love it.
Pretty wild album art, too, but...
Yeah, it's about as crazy as the album art. Like, you don't even know what the hell that is. Like,
Wait, which one was that?
Is that Lovecraft inspired?
I
No,
mean,
what was that?
Oh yeah,
That's
For
Morbus
the band
Quan's first
themselves,
album.
This is
I'm
the
sorry.
first Morbus Quan. Yeah.
Dude, it's
That's a
twisted.
band I never checked out. I need to check them out.
I
Man,
haven't either, you know.
you'd be all over that, Jeff.
No,
we
I,
got two
probably,
albums.
I know that, and I don't know why. In fact, maybe tomorrow I'll dig into those.
You know, I got that in a grab bag.
Yeah.
I forget where, but fuck, like there was something they're gonna throw in a grab bag, and they threw that in there, and that's probably my favorite thing anybody threw in any grab bag ever.
It's,
I never look back.
I think like one of the first couple of underrated albums I did for death metal, I brought that one up, and I was like, dude, I feel like literally no one brings up this band, and man, they fucking should. They're fucking great.
I heard the name all the time. They're in magazines and all over the internet, and I still have never bothered to check them out.
They were even on Century Media. Like, they had pretty solid label support.
I've seen a lot of comparisons to of Cryptic Shift and Morbus Quan. Is that fairly accurate?
Maybe like
the crazy angular riffage, and
Yeah.
but they're still melodic and.
I would say,
Cryptic Shift's a little bit more thrashy.
yeah, that would be my contribution. The closest one that I think is going on today that reminds me of them is Ghastly.
Oh, I love
Yeah,
Ghastly.
Gasly, maybe Horrendous. Horrendous.
Okay,
is
well
kinda close.
then I'll love them then. Yeah. Cool.
All right, so we're going clockwise. So, Stefan, got anything, dude?
Anything to offer?
Any bands that had changed direction in a way you didn't expect?
Oh, actually, you mean like just a band that first had something good and then all of a sudden they changed?
Yeah, I mean,
Like shift in sound
Yeah,
Yeah.
like a band.
for better or worse.
Well, I do like this one death metal band actually. I just like only one album from them because the rest of their discography I didn't really care for actually that much. I thought this first one was good, and I was like, okay, I actually like this. It was like from '94 actually. You guys heard the band Septic Flesh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, like I would say like the '94 album actually. That one I really liked a lot actually. Then they switched direction to like a different sound. First was like symphonic type death metal and all that, but then I don't know, they just changed the sound, and then I didn't like the way the covers looked or any the way the sound, like the way they sounded was good. So that completely just, I was like hoping that maybe they would make something more like this, but no, it just kind of let me down a little bit after all that. I was like, I only like this one album. That's it, because everything else I was like,
Well, I
eh.
thought-
Did they
I
get too
thought
melodic
also-
for you, Stefan?
Nah, I just like the way it sounded. It sounded very old school, classy sounding. The first one,
Sure.
It was Mystic Places at Dawn. That was the name of the album, actually. So that
Yeah,
sounded
that's-
old. It sounded
that's
very
a
old
great
schoolish.
album.
Oh yeah, no, it sounded very old schoolish, like every other like band I would listen to, like it sounded like a lot like a certain type. Sometimes they had like blast beats that sound like more of an angel at times. The vocals were very exactly at point. I like the symphonicness because I do like a lot of symphonic black metal and all that, so I actually like that as well. So then when they changed later on, when the album covers changed, like I said, I was like, I don't know, they kind of lost me a little. I was like hoping that maybe they would stick to that same sound, but they never.
It seems
They
like
never seem to
they're not going back. I know what you're saying. I feel that way about Therion. Like, once
Yeah.
that sound, I'm like, no, I'm good. I'll cut the old records.
That ship has sailed.
Yeah, so that's like the only album I would ever listen to by them is that. If I wanted to say, hey, check out Septic Flesh, I would say, just listen to this one. You probably might not like the others.
Oh, all right, yeah, that's a good one.
Actually,
Yeah,
that's
good
Therion's a good example. What was that fourth album called? The one with the funny looking bird thing on it, where they changed directions.
The one with the armadillo guy.
Yeah. Yeah, that was
Clip art nightmare.
Yeah, that was like, oh man, I'm not talking about I'm talking about the musical direction.
Oh, what was
And then
that?
ever since then, Therion's kind of like, is it called Lemur or something?
Really,
Replica,
Ely,
Cliff
that's
Off?
it. Yeah,
Cliff Off?
yeah.
Oh,
That's
Wasn't it-
when I checked out on the
Oh,
Therion
yeah.
thing. I was gonna bring up Deliverance from Opeth. You know, we kind of knew they were going to do this dual album thing with Deliverance and I'm sorry, with Deliverance and
Damnation.
Damnation. Sorry, Damnation. And you know, of course, when Damnation came out, they were supposed to be 2 albums. It was supposed to be a double album set, and then they decided to put them out. I can't remember how long apart were they. Were they like 6 months, or was it only a few months?
One
I
was
think
only
it was
months,
really
2003.
I feel it was
Really
almost
close together.
simultaneous.
Yeah,
Okay.
I almost feel
I
simultaneous.
can't remember
as well.
exactly what it was, but I do remember thinking, "Wow, you know, this is pretty abrupt change," because there's no real heavy moments on Damnation at all. There's no, you know,
I mean, there are none.
what's that?
So Deliverance
I mean,
was
there are none by design.
Approximately
released
0.
November.
Yeah.
And that was pretty surprising, but it didn't bother me because I like that kind of music and I like prog music, and
Damnation is one of the most beautiful albums. Honestly.
oh, it's an amazing album, But it was a little bit of a shock coming off of Deliverance, in terms of like, even though we were kind of set up for it because Mike and Steve were doing press for it and stuff like that, it was like, oh, wow, this is very different, you know. And then, of course, they went out with Porcupine Tree and did like a dual headlining tour for that album, and Serge and I saw a bunch of those shows, and they were amazing, man. I mean, they were, you know, Mike is just such a special writer that he's a guy that can get away with that, you know. Now, I don't know how the real hardcore lovers of the first 5 Opeth albums dug that album, but I think it's fared pretty well in the grand scheme of things, you know. That would have been my my contribution there.
Yeah, it was kind of funny when they toured. Like, Opeth came out like, just so you guys know, we didn't even bring the double bass, so we're not going to play anything heavy.
It's no Master's Apprentice, but you know.
Yeah,
I saw them on YouTube.
I'm trying to remember, Serge. They just did that album, right? They didn't do.
Yeah.
They did Benighted and they did Harvest, I think. You know, a couple of the other acoustic numbers, but they didn't do anything remotely that approached heavy on that from that.
They
album
did not.
at all.
Yeah, like I said, they did not do anything heavy.
Yeah.
I saw them when they toured for Deliverance with Lacuna Coil,
Same.
and another band maybe. Yeah, and so they were the heavy side on that one, that tour.
First time I saw
Yeah,
them was
we
when they were
saw
touring
them, I
with
think.
Heritage. They didn't play anything heavy, no harsh
really?
vocals.
Oh,
Oh,
man.
Catatonia
Was
opened up.
that-
They were really good.
Was that Nick? Was that when they toured with Mastodon for Heritage?
No, I missed that one. I saw them with Catatonia.
Because
And-
they did a fair amount of heavy stuff from that. Yeah. Oh, that's right. They did the Catatonia then after, but
Was
the
that
first
Dead
one-
End Kings, Catatonia?
Yeah, it was Dead End.
Yeah, no, I think that was, or
I
yeah, that was
love that
right
album.
before Dead End Kings had dropped. But yeah, they didn't play anything. The heaviest thing they played was Hexamega, which isn't necessarily that heavy.
I saw that tour as well. It was still cool.
Oh yeah,
That was still really good.
that was a
I
great
just was
show.
like, but the next time I saw them, they did like, you know, Demon of the
Half-and-half.
Fall and Deliverance, and I was like, okay, well, here it is.
Yeah. So that was my choice, Damnation.
That's a good one. And it's from that different era. It's like, because that band has made so many transitions, you know, that's just another one. Jake.
Jacob.
Oh,
Oh no no!
You
this is
stole
what I
my
was
pick,
reaching
man.
for.
Jacob, burn that at CD.
I stole on my
You guys were just mentioning Catatonia and Passive. Discouraged
Very
ones
good.
coming from Brave Murder Day to this. Very
Yep.
different.
Excellent.
This one's
excellent
probably-
choice.
I like this album, but it's probably my least favorite Catatonia. It's they hadn't found that sound they were looking for yet. They hadn't. It's very much a transition album. Very monotone. like the whole thing all the way through. But
Yeah,
that one.
Still feel depressing though.
that's a great
Oh, yeah.
great choice, Jake.
And then Songs from the North by Swallow the Sun.
Ah,
They still played with some of that their older sound, that more death doom, but they went into that kind of funeral doom, and they also had that more
acoustic.
Yeah, the acoustic sounds as well on this. And then after this one, they went and did their
Black
newest
Sun?
album. No, When Shadows
Or Black
Fall from the
Moon?
Light. And that's an even, another change from this sound even.
Good album.
Well,
And
their
then-
their new one is interesting because they're putting out like the regular album and like an orchestral version.
Oh yeah,
So it's, I mean, they released a single and that sounded. First of all, the single itself was awesome, but it's interesting to hear that in different versions.
They dropped that EP too right before the latest one.
yeah. And then kind of taking this question in a different direction, like going from an album like in the order that you hear them, going from A Sense of Purpose by In Flames to The Jester Race was quite a jump.
Dude, that
It
is
was
such
a
a good
bit
album.
of a shock to the system for me. Didn't this was before I got really into metal. It was back when I was listening to mostly radio stuff. So I'd heard Sense of Purpose and I loved it. Then I picked this up and I was like, what the fuck?
That album
Yeah.
changed my life, Jacob.
It's
Yeah,
a good album. I didn't appreciate it at the time, but now
One of the best
they're
Melodeath
probably
albums there
top
is.
3 albums.
The harmonies and how heavy they were, but still melodic. That was almost unheard of during that era. So I was listening to it today. I mean,
That's one of Shred's favorite albums, man. He'll put that on at any given fucking moment.
Jake, which one did you just show? I'm sorry, I dipped out to look at the comments.
The
Jester
Jester Race. Yeah.
When I heard the song "Dead Eternity," I became an instant In Flames fan.
Artifacts of the
That's the
Black
level
Rain.
episode 666. I mean, how catchy is that? It was like they did what At the Gates did, but more palatable, if that makes sense.
A little bit more like groove laden. It wasn't so fast and like super abrasive.
Yeah.
And the melodies were, I think, more folky.
Yes.
So I don't know. I think that just made it a little bit more accessible than say like At the Gates or at that time even Carcass's Heartwork.
Sure. Yeah. It was super accessible. Great choice, man. Sorry.
All right, Todd, what you got, man?
What's funny is I was going to go in a negative direction, and I still will, is In Flames Reroute to Remain.
Yeah.
What a downer. What a goddamn downer. Because I was riding high off Jester Race and Colony, and I don't have the disc here. I was going to do the Morbid Angel throwaway thing that Jacob just did.
I thought about it too.
I thought that was the obvious pick, but In Flames on that Reroute to Remain, I mean, it's just so static. There's no bass in the production, and Clayman was bad, but Reroute to Remain, I mean...
Oh, you're breaking my heart. I love both those albums.
I see. I don't mind
I like them.
Reroute. It's a sense of purpose. Sense of purpose pretty much just shit directly in my heart.
It might be the production because I was just so on fire from Colony and Jester Race that Clayman's, I mean, Pinball Map is rad, but it was just, I could see that they were going to just break my heart steadily, and that was the album that solidified it, in my opinion.
You know, the funny
I
thing
can
is,
see that for sure.
the only In Flames album I actually own is Reroute, and I bought it just because they were like the new flavor I was reading about in the magazine. I didn't even know about them.
Well,
I'm like, oh, I'll pick this up. And
there was
as
this.
a result, I never bought anything more.
There
Never
was this.
got into anything.
There was this really interesting thing going on where hardcore bands were starting to get influenced by melodic Swedish metal, and that is what birthed, your Shadows Fall, your Kill Switches. I mean,
Yep.
love it or leave it, but
Darkest
that's
Hour.
where that started. Darkest Hour, correct? Yeah.
Yeah, Earth Crisis actually brought them into
I
the
love
States
Earth
for
Crisis.
sure.
I
They-
fucking
Oh,
love
yeah.
Earth Crisis.
They were big on In Flames. Like, dude, this band's fucking legit. I think they can hang with the hardcore kids. And the
Yeah,
hardcore kids fucking loved them.
they absolutely did, and I was one of them. And it was just like they just started going. I don't want to say commercial, but
You can say it.
yeah, commercial.
Yeah.
Commercial. Thank you, sir. It was just such a damn letdown because that could have been such an opportunistic time for these bands to just seize this, and that's when people started discovering black metal, and everything was all of a sudden cool, and In Flames were the it band, and it let me down. I mean, that's when I went from In Flames to Children of Bodom. To be honest,
Let me down several times. Each time I kept hoping. I'm like, come on, this is the one, right? This is the one. Nope. And at some point, I just checked out completely.
Yeah.
I think the last time I had hope was Sounds of a Playground Fading, and then I heard the singles like, well, fuck Hope, I guess.
yeah. Fuck a bunch of Hope. It was almost like a Santa Claus isn't real shit for me, like, because I was, when I heard
In Flames Claus is real.
Wait a minute.
They
Why are
just
they all
keep
dressed in
getting
white?
worse
No
and worse
Santa?
with each album too.
Yeah, way to go, Todd. You just fucked up Nikki's evening.
sorry, man, but I mean, I was riding high on Colony. I mean,
Scream,
Colony
it's
was
disgusting.
so dope. I mean, just the opening of Colony, dan, and the lyrics were terrible, and we knew they would be, but it was like, I think Rick's making the point, like, it was this crossover appeal between hardcore and metal that was interesting. Like, hardcore bands were actually starting to play guitar, and I think In Flames were a big part of that. I think that At the Gates were too, but they were kind of short-lived. But man, what a downer for me. Sorry, guys. But
Cool, good choice.
Yeah.
I think the panel agrees.
I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I don't think Reroot's the one that I would go with, like, in terms of, like, where they destroyed me. But that was kind of the start of the trend. So, yeah.
like, they just kept tuning down and down and down, and it was already in like C, and Carcass already owned B, in my opinion. So
When did Jesper leave the band? Was
After the next one, Soundtrack.
After A Sense of Purpose.
Oh, wait, no, after A Sense of Purpose. Yeah, that was the last.
Or it might have been Soundtrack.
and Jesper was literally my favorite guitar player.
Yeah.
And he's on a Synergy album with Alexi, and that's a killer.
Yeah. I forgot about Synergy.
That's a gem. That's a gem.
Yeah.
Look that shit up.
You guys ever listened to Gardenian?
Yeah.
Last Touch of Zero, hell yeah.
That's one of the guitars from In Flames. I don't think it's Jesper though. I think it's the other one.
Oh yeah.
Bjorn.
I think so. Let me look real quick. I have it.
We're shitting all over Sweden here in this conversation.
No, I praised them. I had Entombed. I had, I had Sveven and their Morvis Kron. They're Swedish or they're Norwegian. Anyway, Scandinavian.
We were
It's Nicholas.
we were
Oh, okay. He was all right. Is he the one that's back in the band?
In Flames?
Yeah.
I don't think he ever left. Or maybe he did, because he went left and started. Did he leave and start Angle? There's that band.
Yeah, that might have been it.
I
I don't know if he
love-
left In Flames for that one.
Yeah, because the guitar tandem for a while was Stromblad and Bjorn Jolette, who he started off as their drummer. I think he was the drummer on Oracle.
Yeah, and then it was just so layered and harmonic. It was almost like Def Leppard type production with a extreme band, So I felt very strongly about But that Gardenian album is awesome. Thank you for reminding me of that.
Check it out.
Yeah, Nicholas is back.
Been a while
He
since
came
I
back in
heard you.
2011.
Yay.
And they started getting a little bit of Cage.
All right.
That was Sounds of a Playground Fading, I believe, was the 2011 one.
Oh.
That's a terrible album title, but
Well,
but it was also a terrible album. So that
there
was
it is.
Where the Dead Ships Dwell, though. I think that was a good song. I like that one.
I don't hate the album, but I have nostalgic attachment to it. I wasn't in
Right.
metal.
I think it went on kind of long. I mean, that was the.
It was
To
a
me,
good
that was the
week
biggest
for
thing.
you, right?
I still wasn't into the more extreme stuff yet, and so
That's a good point. Depends where you came into. Like,
Oh,
you're
absolutely.
young,
I came in
Always.
at a sense of purpose, so that's what I was expecting
Always.
with Iron Flames.
I got some
But-
questionable favorites.
Yeah, I mean
That's
that's
Siren
that's
Charms.
the way it goes.
God, that album's awful.
that's always a key thing.
I am
is-
fully questionable today.
Yeah. I liked In Flames up till Siren Charms. I like Siren Charms. I didn't love it.
Ugh, that one hurt. That one.
And then after that, they came out with what, Battles? Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
I bought
was
that.
on
That was like the
IMAX.
last one I bought. I was like, dude, I have to say,
You
it.
hung
Fuck
on
this
for a
band.
while then, Necrotic.
I held on
If
for
that's
longer
the
than I
last
should
one-
have. I
You're only
hold on
missing
hope.
one.
you bought one more In Flames album than me. That's surprising.
Yeah,
I
you
had
kept
all the
going
other
after
ones,
Siren
though.
Charms.
It's
Hell,
You get
I
an
bought
achievement.
Lunar Strain and Subterranean twice.
Amazing.
each.
amazing. And
Yeah.
it's funny
Jacob.
that we're still talking about In Flames. That's how great
Well, that's
they
what the
were.
stream's about tonight. Now,
Sorry.
What'd you say, Rick?
if you made it past Siren Charms, then you get a new achievement.
That's their thing. Any publicity is good publicity.
Unlocked.
Whether it's Nick.
Yeah.
Uh,
They tore
Have you
with-
had a look? Have you had a look at what's behind Nick there in the other room that he has? To say that it's surprising he bought one more CD. To say it's surprising that he bought one more CD than anyone else is the
Well,
you know
when
that's
it comes to In Flames, it's a little surprising. They were my favorite band at one point.
Oh,
Okay.
same, bro. Same. I mean, that band got me back into guitar. I was just playing bass and doing whatever. But whenever I heard those harmonies, I mean, it was just hook, line, and sinker. I mean, they had it. And I
Did you
think
ever
they
get
lost
into
it.
Dark Tranquility, Todd?
I was just about
Yes,
to say
sir,
Dark
I did.
Tranquility was probably the band I
Yeah,
latched onto
yeah,
the
yeah.
most out of them
That
all. Back.
that to me is Dark Tranquility are probably the best of that genre and era. Like
Definitely most consistent. They're my favorite.
Oh, dude.
Probably my favorite metal band.
they don't stray too drastically off from their release to release. I noticed, like,
Yeah.
I
Hey,
100%
guys.
agree.
hey guys, we probably better move on, and we'll be here
Yeah.
till like 8 a.m. on this one.
talk about inflation for 5 minutes.
In
Um,
Flames.
Don't move on to me then.
Oh.
Well, first off, I want credit where credit is due. I have the
Oh.
newest In Flames, so
Oh.
unfortunately,
All right,
I'm at the
you
top
win.
of the mountain. Right? Hang
Spray
on.
paint
That's
a
why
turd.
I figured that tonight I'm probably going to be kind of musically by myself in a corner here, but here
And an
goes.
Evanescence shirt. You and Jacob are gonna
I
bond.
I know. I figured that now was the time for me to pull a Rob Halford and just come out and be like, guys, I wanted to talk about symphonic female-fronted bands and all that kind of stuff. I didn't have enough time to do so on the appropriate stream, so I just got to say that, Amy Lee, songbird of my generation, and nobody else is going to agree, so that's all right.
Bonus points
How
for
old
the
are you,
Step Brothers
Nikki?
reference.
I was just
What's
going
that?
to
I'm
say,
sorry?
who let Nikki in here today?
Oh, I know. It's the problem is that I got 3 others too. So there's really no. I don't think anybody was like, you know what, this stream is missing. We need somebody with like a strong, like commercial female voice. And it's like, well, you got him. So I love everything from Pig Destroyer to Evanescence and everything in between.
But that's
but
so
this one-
goddamn ballsy.
Hey,
Yeah.
Nikki.
I know,
That's
right?
so ballsy.
I almost feel
That's
tougher having done this to myself.
You're absolutely.
But I was looking through the
tougher.
closet, and I was either going to do Pleasure to Kill or Evanescence, and I was like, I think it's time that they know.
I mean,
think
honestly,
it's
I
time
think
that
it's
they
one
know
of the
that
best
I'm
wrong
unironically.
decisions you've ever made.
Saturday
I was
night.
gonna bust out the
creator.
picture of me with Amy Lee from like 2006 when I was a scrawny little guy, but
How old
but
are
I
you,
didn't.
Nikki?
36.
Okay.
Old enough to
Nikki,
know better by most standards, I suppose.
you
But
you are so
Well-
far the funniest
Butter
person
is
I've ever
actually
met in
sick
my
of
goddamn
Evanescence.
life.
What's that?
So far, you are the funniest person I've
But-
ever met in my life. That's great.
Balls
And I actually like
of
Evanescence
steel.
too.
Or
I only asked
absence
your
of
age
balls. That could be it.
to know like where you came in with Evanescence. If you grew up with it, like I did.
You what?
I was just
You're
wondering how
rolling,
old
man.
you are because I wanted to know if you came into
Oh, how old
Evanescence
I
like I
was?
did. You know, grew up with it.
Because of the Evanescence love? Yeah, and into it's like, I don't know, 2002, 2003. But it's time for something a little less heavy than still on the spectrum.
Oh no.
Opinion, most of these will, especially in this category, but I gotta go with 2018's At the Gates to drink from the night itself. This is
Shitting on some Sweden again.
Uh-oh.
I would say this is my favorite because I've been an At the Gates fan for a while. I got into, I mean, I guess it's a good icebreaker because it's like real quick. I got into In Flames. From In Flames, I got into Soil Work. From Soil Work, I was kind of like, oh man, what else can I get a hold of? So I was listening to everything from like Anemic to whatever flavor of the week, like one that I loved was Cybreed and stuff like that. But then I was like, I got to try and see where some of the classics come from. So I started with the Red in the Sky is Ours. That was too much of a shock. That was like throwing me into like a cold bathtub with ice cubes. I was like, this voice is horrible. It's absolutely horrible.
There's some weird
Then
riffs on that too.
Right, but that was at the point where I was experiencing the Gothenburg sound that was being like perfectly captured, and the music, that style of production wasn't sterile at that time. It was like, holy shit, I can hear everything. It's great, and then these voices are real gnarly, and it's just the right amount of Beauty and the Beast kind of idea, But for me, when I went back, I did Slaughter of the Soul, and I was like, okay, it's definitely better. I like the music itself. I still can't really do the vocals. And then after that, I followed up with At War with Reality. Great riffs on that one. That one was like, okay, this is really solid. But the reason that I chose to drink from the night itself is because I didn't expect them to go in such a moody direction, which I think that they have since with their newest record. I think that they sort of followed that, but perhaps made it a little bit more like proggy. And it's a lot of experimentation on the new one, but this one has just like a step back in production, which I think really complements the vocals. It doesn't take any of the razor sharp edge off ours, but it brings down that sort of sterile, clean production that At War had, and I think it's so fucking good. It's really moody and dark and ambient, and there's violin, and there's what else was there's cello, all kinds of stuff. I think it's great. Another one, albums, I've heard it talked about within the past, like, I don't know, a few years now, which is awesome. But I would say probably my all-time favorite band, so I even tattooed them on my body, has got to be Queensryche. Queensryche band, like square in the jaw when I was young, because I heard Queensryche on the radio, Empire era, because my brother was into the kind of that would play it and stuff like that. So for me, I would have to say I really gravitated towards the sound on this one, and following up the warning with this, I thought was like fucking incredible. Like I just, between the EP and then the warning and then Rage, and then we go into Operation Mindcrime, and we just kind of take off from there. I don't know. I think that this one is it's badass. I love every song on it from top to bottom.
Great album.
I would have to say, I know. I would have to say London is probably one of the biggest ones for me. That getting to see them with Iron Maiden in 2000 was a huge thing for me. That kind of launched the all-time favorite for them. Then Speeding Through, another one. What should I call it here? Another one that I would say is another unexpected one was a 2008 or no 2009. I'm sorry, maybe even 2010, but I'm sorry. Another big band for me has got to be Guar. I love Guar to this very day. He was always a staple of, to me, like his comedy and just everything he injected into the band was that you knew that he was kind of like this dude that was on the skids and definitely not living life in a clean way at all. But I was actually, I sort of, had the tears in that when he had passed. But this one is Lust in Space. And I would have to say that my shock with this record came with the fact that, again, the big word of the night melody was injected into this bad boy, and I never thought that I would hear that, but there's great acoustic passages on here. There's great classic guitar that blends.
Man, Nikki.
Another one I'll fly through real quick. Can I still be heard? I'm sorry. Am I breaking up at all?
You can be heard. It's your video. It's freezing up every now and then.
Yeah, you're freezing up though, dude. Are you
Is it?
away from
I know.
the-
I've got full bars. I don't know what's going on, so I apologize if it's annoying
You're on
at
your
all.
cell phone?
No, I'm on a laptop. I got full bars on it, and I almost never do. So I know that when it says it's working good, it's working like shit. Next one would King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. Phenomenal band, one of the best thrash metal albums, I would say, to come out in probably the last, decade or so, since the rebirth of thrash metal. And then last but not least, Lord Dying, and the last album from them that was released. This one is, I always get it wrong, Mysterium. Yes, Mysterium something. But anyway, coming from Poisoned Altars, and then going from sludgy, extreme, deathy, groovy metal into like 70s prog with a little bit of heaviness here and there, but not much. I thought it was genius. So those are all my long-winded picks. Thank you very much.
That's the same band that put out Poison Altars, really?
Yeah,
I thought
dude,
that
album is
band.
so different. I picked it up, and I love the first two Lord Dying albums. I think they're fucking awesome. That is, like, it's a little bit more like The Sword, or oh god, it's another band I'm trying to think of that's more comparable to. But yeah, it's
very 70s, honestly.
Yeah,
it reeks of 70s. It's like production.
Witchcraft, is that the band? Like a band like that?
A little bit, except like
a little bit more stripped down than Witchcraft. This doesn't have any ambiance to it.
I love it. I'll
tell you that King Gizzard, and
it is so
that
good.
King Gizzard album is like a long lost Voivod album.
I never realized they were.
I told you I like every band that has drawn influence from Voivod. I just, for whatever reason, I just can't get into.
I know you're not into them, but
to the Progenitors themselves.
That King Gizzard album reminds me of Voivod a lot. That one you're talking about.
You're not the first to make that distinction.
What's
Infest
the
the
name of
Rat's
it?
Nest.
Yeah, that's a really good album, man. Really good.
It's
Devin said that
fantastic.
much.
I love Superbug. If anybody hasn't heard this, check out Superbug. Really good Sabbath style riffing on it, and just the awesome lyrics. I mean, all sci-fi about a world where the rich take over, big surprise, and they ruin the world, and they travel to
Spoiler
planet
alert.
B, and
That's
then it becomes
reality.
this whole.
This doesn't
That
sound
is
very
reality,
fictional.
absolutely. And the poor people just stay on the dying earth. So it's yeah, it's a great album.
How many do they have out?
They just released 2 more this year, so I think
wow.
that they're 14 or 15. I want to say
lot.
15.
You got that many records?
Probably 15
Yeah,
by the time this stream is over, or
it's a
16.
lot. Yeah.
Yeah, I just anytime that I go to a record store, there's always a new one that's out with eye-catching artwork. Somehow, some way, it's managed to have really good covers that pop.
Going back to At the Gates, have you ever
Yes.
listened to Terminal
Please
Spirit
do.
Disease?
No, it's been a little bit difficult for me to get a hold of too many. I've got The Red in the Sky Is Ours, and then of course Slaughter the Soul, At War, and then this one, and then I have the new one. But I'm telling you, this isn't just like one of those things where it's like, hey man, I don't know any better, so I think that this is my favorite.
Yep.
This thing, I mean, you got to listen to the
You like
production
what you
on
like.
this. It's like, it's almost disgusting style. You know, it's like black metal almost above
think-
that, where it's
I don't
just
know,
it
I
sounds
feel
like they
like
walked in, plugged in.
I feel like the new one succeeds, like in terms of that style, like what they were trying to go for on that album, a little bit more than that one.
And
And plus the proggy elements.
I disagree. I don't like the new one. The new one's
See, I like the
very,
new one.
What's your
very
thoughts on
vanilla
them,
to me.
Jacob?
That one's awesome. The one that Nick.
Oh, you like To Drink from the Night
Drink-
Itself too?
Yeah, I love that album. I don't care for the new one.
What's the new one called?
Oh shit. God damn it. Hold on, I have to look it up here.
I think I heard.
Oh, yeah,
My Way of
I
Reality,
don't
and
remember.
didn't think much of it, so I don't think.
The Nightmare of Being.
Yeah.
It's not a
Yeah,
bad
so-
album.
Oh,
It's
thank
just
you.
very. It didn't attach to me. It's
The Fall into Time. That's quickly becoming one of my favorite At the Gate songs. Like, excellent songwriting there. But I mean, Slaughter the Soul is Slaughter the Soul.
that's always gonna be my favorite At the Gates
Yeah.
album. So,
At War with Reality is a close second, though. I mean, that was a hell of a comeback album because I mean, the pressure to follow up, you know, a legit classic, and they answered the call. Like they came out with just a riffy, fucking awesome album.
There was a long time period in between, though.
95 to 2014. So
Yeah, yeah, that's an
Yeah,
excellent
weird.
point.
a little bit.
And that's what's cool is that they're
Kind of
still
like a new-
surprising us.
Yeah,
I loved Slaughter's Soul.
But I'm telling you, the production on this one is exciting. That's what I like the most. That's what I could have summed it up.
Drink from the Night Itself.
yeah. I think the production's good. Just some of the songs didn't gel with me as well.
Nikki, I recommend checking out the studio tracks on Terminal Spirit Disease. I think they're some of their best. I love the 5 studio tracks on that. It's kind of an EP.
Yeah.
It's got 5 studio tracks and then a couple live tracks on it. They're just amazing songs, really.
The title track. Just,
Oh, I don't doubt it.
The Swarm, the
Tomas
Fevered Circle. The
Lindbergh
Fevered Circle
is-
probably my favorite At the Gate song.
so should we talk
I
about?
would say that.
for 20 minutes to finish this off.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
think
just love Sweden. I just love Sweden. Everything. I want to roll around.
absolutely. Dark Tranquility, man, all the way.
Make it the Gothenburg stream.
Yeah, I think we should probably move on to Brian. Rick probably is something going on with his girl, I would assume. So
Yeah.
he had to step away. And Todd, we did not kick you off the stream. You went off, and unfortunately, only Rick can get you back on because you have to
He'll
come
get you back
through.
on when you.
So we'll get you on when he comes back. I don't know where. I'm assuming Rick.
I'm
There
back.
it is.
That's my
There he
favorite.
is. Hey Rick, let Todd back in.
Okay.
I'll
He
be
thought we
back.
kicked. He
Then I'm
thought
gonna
we
go
kicked
get a
him
quick
off.
smoke.
He's behaving very well tonight. Let's just get that out there.
Nikki.
Damage done. Good one.
So we'll get
Oh.
back on. Rick, you ready to go with
Lionel.
number 2?
Clever blind, yeah.
Yeah,
Best-
damage done.
Best melodic death metal album.
That's a
ever
great.
written.
I can't really argue with you there.
They're one of the first mellow death bands I heard, and I just never got into them. I tried, and I forget which album I have by them, but I just never could get into them. But I have to admit, when that was the rage with like In Flames, and this is the end of it right here because we could go on all night. But when In Flames and Soilwork and all those bands were popping up, it seemed like there was a new Swedish mellow death band every week that was the flavor of the week. I got like 3 or 4 of them from each. Like I got 3 or 4 different bands. I never go back to any of those. It's just me. I guess it's just my ears, but
It's a you problem, Jeff.
it's probably. I would assume. It's not the first time there's been a
Try
problem.
Evanescence. I guess that's my only recommendation.
Yeah, Nikki. Hey, Nikki,
try
no
Evanescence
offense, but
instead.
Nikki, that's never gonna happen.
That might be hard sell for some people.
It's never, ever, never gonna happen, man. Not
Projector's a
not
good
this
album.
lifetime.
Yeah, I like Projector.
You'll come around. They're relatively new.
I'll come around. Yeah, right. All right, Rick, what you got for number 2?
All right, let me paste it in here.
New question, new topic.
All right, so number 2 is bands you can't categorize, put into one category, genre bunders. So I'll get started. I did pull a few, so I'm just going to try and just breeze through them. First one is one that I've seen many names as far as genres attached to it, but I never always agreed for one thing and that is a perfect circle.
Oh, yeah.
So here's 13 step. And I think part of it has to do with the fact that we got Maynard on board, and this is an outlet besides Tool, but also the changing roster of musicians. I know he's kept the same guitarist. I know that he had the Smashing Pumpkins guy on there, James. This one had Twiggy Ramirez on there, but
Jordy White.
Yeah,
drums.
It's a very, very moody band, kind of experimental. They get progressive. They go all over the place, and it's cool. I mean, this is a band that is probably one of the more commercial things I'll show here. But even then, amongst the heap of the commercial stuff, this is still a band that I think it's still, a lot of people can still get into, and they're pretty good. I think they went all over the place with that one. Another one is Ishan.
Sure, that's a good choice, actually.
Since he's moved on, I think he wanted to remove those associations with Emperor, and just kind of and he pulled the other one, the Emeritus album. But yeah, man, it just shows just the wide range of creativity he's got.
It's very talented.
Yeah, I know he started doing a little bit of stuff with Emperor again, but I think that's just for the live stuff that we know of at the moment. But I thought that was another one worth bringing up. Another one is very recent addition, and I thought I just shout him out because it is kind of all over the place, and I think that CJ's group here, Amun, it's one where it doesn't quite fit into one particular category. It's very interesting. It's very experimental, and just explores all kinds of things within. It's very easy to lump into the black metal camp, but there's just so much more stuff going on. Definitely worth checking out if people have not checked out CJ's band, Amun. So those were actually one more. I figured somebody might have pulled this one, but this is a band, Catatonia, which has already been mentioned before. But they've never. The thing about them is they were never all the way one thing. They were not outright a doom band, outright black metal, outright death metal, outright. Yeah, they were just always kind of in the middle between all those. It kind of just flirts with all those genres. This is the first thing they dropped, But then even evolving years, even now, even with the latest album, they changed trajectory yet again. So this is another one of those bands where you can't really say they're this band. Like they're just kind of all over the map.
Well, even that album Jacob showed
Discouraging.
a lot like The Cure, really.
Yeah, there was definitely.
The vocals on it.
I hear a little bit of that. I hear a little bit of Feels of Nephilim. I hear a little bit of everything all over the place. So I've never been comfortable when people put one title or tag associated with that band. It just
I mean, a lot of the
Yeah.
newer stuff now has a lot of electronic stuff going on with it.
Yeah.
They added that in like Night is the New Day. That's started to kind of be more prevalent, and I haven't really gravitated to the later Catatonia like I did. For me, Brave Murder Day is kind of their classic, and then I like, Last Fair Deal and Viva Emptiness and all those albums. But I haven't gravitated to the newer stuff that much. Like City, what's the latest one, Jake? City Burials?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that just did nothing.
City Burials?
City Burials.
I think that's what it's called, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
City
and that's
Burial,
cool. I get it.
Burials.
It just didn't do much for me. I don't know why.
I didn't like the Fall of Hearts.
Oh, I love Fall of Hearts.
I think it really appeals to a particular kind of
No,
palette.
I think I love it too.
But I think with
We should be best.
his singing has gotten better. I mean, and it's a lot more developed, especially when you go through the catalog. You know what I mean? But I think musically, I think that's what may lose the patience of a lot of people, who want something that's a little more instant gratification. At least it was for me anyway. I don't know.
You brought up the Perfect Circle, and I know Serge is a big Tool fan, and I go way back and was a big Tool fan, the early stuff, and I gotta say that while it was more commercial than Tool, there's some fucking great songwriting on those two albums, especially the 13th Step. That is a pretty deep album, man, and it's there was a period of time where I listened to that album literally every fucking day for about a year. I just totally dug that album. There's great melodies on it. There's lush strings and some really complicated arrangements, and for me it's an alternative album. Yeah, it's radio friendly Tool, but in a weird way, it's a little bit deeper. There's a little more melodic depth to it than Tool. Tool's kind of more of a bludgeoning, beat you over the head sort of thing. Yeah, there's some complexity to it, but I love the 13th Step. And
they're more prog oriented,
Yeah, it does have a proggy vibe to it. Yeah,
maybe a bit more of an emotional band, I guess.
Yeah, there you go.
It's like an emo Tool.
Emo Tool, real good way to put it.
Makes sense.
In fact, if you're gonna talk about Keenan, I think Pucifer is the band that's hard to classify.
Very.
Yeah, I was gonna say that too.
I remember when they dropped Judith the first time, and people thought that was going to be okay, this is their sound. They're going to be this hard-edged band, and nope.
Right.
No, it's just
arguably you could say that Three Libras being their follow-up, it gave us it was a little bit confusing, if you the record yet.
Even a Motive, it wasn't even farther. What do you call it? Distance from 13 Step.
Yeah. What did the Motive have on it? Did that have that?
That was the covers.
Yeah, that was the cover.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
Imagine was the big one.
That's where they lost me.
Well, the Imagine cover is fucking. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of covers, but that was a good one.
Oh, from Emotive?
Yeah, it just didn't do a lot for me. But Brian, what you got, man? We should move a little bit because we've already only
genre benders. Okay, so I was reading this magazine a few months ago, and they entered into their Hall of Fame Canderia's
Dude.
300% density. So Rick actually sent this to me because it was one I just had not thought of in years and years. I had a CDR copy. I listened to it, and it came out in May 2001. And at that time, we talked about this a little bit earlier with the relapse bands. Dillinger Escape Plan, bands like Botch, and hardcore mixed with metal, maybe grindcore. And this one just kind of shattered all of that as far as trying to stuff as many genres into it as possible. So there's some of that metalcore, there's some of that hardcore, there's like jazz fusion on here, there's hip hop, there's prog, there's ambient. It's just like everything, and they do it in a way that kind of makes it seamless as far as the transitions between not only each song but each part, because each song sometimes will have a kind of whacked out math metal type of a part, and then it'll go into like maybe some jazz, and then maybe he'll do a little rapping, and then maybe they'll go back to some heavy guitars and stuff like that. Just one of the most diverse albums I've ever heard, and I listened to it a couple of times this week. It's just amazing. I don't know how they did it. It's on Century Media. Anybody a fan of this one? I think Nick was.
I have it.
You got it? Yeah.
I got most of Canderia's albums. I love their last one.
Oh, really? So this is the only one I have. I think it's the only one I really know very well.
Yeah,
I started the one before that, Process of Self-Development.
Okay. Yeah, so these guys could play with like grindcore, they could play with metal bands, they could play with hardcore bands. I mean, even the song Without Water is in large part a hip hop song, really. It's just crazy how they implement and incorporate all these different interests that they have in genres. It's a very, I think the band would call it, if they're going to categorize it, like urban fusion. It's they're from New York City, Brooklyn, I think. This came out pre 9/11. So yeah, just a really interesting listen. And I'm not a fan of like Dillinger Escape Plan or really any of those other kind of math metal or metalcore kind of spazzed out bands, but this one I like a lot. So that's my pick. Canderia 300% density.
Yeah, there was not many quite like that at the time too when it dropped, and when all those other core bands were doing stuff, that one stood out.
Oh yeah, definitely. So different.
Very, very brainy, like very cerebral, and the fact that it was groovy too. Like you could still bang your head to it. You weren't just trying to search around for a hook like with Dillinger.
Right. Yeah. They were there that you could kind of sink your teeth into. Yeah, Will Haven's another one.
Yeah.
I think we talked about Coalesce a little bit earlier. Another good one.
I missed that trip.
All right. Third.
All right. I'm just gonna do one just to kind of keep things going. Since we already did a whole Porcupine Tree stream, I'm not gonna mention them. But I am gonna mention Steven's side project, which is No Man. I don't really know how to classify this one, because they go between like over their career, gone between, I don't know, kind of like art pop to dance to trip hop to, I don't know, like stripped down, semi-acoustic, like just melancholy, Great. I don't know, Jeff. How the hell do you classify them?
That's a perfect band for this subject, actually, because they started as a new romantic pop band in a lot of ways. They had very much, beat-driven, very synthesized. They added a Actually, when they started, they were very ambient. They were ambient soundscapey stuff. You know, the speak material from '96 is very different from Love Sighs and Love Blows and Love Cries. Then they got into that almost poppy, you know, radio-oriented vibe with the new romantic thing, and then they went completely off the rails and went with something like Flower Mix or Flower Mouth, which is a mix of every type of genre you can possibly think of, with the exception of death metal. I mean, there's no death or black metal in there, but I mean, yeah, sir, that I didn't even think of that. That's a brilliant suggestion, because if any of you guys, I know all you guys know at least who Porcupine Tree is, but Steven Wilson's kind of a chameleon. He's got, you know, so many. We're gonna, if I'm well enough, we're gonna try to do a side projects deep dive on him, because
Yeah, I
he
mean,
has
this
so
this
many
probably
different
deserves a deep
elements.
dive.
Yeah. But No
Yeah,
Man is No Man's probably his most all-encompassing. It's kind of like it takes in every genre of music, with the exception of metal. It does not have any metal in it. You know, that's how do you explain them, Serge? It's almost
Yeah,
impossible.
I mean, it varies between albums. It varies within the album, so it's hard to kind of pin it down. But
What's the genre that they most associate later talk with? I'm drawing a blank because of what's going on with my head right now, but like
yeah, I don't know.
Mark Hollis and Talk. It's shit. Post rock. Is that what they call it? Post rock?
No, I wouldn't call them post rock, but
Not post metal, not post, but
I
like
know.
post rock.
Post
Here,
pop. You want to call
Post-pop.
No Man post pop? I don't know.
I'll look
Black
it up
Gaze.
because I know there's
Dream
a
pop.
term that goes with it.
I mean, there's some
What's that?
dream pop, but yeah, but it's not. It's
Oh, there's
certainly
definitely
not
dream
limited
pop,
to
but
that.
hold on.
I think we're genre bending. There's just so many ways you can
Well,
go.
it's
We're genre bending into a pretzel.
I'm kind of glad because it you know, this kind of came up because it made me listen to him and kind of go back again. And I haven't listened to No Man in a while, and I forgot how like good that shit is. It's
yeah, it's called post rock.
yeah.
If you've ever
But-
listened to Talk, I mean the album Returning Jesus is very post rock, and that's oh shit. The album Returning Jesus, very very post rock, man. You know, and yeah, like Falafel's saying, the last two Talk albums, Laughing Stock. I mean, it's just this spacious, airy, beautiful stuff that you almost can't put a name to. It's just, yeah, Serge. I guess we better get on that and get that No Man deep dive
Might
set
have
up
to,
quick.
So yep, that was mine. I think
That's great. That's
I
a great example that only Serge and I know. And that's wrong. You guys should get into that. Check them out.
Okay. Ruins of Everest.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
This is about Seaman and Sheltered Elite. This is my favorite Ruins album. Probably, I would say they're peerless. Like no one else is doing this. Simultaneously playing Black, Death, Doom at one time with this kind of coherency, and being able to articulate all of them. I mean, I don't know how to describe this band. That's kind of the point, because I couldn't fit. It's not purely any of those things,
Right.
and there's no one else that's playing in this style. That's even attempting to do it as well as this project does.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm a huge fan of that band, and don't you get pissed when they get labeled as
They get labeled what?
As what?
Gent?
Gent? Oh,
I don't know who's done that, but I mean,
I've never heard that.
yeah. I would, if anyone would describe them as gent, I would have some serious questions. But
Exactly.
yeah, I just they're so unique. And now I had a hard time because they did a split with another band that I also love, which is equally peerless. That's Earthhouse. I don't know if anyone's heard those, that project, but Ruins of Everest has been, they started, I think it was a little bit easier to classify them. Still difficult early in their career, but they've just become more and more unique. And probably as to where you find them in their sort of catalog may, speak to your specific sort of, preference in metal. Like this is my favorite. But for the past decade, they've been putting out incredible records. And every single time, it's an automatic buy for me just because I know I'm not going to get anything close to it from anyone else. Like one of the defining bands for me over the past decade, for sure. And, totally unique.
Yeah, I mean that's the dude from Naglfar, right?
I don't know. So
yeah, that was the band before.
Yeah, the dude, the main guy.
Naglfar.
What's his name? Max.
Alexander.
Alexander, yeah.
Oh wow! I never knew that.
He was in Naglfar. Naglfar was kind of unique in their kind of niche in black metal. I mean, they're kind of a unique band if you're not familiar with them.
Well, it's German, right?
Yeah.
And the German black
looked
metal
for this
scene
one
is totally unique. So
recently,
It's a
Blood
sick.
Ritual.
Vault is awesome.
Blood Vaults.
Oh, Blood Vaults, I meant, yeah.
Yeah, this one I was listening to this one this week actually, so I had it out. This is really doomy.
Yeah, I've listened.
Really
They do really encompass about 7 or 8 different genres. There's just so much.
Yeah, their
going
new
on.
one's got a touch of typo negative.
Yep.
Right,
Oh,
it's
yeah?
got like goth in it. I
We
mean,
reviewed it.
They even have the green cover and everything, like type
I
of.
was gonna say, yeah.
All right, Nick.
Oh boy! All right, I'm starting out with a really weird one. And if anyone's heard of this band, Sleepy Time Gorilla Museum.
Heard of them? I've never heard
Heard
them.
the name.
Yeah, I heard the name.
Yes.
This is one of the weirdest albums I own, and I don't know how to describe it. Art rock, maybe alternative metal, funk, black metal, industrial. Throw a whole bunch of genres in a blender with weirdly dressed people that I think they kind of wear like weird makeup, but also like Victorian garb, but occasionally they just wear smocks with blood all over them. They're weird. As weird as their fucking band name.
It's not quite like Parliament Funkadelic, when
Yeah. This would be like Parliament Funkadelic in hell.
Nick, have you ever seen them live? I'm sorry.
No. My buddy, actually, Tommy, that Tommy used to be on our channel, saw them live, and he still tells stories about it. He's like, dude, I have no idea what the fuck I just watched, but I saw it. But yeah, this is hard to describe. I have, I think three of their albums, and they're all weird. It's literally a band that sounds like no one else, and I kind of appreciate it for them. This isn't something I would put on all the time, but I mean, if you're looking for a true blue deep dive into just weird fucking music, just check it out.
They make Mr. Bungle sound like Blink 182.
Yeah, that's about right. And speaking of Mr. Bungle, of course, I have to plug that one just because this is probably the beginning of weird music for me.
You took my pick. Damn it.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, this dude, My Ass is on Fire. God, I fucking love that song. But
It's
yeah,
actually a very good album.
This is just weird as hell and unconventional, and they really just push a lot of limits. Somewhat more accessible than, say, a Sleepy Time Gorilla Museum, but still weird as hell, and good luck categorizing this. Still, I mean, this came out, what, 91? Yeah. It's still odd. And then one of my favorite just cool blends, Kvelertak. This is their most recent album, Splid. I absolutely love this album. These guys take punk and hardcore and like classic rock and black metal, and it's not like, it swishes up styles in a song. They homogenize it. They blend it all into this thing that you can't really categorize as any one of those things, which I think is brilliant. It's hook laden as hell. Riff City. It's fun and catchy. but it's still very heavy and just strange. Like the entire time you're listening to this, you're thinking, where would I put this? Because it doesn't make any sense to go in any of those things that I mentioned, but I don't know, it fits in all those. But again, like that sort of homogenized sound I really like. The fact that they took all those elements and just blended it instead of doing like, all right, here's the black metal part of the song, here's a classic rock riff. It's just awesome.
I agree with you because they're not one of these bands that force those, here's the black.
Yeah.
It's seamless.
It came naturally. And I really wish I could say some of these songs, but they're all in fucking Norwegian.
Yeah.
Except for a couple. So, yeah. And the one I really like on here is one in Norwegian. I think Bratsbrand. Maybe that was how you say it. I don't know. It's awesome, though. And then Zeal and Ardor.
Oh, yeah.
Hard to really categorize what these guys do. I guess you could say it's black metal and slave music, like African American slave music, but it's definitely more than that. Like there's flat out just kind of dark, somber blues in here. There's post metal, like almost shoegazy stuff on here. But
and then
again,
there's like electronic interludes too.
It's just such a wild listen, and this became one of my favorite things. These guys won me on a live performance. I saw them open for Baroness, and it was like, holy shit, this band is fucking amazing. What the hell are they? But oh, go ahead.
Who are they opening for now? They're on a big tour that's coming up.
Oh, are they? Shit.
Opeth and Mastodon.
That's right, Opeth and Mastodon, yeah.
That's the one not coming anywhere near here, too. Sons of
That's the one that I get to go see the opener and then leave.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Jesus.
Oh, Jacob.
Jesus
Uncultured
Christ.
swine. How
Just
dare you?
the greatest hits.
Yeah, just pull out your greatest Opeth hits.
Well, yeah. This is absolutely incredible. Again, it kind of fits nowhere, but it fits in my CD collection and in my rotation pretty often. And then we already mentioned Pussifer, and Pussifer is whatever Pussifer is. It's electronic. It's like Depeche Mode and a David Lynch film, and the same token. Occasionally, it's alternative rock. They're just kind of whatever the hell Maynard's feeling that isn't Toolish or Perfect Circle-ish. He throws it on Pussifer, and honestly, I think this has been more creative than both of those other acts, just because they really just push.
Certainly over the past few years, I'd say.
It's probably the one that's least pushed commercially too. Like
Bullet Train to Iowa. Holy shit, that song is so goddamn good, and the video is so fucking weird. But yeah, Pussifer is whatever Pussifer is, and I wouldn't ask anything more of them. Just keep being weird.
Yeah, I think Pussifer puts up. There's a good argument to be had that perhaps it's the most Maynard-centric band. I would say. I know it's kind of a.
I think it's literally just Maynard's fucking fucked up imagination.
He gets to be sarcastic. He wears, you can tell that from style to substance, the whole thing is Maynard. And just as a side note, anytime I think Pussifer, I think of some of the greatest artwork during the Conditions of My Parole era, where he was like a creepy looking, redneck kind of guy, and all. Oh my god, opens you up to his that sense of humor. Obviously, V is for Vagina. The first album was kind of.
Mine is such a catchy fucking song, though.
It's like, you ever look at those Salvador Dali paintings, and then when you see the actual Salvador Dali guy, you're like, oh, it all makes sense now.
It makes sense. Yeah, absolutely.
Weren't they on the show? Like one of the first episodes of Mr. Show? Maynard was friends with.
Oh no, yeah, he was in the audience. Actually, he was in the skit with Ronnie, the dude that kept getting arrested.
Ronnie Dobbs.
Run, Ronnie, run.
You can't take me. You're violating my rights.
You can't take me. Yeah.
Arrest that goat.
Dude, I love that show.
Oh, nice, Nikki.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's a go-to for me too.
But they did
You're
use the
getting
name
aroused and
Pussifer
tiddy.
under that. Like when they were doing that, they used Pussifer.
Oh yeah, I do remember that now. I mean, I guess maybe that was the start of it. I don't know. I didn't know about them until actually it was the Underworld movies. The soundtracks had the first tracks that came out from Pussifer, and they were really good. It was like shit. Was that Rev 220 or whatever it was?
So when I saw that name, World.
What was the name of the track that Pussifer did? It was an early one. Might have been off the first album or the second one that it had like a video of like really bizarre like chess pieces that were animated that were jumping around. Do you remember that, Serge?
I don't remember the video, but I mean, I'm sure I
I
can
can't remember
imagine.
the name of it. That's the one project I didn't. Didn't they also do like a country and western song?
Well,
Oh yeah, I mean, that's a major influence, honestly.
They
well,
do
the Conditions of My Parole, the song.
That might be. That's the
kinda-
one I'm thinking of. Yeah.
hilarious. I mean,
I forget which late night show they performed that one live on, but holy shit, they fucking killed it. It was
Yeah,
awesome.
I don't know why I don't own any of their stuff. I think I thought it was kind of. I think I thought it was like a joke band at first or something, and you know.
I mean, it kind of is.
it
is
was at
kind
first.
of, but
It's his joke, so it's a weird
Maynard is
joke,
kind of a
and I don't
joke
think
human being.
Something very seriously.
yeah, no one's supposed to get it except for Maynard, I guess.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, I strongly recommend that new one, Existential Reckoning. It's
Okay,
just
cool.
a weird fucking album. It's awesome.
Cool,
I
I'm gonna
did-
check some of their stuff out tonight.
I'm definitely going to check that out.
Good. Actually, look up the video for Bullet Train to Iowa. It's there's a lot of drug use, a lot of references for mushrooms. Definitely.
Oh, really?
they do.
Oh yeah.
They have a lot of fun with their videos for sure. I mean, with the whole project in general, I think.
All right. Good stuff, Nick.
Stephen P. Coltrane.
Stephen people.
Oh boy, I got a mute for that. I'm still.
You got some hardcore something.
What you got there, Stefan? Anything?
I don't know if I actually do or not. Actually, but I can't say about I don't know. Every genre I basically listen to is like that specific genre. It doesn't have like different compilations together. Actually, like you guys were explaining. Actually, so I don't even know.
So, in other words, what you're trying to say is you don't have anything.
Pass.
You know what you do have, though, Stefan? That I found out about last week.
Yeah.
I found out you have like 6 fucking beautiful guitars.
Oh yeah,
I
that's
didn't
right.
know that.
You can genre band with those.
Yeah. Why don't you grab one of those and play a song for us?
Something very avant-garde.
Preferably 13 minutes long.
But you can
grab-
also
can you
name
grab-
it whatever disgusting thing you want.
Can you grab your white Flying V and play us a song?
That's a guitar I usually don't want to like toy with too much because that's like it's like $4,000 actually. I remember hearing it was worth.
$4,000.
Yeah, and it's like the Death Clock like Flying V.
So how many times have you taken that out and jammed with it, like out in public?
Once.
That's it.
Why do you have a guitar that you don't use?
Because it's getting pretty rare now. Because they made an Epiphone version, and I have the Gibson one before they did that.
Yeah, no, but you do understand that guitars are meant to be played, right?
No, I use my other guitars instead.
Oh, okay. Well, grab one of the other ones and play us a song.
I think I'll do that.
We're running a little bit long on time here. Let's say that.
Ah, man.
I could do that another time.
I
I
was
can
looking
make a whole video out of it.
If you're gonna cut off our Gothenburg talks, we're gonna.
All right. Okay.
Keep things
I
rolling.
was waiting to hear the song title of the song he was going to compose, like Lawnmower Vasectomy or something like that.
Next week we need to just do Stefan Unplugged.
I was hoping to surprise us. Play it.
Oh, if you guys want to see me unplugged, I can get a little crazy. Just got to get some weed, beer, and I'm done.
There we go. MTV.
You know what? I got this
Stefan
strange
Unplugged.
sensation that Stefan Unplugged is the same as Stefan Plugged In.
No, what do you mean by that, Jeff? I'm a little confused.
Everybody go watch Stefan's videos on his YouTube channel of him playing guitar.
Oh, that's where you saw my video from. I thought it was someone else.
Yeah, that's what you got him up there, dude. You know. Anyways,
Those
moving on.
videos are old as hell.
I have two suggestions that Falafel and I must be like linked at the hip or something, because he just mentioned two of the bands the only two bands I could really think of, because I thought of another one since Serge brought up No Man, but anybody ever heard of Oxbow?
I have. I don't know anything by them.
Heard of.
I only have one album by them called The Narcotics Story, and the weird part of this is that they opened for ISIS back in like 2007, 2008. And they were the most uniquely strange band I've ever seen. The singer is a guy named Eugene Robinson, and this dude is a jacked black dude that, frankly, was terrifying from about 200 feet away from the stage. This guy scared me. And, I mean, he is just built like a fucking monster. He's jacked like crazy, super muscular. And he started out the show in a pair of pants, like work cargo pants, and a sweatshirt and a t-shirt under that. And by the end of the show,
Pants are good.
Eugene Robinson was standing on stage in nothing but his tighty whities. I've never seen anything like it. I'm not sure I ever really want to see anything like it. And the guy has a voice that is hard to describe. Again, I only have the Narcotics Story. I found that CD like a couple of days after I saw that. Yeah, he definitely reminds me of a punk ethos. The guy has a great voice. He's ferocious live, just fierce live. And Oxbow kind of are like a post-punk, experimental. I don't even know. I have no idea how to fucking explain them. Maybe Falafel can explain them. I think Falafel probably belongs on this stream because he seems to come up with some of the most bizarre things. He also mentioned one of the other bands that is pretty much unclassifiable for me, and that is Mike Patton. Imagine that, Mike Patton band, Phantomas. And Phantomas, Serge, you'll remember we saw them open for Tool, actually.
Yeah. Yep.
And very bizarre. At that time, they had King Buzzo, Dave Lombardo, Mike Patton, and Trevor Dunn, I think. Or I can't remember the bass player's name. But
from D, right?
Yeah, none of their albums sound the same. They have one album that is really perfect for this time of the year. It's probably one of the freakiest, most out there albums you'll ever hear, called Delirium Cordia. And it's literally about dissecting human beings, the album. And it's about as dark as it gets. So Phantomas, I think one of the other ones, Director's Cut, was now. I have 3 or 4 of them. Director's Cut is all little takes on horror film songs and then their own interpretations of.
Yeah, they do the.
Songs. What's that?
They do the Omen. They cover Rosemary's Baby. Like, it's really freaky.
Cool stuff. So very unclassifiable because they're like Bungle. They're just where do you put them? You don't really know. So I didn't break those guys out, but those were two I was thinking. The only two I could think of. One last one would be Steve Wilson's Prague Kraut. The only thing I would call them is experimental kraut rock, I guess. So I guess they do have a title, and that would be Incredible Expanding Mindfuck. Really, really cool band. Not a band, a really cool project because it's just Wilson doing everything, with the exception of Theo Travis on flutes, I believe. But he plays, one song might be a harpsichord tune, and the next might be a song like Amphead, Amphead is basically, a song like, what's the 35-minute jam track on I Am Have Come for Your Children?
If you're asking me to remember the track names.
Yeah, it's like 35 minutes long, and it goes from being like a krautrock song to a fucking really bizarre ass ambient, dark ambient track, all in one track. It's like 35 minutes long. So Incredible Expanding Mindfuck, Oxbow, and Phantomops. Those are.
By the way, good luck finding any IAM at this point.
Yeah, that's true. It's all out of print for the most part now. Actually, speaking of that, Serge, a couple of their albums, like the CDs for them that were on Headphone Dust, going for like $65, $70, $100 now because you can't find them anywhere.
Mm.
So that's my choices there.
Cool.
Yeah, I should not have looked up Oxbow was before you said naked man in his underwear. Like, yeah, nope, there it is, right in the pictures. Dude in
Oh,
his
is it in
underwear.
the pictures?
Okay.
Is it in the pictures, Nick?
Oh yeah, dude. Literally, like as soon as I looked up Oxbow bands, like, all right, let's see if I get a picture. Yep, there he is,
Yeah.
dude in his underwear.
Eugene loves to hang out in his tighty whities, man.
I mean, you know, it gets hot, man. Those lights.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, Jake.
I've heard of this.
Igor. Or
Yeah, they are
it's just Igor, but it's got 3 R's. Savage Sinusoid. Savage Sinusoid. This is the only album I own by these guys, but it's fucking wild. It's like circus music meets opera meets industrial meets bath salts.
That's all right.
Meets
So,
what? Bath salts.
Yeah.
Bath salts.
Pretty crazy album. So there's that one. Another one.
Are they from the U.S.?
France?
No,
France, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think France.
The French on bath salts.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
That's a good one.
And on
Oh,
the
there's a
rock,
good pick.
Fuck yeah.
I don't know how you describe these guys.
Insanity.
Black
They're
and
the-
Cyber Grind.
Love 'em.
Complete insane music.
Which album's that? The Whole of the
Rules of
Law?
Law.
Yeah, that one's all the law.
Damn good album too.
Different direction. Abstract Void.
Oh,
This is Back to Reality.
I just came across Abstract Void. This like 2 days ago.
Was it their new release? The one that
It
just
was,
came out?
yeah, it was. But I listened to the what you just showed a lot.
This one?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
really cool.
black metal meets synthwave, like retro synthwave. Really cool
That seems
stuff.
familiar. I might have
It is
checked it
really
on
cool.
YouTube.
It's really well done.
Last one. You guys have probably seen me talk about this one before. Astronoid,
I have that.
like post rock, but also, you know, like post black metal, but not really post black metal, not really black metal, but it's got a lot of the influence. They classified themselves as dream thrash.
There it is. I was just waiting the name Dream Thrash. It's
Yeah.
like what?
Like it sounds fucking ridiculous, but once you hear it, you're like,
I mean, yeah,
dream
it,
thrash.
it does make sense. I saw them open up for BT Bam and Tesseract, and I actually bought the CDs at the show and was like, I don't know.
Who is it again? Who was it
Astronaut.
again?
Astronoid.
Astronoid. Okay.
I think I went to that at that concert, but I left after they played. Another one where I could leave after the opener.
Oh,
If I didn't leave.
dude.
I actually hung out with and talked with Astronoid out in the lobby.
They seem like nice guys.
Yeah,
was Opeth anywhere in town that night too, or
They were. I wasn't anywhere close to it. Which is funny, actually, because Zeal and Ardor, the one that's coming with Opeth, played with Astronoid a couple years ago.
yeah?
Astronoid headlined and Zeal and Ardor.
I'm wondering if Zeal and Ardor are going to leave the venue before Opeth come on.
Probably. They seem like guys of good taste.
We're gonna start heading to the next show. We're all right. We're out of here.
But yeah, that's all I'll show.
Did you? Are those Abstract Voids? Did you get those from a label or Bandcamp?
Yeah, these came from Depths of Void in Russia. I think Abstract Void is a Russian band.
I think I read that. Yeah.
The newest one was released on. CJ would know. It's a label that releases all the Sadness releases. I can't place it. But yeah.
Cool. I'll check it out. Check
Yeah.
out more of it.
Nikki.
All right. First one I'm going to go with is a band that I really like, and surprisingly, a lot of people didn't seem to really catch on to them. Kind of a polarizing band. Love them or legitimately hate them, because I know there's forums that are kind of against them, citing the vocalist in that as kind of dung, if you will. But Twitching Tongues, definitely a band that I love. I mean, anytime, this is Disharmony from them, second full-length album. I like, it's like southern doom trad metal with sort of hardcore leanings, because it features like members of Nails, and I believe that there's another band that's involved in this project, but I can't recall right now. Second one, a band I'd never really hear about online, period, but I think that they're great, and unfortunately they should have been the Gojira before Gojira sort of broke. But that band would be Byzantine. I think that Byzantine is phenomenal.
Honestly, well, I live in West Virginia.
Oh, you're friends with these guys?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's awesome.
Those are
I
killer.
got into them with They Shall Take Up Serpents, I believe it is, from 2004.
Awesome.
I've been following them ever since, but 2017's The Cicada Tree. It's really, really, really good stuff.
I sent that shit to Jeff.
Yeah, I remember. It's good, man.
Yeah, it is. It sort of reminds me if like Gojira and like earlier era Strapping Young Lad had a baby, but it's not quite as frantic as Strapping. It's just a loud, boisterous voice that you do not expect to come out when you're hearing these syncopated rhythms, and you've got some southern style to their playing in that too. It's just, they were one of those first bands where it was just like, I don't know what it is, but I love it. And that's a really good lead into the next one. I know that these guys have been being brought up a little bit lately, and I'm a proud fan of them as well. Macabre. These are the only two releases that I have from Macabre. For those of you that are in the know, obviously we're talking about, God, almost like polka music at times, thrash, death metal, just a lot of fun. And I didn't know that music could be this fun, but I would definitely say check out the Carnival of Killers album. This is their newest. It's like $8 on Amazon right now, so I would highly recommend picking that up. It's a blast. It's the most fun you'll have in clothes. And then I would say another really weird one for me, it's like if a thrash metal album successfully came out of the grunge years, and that's a band called E-Force, which is Evil Force, but they dropped the evil in place of a pentagram there. This kind of sounds like if Lane Staley fronted a thrash metal band, but also included some of like that, the regular sort of Alice in Chains, sort of slow, plodding, Sabbath-esque
Quick
riffage
question
in that.
for you, Nikki. Quick question.
Yeah.
Do they have a greatest hits album?
I knew that was coming.
Who's that?
I knew
E-Force?
that was coming.
E-Force. They already tried to shorten it up for you enough. They dropped the Vile from Evil, or Vil from Evil. But I imagine that they're huge in Japan. I would imagine.
I'm thinking Jake.
And then my last one is actually an album I never got into as a kid, but I picked it up because I was told that I probably would. And that is, I can't remember. Okay, Gub by Pigface.
Oh, there you go.
Pigface is
Pigface
awesome.
is just, Right. It's one it never really struck me, but I was a big Ministry fan. Still am. By the way, check out their new album, Moral Hygiene. It's actually really, really good. But this is something that is like, I don't know. It's got everybody who's anybody from the industrial scene, from the early '90s, doing a guest spot on it, and or sort of helping with some of the instrumentation. But I actually originally bought it because I was I was a freshman in high school. This senior girl that pretty much took it easy on me, and she was so fine, and it's like I wanted to show her how impressive of a time I would be. And she was wearing a pig face shirt one day, and I was just kind of talking about, I was like, well, what's that, And she's like, well, do you like any industrial, skinny puppy, like anything like that? And I was like, yeah, of course. And she recommended this, but she was like this goth girl that was just like, man, she was so smart. She was good at art, and I'm really glad that she didn't pick me because I didn't make the best choices in life. So
have you found her on Facebook yet? Maybe.
No, there was no way. She was one of those that just was like, I know, right? She's
unattainable.
She's got to understand that I am
white whale.
Yeah, the white buffalo. And I would say that, like, I probably stand a chance now because I'm so underground. You know what I mean? Like, I really am not mainstream.
You're at her level.
So
that's the guy with the Evanescence.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're wearing an Evanescence.
Guy with the Evanescence.
It's got to be like, I just, I don't get on trends. So I would like that to be my closing statement.
You are the funniest.
The norms.
Ever.
What's that?
You're the funniest son of a bitch I've ever fucking.
Well, thank you. Just remember, the best music is in the underground.
Hey.
Take it from me. I know what I'm talking about.
PSA over.
If you brought up,
I want to look at your face, but I keep seeing the Evanescence.
It's gonna be all right.
Yeah, you showed Macabre wearing an Evanescence shirt. I mean, that must.
I mean, there. Yeah. Wow.
Wild.
I would venture to say that yes, I think that these do complement each other nicely. You know what I mean?
Like a perfect.
Very interesting broad spectrum. But yeah, whoever that girl is, I love you. Still, I forgot her name, but I definitely. But I'll put it on me somewhere. I don't even.
She's probably watching right now.
To Byzantine.
Goth girl number one.
How damn funny you are. Like OJ.
I know, she's like, I knew he didn't like Pigface.
Hey,
She saw right through it.
Nikki, just to let you know, Todd told me I was the funniest fucking guy he met yesterday. So just take it for what
sure
it's
he told me
worth.
I was funny once too. Yeah, poor taste, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know. I would recommend me.
I would. Yeah,
you should see my Yelp reviews of me.
Yeah, right. Yeah, try me. If you've had enough of the dark, the death metal and black metal, why don't you stop on over by me?
I'm the least you could do.
Serge.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Serge and I are boycotting Ministry from now going forward, right, Serge?
Yeah, I'm kind of pissed about that.
That makes no sense to me.
Real quick story. So I was.
What do they do?
I gotta hear that.
So Ministry had a show last year. They were supposed to tour with KMFDM and Frontline Assembly. So I had tickets to that. They postponed it due to COVID.
Yep.
It was finally supposed to happen this year in October.
Although
they replaced KMFDM with Helmet because KMFDM couldn't get their European members over here in time. And now they postponed it again to spring, except now it's Ministry, Melvins, and Corrosion and Conformity, which I'm not interested in, so I'm out.
Nah, I'd
You sell your
I
ticket?
personally would still go see that because I think that's still a good bill.
I like
But the
corrosion.
problem is they fucked frontline assembly off completely. They didn't.
I mean,
they didn't tell them. They just said you're off the tour. That was it. And they
yeah,
had
I
already
mean,
bought.
that's not cool. They
No.
still call the tour like industrials, something of industry or
Industrial
industrial. I
strength.
forget what, but I'm
Yeah.
like, you
Oh,
don't even
yeah,
have
yeah, yeah.
industrial bands on anymore.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
they're-
forgot.
So I don't know, whatever. I've seen.
Well, they already made the T-shirts, so they gotta keep it industrial.
Yeah,
They'd
I mean,
have a
I was
big red X
there
over-
mainly for frontline,
They
so
have a big yellow X over frontline. And it'll have and helmet, and it'll just have COC and
Yeah.
Melvin's below it or something. Yeah.
See,
I
I
want
agree.
Oh,
The
no
newest
one
Ministry
can,
is worth your time for sure.
It is, it's
However, I have liked all of their albums thus far. So
Oh, the last 3 have been
Yeah, I haven't
utter
done any
shit.
of them. I
I
haven't
mean,
dug any.
they're also kind
I
of
liked
repetitive.
Relapse. I like From Beer to Eternity. You know, I actually
American
really liked
trash.
Americans.
Yeah, this is the last one I American't.
Awful.
You Americouldn't?
America shouldn't.
That one had Burton
Amera
all over
aborted.
it, just hiding in the shadows from Fear Factory. It was awesome.
Well, this is coming from the guy in the Evanescence shirt, so
I mean, there we
So-
go.
Get the greatest hits.
I'm looking for one. I'm looking for one now. I'm looking for one
I
now.
want to
man.
say something before we move on to Todd. Dude, it looks like you're wearing one of those little propeller hats with the way the fan is spinning over your head. It literally looks like.
About to take off.
It's a Halen hat, you sons of.
Well, seeing as how you guys
Cool
don't know
hat.
Todd as well as I do, he does wear the propeller hat quite frequently. So,
You never
Retail.
know.
all right, Todd,
Yeah.
you got
Yeah.
anything?
So
You got
what's he-
anything for
Yes.
the
SEC topic.
unclassifiable?
The white elephant in the room, and I think everybody already touched on it. Let's just go with Faith No More.
I left
That's-
them off just because I
that's
had Bungle.
Pretty
But
good
yeah.
one.
It's a pretty good one. That's arguably my favorite band other than Van Halen with the propeller hat here. Faith No More and okay, you want me to hit a dark horse here since this is a metal zone here. Samuel,
Who? What?
the black metal band Samuel.
Oh,
Samuel,
Samael?
yeah.
Yes, Samuel. I
I never knew how to pronounce it properly.
didn't either, so I'm just
Oh, that's a good pick,
Samael.
actually. Yeah.
that band went techno. They were pioneering. I mean, they were really early.
Yeah.
And they were using drum machines. I mean, we were talking about Ministry, like Samuel. They were using really aggressive riffs with clearly a drum machine. And the symphonic black metal, they started that. I'm sorry. Name a band before them that did that.
Well,
I'm
maybe
not-
Emperor. I don't know.
Maybe Celtic Frost, Emperor. No, Emperor were not before that. I mean, it was they were peers. That's I was listening to the album Passage, and I don't have it in hand, but you guys should check that shit out, man. It's like really technical guitar metal, but it's got keyboards and the drums are fake as hell. Which I think they even started that. I mean, that was around the Fear Factory era, where everyone was doing.
It's
Well,
96.
but Mission Sisters of Mercy was doing that way before everyone else. I mean, all those 80s bands were using the drum machine. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
an interesting choice. I think most people would say Samuel is
Black metal.
black metal or death metal, one or the
Well,
other.
They're wrong because
Black metal.
they have techno albums.
Yeah, no, they have flat out industrial stuff.
Yes,
That's true.
Like Ceremony of Opposites is like black metal with
Oh, yeah.
a hinge of industrial.
and yeah, Ceremony is and when they went to Passage, I mean that's me a landmark. Almost that was before Cradle of Filth and Immovable Gear started getting like really heavy on the drums and all that shit. Like, I had faith no more in Samuel.
Huh?
Wow, that's a power couple.
I go see that, Bill. I'd stay for
Yeah.
both bands too, Jacob.
Anybody who wasn't the rap guy like that, I would forward them to that recent semi-L stuff because I figured that might be up their alley. You know, just because, you know, kind of they're a little more interesting. You know, with the way, you know, Solar Soul. There were a few albums that they had some stuff in there that I enjoyed.
The last one I got was Hegemonomy, and that was pretty good. I like the industrial stuff. They do a good blend of it, and it's still very riffy.
Hey, Maya.
Oh, my.
Hey, I thought of another one that nobody brought up, and I mean, I'm going to be shocked if anyone here knows about him, except maybe Nick, maybe Kellen, because Kellen gets into some weird-ass fucking shit. Shub
That's a
Niggurath.
compliment.
What?
Anybody know Shub Niggurath?
Yep.
Mexico?
What a fucking weird band they are, man.
I don't own any of their stuff, but
I don't either.
I just got
I knew Kellen owned one. I knew he had to own it. I thought of anybody, he might be the one guy that actually owns something from them. I'm going to let him actually speak to them real quick because I think I've heard them and I almost bought like a greatest hits. No joke. Although it's not really greatest hits, but they had like a compendium of their work. And I was out with a buddy of mine. He's like, yeah, man, you ever listen to those guys? I'm like, I know they're fucking weird. Maybe I should grab some. But I'm curious if Kellen's going to come back with an album.
if you're naming yourself after
While we're waiting on Kellen, so Nikki, I followed your advice and I did pick this up pretty recently. So pretty happy about that.
Did you get it off Amazon?
They're going to reissue the early albums, I guess. Nuclear Blast got the right.
I got it at the record store. A grind has been on my mind. I did a stream last week, so you know, we've been hitting some of that grindy stuff. Also, I forgot to mention this. Another recent pickup. So Devin Townsend's one of those genre bending kind of guys.
So good.
What the hell is that?
Genius.
Acoustic.
This is the live acoustic set.
I didn't know he even had an acoustic
I didn't even
album.
know.
Dude, that can get you right in the fucking feels.
When did that come out, Rick?
Fuck he wants.
Something is that.
Here, this is from it was 2018 set.
Okay. I didn't know he even had that out.
I think it was this year, earlier this year. But yeah, listen to what I really like.
Yeah, Devin's all over the place, man. I mean, he can hit about 10 different genres, you know.
Has anyone heard the first Devin Townsend, like when he was in the Vi's band?
Oh,
yeah, it's great.
Sex and Religion.
Sex and Religion.
Great album.
That's a
real... it's a great album. It's just it's kind of weird, but I think Kellen wants to show us something. I have this feeling.
Find mine.
There we go. That's what I was looking at. I almost bought that.
So yeah,
playing those guys.
So very early. So this would have been, I think, 1990s, the first demo. A death metal project, technically, out of Mexico, but I mean, it's just one of those things where like regional contributions tend to change, like subgenre sort of sound. So this is like very ritualistic death metal in the same way that black metal. It shares that space. Obviously, very satanic. It's coming around the same time that like bands like Imprecation out of Texas.
Love Imprecation.
So it's that kind of sound. Now they became a bit more black metal, but you know, coming out of Mexico, it was totally unlike a lot of the other death metal that had a black metal focus. Like they don't sound at all like Deicide or anything like that in terms of the satanic element to it. This is, I think, the only full length that we get out of them. There's a whole lot of EPs and demos through the years, but amazing, you know, a Mexican death or black death band. Definitely check them out if you have not heard of them.
It's a very weird band, no question about it. But,
I just got this one recently. This is their EP, Evilness and Darkness Prevails from 1994. It's got some bonus tracks. It's got a demo on it, a couple demos on it. That just came out. This reissue. Pretty cool stuff.
Cool.
Actually, interestingly, that's not the Shub Niggurath I was thinking of.
Oh,
I was thinking of
well,
the.
I was wondering if it was the Mexican one.
No, it's the French version.
Oh,
Yeah.
Cool.
So it's not the same band. I didn't actually know there was two different bands.
I
How
think,
about that?
judging by the logo, that's the one I know.
I do not know the other
Yeah,
one.
it's a catchy name.
Okay.
I mean,
Well,
Lovecraftian references will always win
So
me
you learned
over.
about two, because the French band is very avant-garde, almost. They call it Zool, which is like this fucking weird, proggy, almost like foresty sounding metal. It's very strange, man. I mean, I've never heard anything like them. And but so there we go. There's two Shub Nigguraths. One has a hyphen and the other doesn't. I was thinking of the hyphen version. So.
Why aren't there three? Because it's such a catchy band name.
Yeah,
What's that?
absolutely.
Absolutely the worst band name possible.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
The Lobotomize is a good one.
Yeah.
For Lobotomize.
Lobotomize, yeah.
Oh man.
All right, we ready to move on to number 3?
Yeah, let's copy and paste. This is gonna be a fun one.
Serge, how are you sitting time-wise?
I'll probably drop after this one.
Okay. I
You want to go before me if you want.
It's fine.
Yeah, I got to drop after this one too.
All right, I gotta go grab a quick smoke. I'll be right back.
So, show a band or album naming a cover picture displaying a real life. So I'm gonna try and whip through these as quick as possible. One is a band that I don't hear anybody talk about. They've been around a long time. They formed in 1980, and they're like a Italian. They're heavy metal with doom elements, progressive riffing, and they're damn theatrical. Like you hear it in the vocals. So that is Dark Quarter, and this is the latest album. This is called Pompeii. So I don't know if you can see it. It's kind of dark, but there's Mount Vesuvius. There's all that shit going on. So I think it's what 79 AD. I think is when that volcano went off. So if there's an event, this is it.
Yeah, that was a pretty big one.
Cool cover.
But man, this is some epic ass shit, man. But Cruz del Sur put this out. So if you guys don't know that label, I mean they put out some really good shit. But I feel like this is one of those bands that they have quite a few releases, and I hear nobody talking about them. But they're pretty good. I mean, the vocals might take a little getting used to, but once you do, man, like it does kind of scratch that itch. But that's Dark Quarter, Pompeii. Another one is
Where are they from, Rick?
Italy.
Okay, that's right. You said that. Sorry.
Another one, pretty famous photograph, and that is, I'm going to just pull out so you can see it. So obviously, fresh fruit or rotting vegetables, Dead Kennedy. The Dead Kennedys have, this is the riots that happened when Harvey Milk was murdered. Who was the other guy? In San Francisco.
San Francisco.
So, this is very very iconic, and it's another one kind of worth bringing up. Another one is another commercial album, and
oh yeah,
actually that's a good one, dude.
I think that everyone's pick.
Oh, I almost picked that too.
What is the photo of?
It's a monk. It's
A monk that was protesting.
Buddhist monk that set himself on fire.
Yeah, when these guys say it, they mean it.
I'm trying to think where was that? Was that Vietnam or was it
Tibet, I believe.
Tibet? That's it, Tibet. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a Tibetan monk. So they were protesting the
Hello is here
regime.
too. Man.
Another one is.
You break it up a little bit.
Oh, what was that? Oh, I thought you said something.
Todd was saying something, but he was breaking up, so I asked him if he could repeat that.
Yeah, Todd, I noticed, man, your audio seems to be cutting. Did you move away from your Wi-Fi? Because it wasn't doing that early on at all.
No, sir. I hear you.
This one I did pull up, and that is I don't know if a lot of people are aware, but this band has a name based on an event, Ramstein.
I did not know that.
Yeah, actually, I'll read the little blurb. I actually pulled it up here. So it was an air.
That's what I had too. It's fine.
Did you? Gosh.
Yeah.
Stealing your thunder, and you're trying to get out of here. So it's an air disaster occurred in '88. 3 Italian planes collided midair, 370 miles per hour, while attempting a pierced heart maneuver, and then crashing into the crowd of 300,000. All 3 pilots died, along with 67 attendees, where there was 1,500 people attending. So, yeah, that was a shit show. And the last one is U2. So, U2 is the spy plane, but there's also an event based off where the Russians shot down the U2 spacecraft, spycraft, and it was being held hostage. And there was some negotiations that took place. The U.S. had to kind of trade a Russian captive in exchange for the American that was, being held by the Russians. So it was the Cold War stuff. So, it's not behind U2, but their name actually has a meaning. So those are my picks.
Mr. Arkham.
Okay. You want to go before me, Serge? No.
You can go. It's okay.
Okay, I'm quick. So I picked a death metal band from the 90s who put out a cover that was very not much in the style of other 90s death metal bands, with 94's World Demise. This is kind of a collage. This album is very much about pollution and stuff like that. But really, it was the back photo that always kind of interested me. An otter who had gotten caught up in an oil spill. Actually, the back here is another, kind of waterfowl that got caught in an oil slick. But this one, I had a T-shirt. I bought a T-shirt. It had the obituary logo on the front and this photo on the back in high school. And I got a lot of questions about that. What is going on here with this poor animal and this forest ranger or whatever, about to blow his head off.
Did you respond to "I don't care"?
Yeah, I don't care. And then
he kills that shit. I mean,
he really doesn't care.
Right. But it was such a different approach to like artwork, from a band that was, a year or two before talking about chopped in half and slowly rot. Now they're.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
It was just.
Because
and I always thought. Go ahead.
Their death metal band was doing death metal art, and that was real.
Yeah, definitely. Even inside, just like water sources being polluted, trash. This is a lady on the side of the road, or a lady in the city, homeless with AIDS. Please help. Just kind of strange and shit. But yeah, I don't know. This photo was always one that stood out to me. It's kind of a pretty extreme, pretty shocking.
And sonically, and I'm sorry to even put in here, but I like your picks.
Yeah.
You got to hear the Earth Crisis, like we were talking about, like hardcore bands. Like, I think Obituary had the biggest influence on hardcore band.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, I could hear it.
Like the politics, the screaming. I don't know, but go ahead. I love
Beat and groove.
Yes.
Yeah. So, it's obviously Obituary, but this one kind of stands out among the others as being just a slightly industrial tinge, especially songs like Boiling Point,
Yep,
Redefine, maybe even Kill for Me. Just slightly kind of has that kind of industrial slight influence.
Yeah, Redefine has like almost like a hip hop drum loop that plays before.
Yeah,
the song.
at the beginning,
Yeah.
like if we're going through the radio dial.
Yep.
Yes.
I don't even know what song that is. It's probably like a real hip hop song. Come baby, baby, come. I don't know what song that is.
Here where
I think that's the only place I've ever heard it. Just one more quick one, kind of tongue in cheek, but Hypocrisy's Abducted. Not a photo, obviously, of something real, but they do that song Roswell 47
Dude.
about the alien abductions and alien autopsies and all that kind of conspiracy theory kind of fun stuff.
I like the too.
What'd you say?
The Arrival.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, this is like the first in kind of a string of kind of alien type influenced albums, kind of centered around what happened there at Roswell, New Mexico, and even the new one. I think the cover, the new one of the cover, the cover of the new one has some alien type imagery, I think, as well.
Yeah,
So,
I think Pat.
Yeah,
Packard,
End of disclosure.
yeah, that one
Pat,
too. Right?
Packard's a big fan.
It has the
of
alien Baphomet, which I got the poster hanging up. It's so cool.
Yeah, this is this was okay. I saw them 2002.
That's so cool.
Hypocrisy, Kill Switch Engage, and Soilwork. I got Peter's autograph, and that's the other one. The top one's Speed Strid from Soilwork.
Awesome.
So yeah, and yeah, this one's cool. I listened to this one today. It's been a little while. The last three tracks totally sound like Pink Floyd to me.
Dude, they
Really spaced out.
that Peter
Cool.
Tägtgren, right?
Yeah.
Producer. He's phenomenal. I think I sent Jeff something off The Arrival, and he dug it too. Like the Fretless. That trilogy is phenomenal, but everything they do is fantastic. I'm glad you brought that. Sorry.
Yeah,
Oh.
Hypocrisy is always a big.
while we're on the band, did anybody see that new video they just dropped?
Yeah, I saw that dropped. I haven't watched it.
With the chemical horror one, or they have a newer one?
It's
Chemical horror.
it's the zombie one.
Oh, and I don't
Oh, I don't know if I've seen that one.
All right, well, I gotta watch one then.
It's the budget putting this.
That's going to be one of those instant pre-orders for me.
Oh yeah, I'm diehard fan
I like the
for
song.
years.
They're a killer band. I
Yeah.
snoozed on them a long time, and I'm not sure why, but they're incredible.
All
That's
right.
it for me.
Sorry for stealing that one, Serge.
No worries. Well, yeah, since you did steal Rammstein, I think I did mention this before, but Sorny Nye by Khan. So this depicts the Dyatlov Pass incident, where a bunch of skiers died in Russia. So I think I did talk about that before. I guess this was kind of cheating because it's not a specific event, but it's an event, right? Tour de France by Kraftwerk.
Oh, there you go.
Nice.
I had to dig deep for that one. Since I do have to drop, you guys mind if I do the last question real quick?
Yeah.
At that
Which was, I think, a split or collaboration.
yeah. Just punch it in the comments real quick.
So this was a fun one for me because I'm a huge fan of both people, or both projects. So this is David Gilmour and the Orb.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
I own that. That's awesome.
I love both, right? I love Floyd, I love the Orb. So this is it's a cool opportunity to see them collaborate. It basically sounds like, the Orb with cool guitar. So
What year is that from, Serge?
let's see.
2015. Maybe earlier than
I never grabbed that.
2010.
that. Yeah.
Isn't that old? Wow.
Yeah, it was around for a while, but And it's produced by Youth, by the way.
Yeah, from Killing Joke.
Yeah. I mean, Youth has been involved with
He's-
various
yeah, he's-
sword projects on and off, so
He's done a lot, especially dub projects. He's big on the dub thing.
yeah. And then another fun collaboration for me was the Sano Boris
That's a good one.
collaboration. It was Altar, I think was the name. Yeah. So I mean, kind of again, Jeff and I saw them when they toured together after this. So
Yeah, that was one of the weirdest shows ever. I mean, the backline went down like 3 different times, and it was about 8 million degrees in that place, and they had about 25 smoke machines, so you literally couldn't see more than 3 feet in front of your face, and yeah, it was probably the loudest show I've ever been at.
yeah, I mean, it was. I mean, the first of all, just the amount of fucking amps or
That's right.
cabinets that they had behind them was insane.
Yeah, you're
Clearly way more than the venue could support, but
yeah. Where was that at again?
that was at the Masonic Temple in Brooklyn.
In Brooklyn, that's
Which
right.
I was a little bit disappointed because I really wanted to see like, Masonic Temple. I want to see some like eccentric esoteric shit, but it was like
It was pretty bland, wasn't it?
yeah, it was pretty bland. I was
But
like,
that show was pretty fucking. As I recall, it was pretty killer once they figured out the.
yeah, I
electric.
mean, when things actually worked, it was a great show.
I mean, Atsuo on the drums kept fucking jumping up and doing the rock star thing, and everybody else was dressed in like monks' hoods and
yeah, they were all in robes, obviously,
Robes,
as they
yeah.
usually are, and well, Sano anyway.
Yeah, that was cool.
A lot of fog machine and shit. And then one quick collaboration. So this was a cool one that people may not know, which is Robert Fripp and Theo Travis.
Yeah, I don't have that one.
It's called Follow. So, kind of like if you know Theo Travis at all. So it's like ambient jazz soundscapes, but with like Fripp contributing guitar and his soundscapes as well.
I was gonna say, is he doing the Frippertronic stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Very, very cool collaboration. But again, if you're a fan of either one, I think you'd like that.
Cool, man. Some good ones there. Off the beaten
All right,
path.
guys. Yeah, I do have to jump. Sorry.
All right, brother. Good
Yep.
seeing you, man.
Problem, man.
Good
It's
hanging as
Yeah,
always.
take it easy, man.
Yep.
Later.
Good seeing you, Serge.
See you, Serge.
All right, this is easy. Kellen.
Okay, so I don't have a physical copy of this one, but I got a little bit of story here. So this is Leftover Crack with Mediocre Generica. So the story is choking victim, basically short story here. Choking victim breaks up and Leftover Crack sort of takes over. They're anarcho-communist from New York, very political band. They wanted to name this album Kill the Kids at School. And the original album, so basically they were signed to Hellcat Records. Hellcat is like, we are absolutely not going to, this is in 2001, mind you, so 2 years after Columbine. So we are not going to use that title. And the album cover had a photo of like facing the camera, was facing from behind a man holding a handgun, looking at a recess, like a school recess. So we were not going to do that. So the band instead titles it Mediocre Generica in protest. And this album is released on September 11th, 2001. So
Same as I said.
is precedent. So, and then 2004, they get off of Hellcat. They are signed with Alternative Tentacles, and they release Fuck World Trade. And on this album cover, I don't know if you can see.
Oh my god!
Oh, that's fucked.
So this, by the way, in terms of who you're looking at, that is George Bush holding a Halliburton gas pump.
Yeah.
Spewing gas. That is Dick Cheney lighting a match, and that's Rudy Giuliani cheering them on over there with a remote control.
And that was
Yeah.
put out in 2004?
2004. So in the midst of the war on terror,
Yeah.
well, war in Afghanistan and Iraq, that album comes out.
Seems pretty accurate today, now that we know what we know.
How prophetic is that?
As soon as that topic came through, it was like I knew exactly what album cover I wanted to use, but I literally went to the record store that day hoping to find it because I didn't have a copy anymore from back when I was in college, and my friends and I liked that record, so couldn't find it. I hit Rick up being like, is it okay if I don't have the actual copy? He's like, all good. So anyway.
Nice.
That's
nice.
my choice.
Got an interesting story behind it, man. That's
Yeah. That's pretty wild. And they are a punk band, you said?
Yeah, so it's like, I mean, Choking Victim is very much like a hardcore band, but Leftover Crack is like it's a little bit more fun. Like it's anarcho, but it's also like ska.
Okay. A little bouncy.
Yeah, they're a little bit more fun than just like a straight hardcore band. But obviously, like the politics, literally, like, you know, there's, if you look at the song titles here, like, you know, you can tell what they're about.
The good, the bad, the leftover crack.
So anyway,
Nice.
a very political band, but obviously, you know, with that kind of album artwork, and this is like a very dark, dystopian sense of humor to them. So
that's insane.
Especially 2004. I mean, that was still pretty.
Sure.
Pretty
I mean, I
close.
can imagine like
The day.
Hellcat. That's the first record they had with them, right? That's their first signing. So they walk into that room and they're like, "Hey, we want to name our album Shoot the Kids at School."
Around that time, there were still the terrorist codes. It's like, we're in red today. We're in yellow.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
2004. I mean, I guess Operation Shock and Awe is 2003. I was I think a senior in high school when that was happening. When they first started to bomb Baghdad.
Shock and Awe, yeah.
Yeah.
Can you show
And
that again?
so-
Helen, I had to step out for a second.
Sure.
Can you show it again?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, the album cover.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
I had to step out for a minute to handle something. What the hell is that?
So we have a Halliburton gas pump,
Yeah, got it.
and then over we have, I mean, there's the towers, and then that's
Oh,
Cheney and Rudy Giuliani
oh,
over here.
oh.
So yeah.
And who's Leftover Crack? What are they?
So Leftover Crack's like a anarcho ska punk band out of New York.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's like
Yeah,
I was
I get it.
kind of describing.
Okay.
It's a little bit more fun than like a straight hardcore, like Choking Victim is that style, but
Right. Yeah, but I get the symbolism now. Yeah.
it's not subtle.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Do you think those guys voted for Trump then? I'm a little confused.
Probably not. Maybe.
I mean, I think, you know, we were talking about core, you know, terms. They had like at one point in time called themselves squat core, like due to the sleeping, like housing.
Oh wow, no shit.
Yeah.
Not
So
like
they were
eating
going
too
back-
much
It
cheese
was
and not
almost
being
like
able to poop.
like a crust. You know,
Yeah, they were harkening back to the early days of punk aesthetic.
sure. Yeah.
Where all those
And
guys.
I think that they have a pretty well like documented relationship with the, you know, New York Police Department and
Of course,
all that
yeah.
stuff. So.
I'm sure it's all good.
So just a misunderstanding. That's what it was.
Met circumstances, you know.
Yeah.
I think maybe they were, you know, top volunteer deputies or something.
A lot of jaywalking. I'm pretty sure that's it. All right. So I went with pictures, covers that are mostly just, you know, real life events. Some of them more meaningful than others, but some of them actually pretty meaningful. And I don't know if anyone put this one up yet, but
Nope.
Malcolm's debut, Inhale Exhale. This is actually a photo of a Russian protest in the 80s against pollution. They had this giant theme with
Oh.
all the gas masks and everything, and, you know, I mean, carried over in the back. Just
Oh,
added
wow.
a nice little grainy filter to it and made it look older and grimier. Slap that logo on there. Bam.
That's cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, grindcore classic, by the way, in my mind. And then just for shits and giggles. Dead Kennedys, Frankenchrist. You get the Shriners and the little cars. I love them. They're fucking adorable.
Those guys are cool.
Who the hell doesn't want a little whatever the fuck that is? I want one. I want two of them. And all right, this is where it starts getting dark. Neurosis, pain of mind. Does anyone know who Bud Dwyer is?
Yeah.
Does anyone not know who Bud Dwyer is?
I watched it live on TV, guys.
We've talked about this before.
I think it's still on YouTube. You can actually.
Oh, it is.
Yes.
I think I might know what you're talking about, Nick. I don't know. I don't know if I'm correct, but I do know. I think I've seen. Is that the guy who killed himself on live television?
Yes, it is.
Because I saw that video, and that's pretty fucked.
And the thing about it is, the thing they were accusing him of is he was innocent of it. You know.
Well, he professed his innocence, but I think they found out he was absolutely guilty. He just said
he was
guilty, but he never admitted any wrongdoing whatsoever. Nope. He simply read a letter and then passed his will to someone standing just next to him, and then
he passed it.
I was that was 1982 or 81.
God, it was early 80s. But
no. It was after I was out of high school. We were
and the cameras were on.
And I was out of high school in 84. I want to say it was 86. My buddies and I were living together, and it was a big snowstorm that day. This is in Pennsylvania. It happened in Harrisburg.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I'm down in Lancaster. I'm only 45 minutes away from there.
And this guy's the comptroller.
We had the TV on.
Treasurer.
Okay.
Yeah, he was the treasurer, I believe.
Okay.
We were watching the TV, and that came on. They interjected to do like a live statement thing or whatever, because he was holding this press conference, and boom! Just as he pulls the gun out, they fucking cut the camera. They have it on film, but they managed on Channel 8 to get the feed cut just as he was ready to blow his brains out.
Wow.
Yeah, there wasn't much of a pause when he pulled the gun out.
Yeah.
And of course, Filter's great big hit was, "Hey man, nice shot."
Yep. But this is actually the reissue of this. Neurosis, Pain of Mind had a different cover.
Yeah, I was going to say I didn't think that was the original cover.
Yeah, that's a hell of a reissue cover.
Yeah.
But very different Neurosis album. This is the punk years. Punk on LSD, because they were big into hallucinogens and writing punk. So it's a weird album. I still like it. And then, more human fun.
Oh yeah,
Nail Bomb. I was thinking that one too.
Point Blank. Yeah.
I figured somebody else might have.
Yeah, Vietnam. I mean, we even got a little bit of I believe that's Watts Riot on the back. Yeah, a lot of friendly human interaction. One of the best one-off albums of all time. I absolutely love this album to this day. I jam Cockroaches fucking all the time.
Dude.
Yeah.
Thank you for reminding me of that album. Thank you.
So fucking good.
I can get behind, man.
And then
Proud to Commit Commercial Suicide.
Yep, that one's. I have that one too. I had to go with Point Blank.
Oh yeah.
But I don't know if anyone showed this.
Yeah,
Rick got it.
Okay, all right. Yeah, self-immolating
and I
Buddhist monk
with my goddamn hat.
All right. Now for pure gross out factor.
I knew you were going to go there. I knew you were going to go there.
Posthumous humiliation. I don't think his teeth are supposed to be there. I think he caught the biggest uppercut ever.
That's beyond nasty.
They're still straight though. He had good teeth.
Yeah, I mean, most of them. I mean, it kind of had the upper jaw.
Not enough blood there.
I think most of it had left the body by the time they hovered over and took a picture.
Yeah.
I mean, he might have set the record for world's biggest smile right there.
It's a good flannel shirt, though. I bet he was a handsome man.
I wonder if they saved that shirt.
I mean, it looks like it's partially salvageable. I mean, this
ended up in the
maybe this was an alternate cover for what Poison's Open Up and Say Ah.
There is an alternate cover. There is.
I think the alternate cover was just a big fucking sticker over it.
Just a black slipcase.
Oh shit! No, wait. There's the rest of his face. Found it.
Oh, Christ, dude!
Oh, damn!
All that. Oh,
okay.
Damn
You're
it.
welcome for the nightmares. And then, just for shits and giggles, typo negative, slow,
Oh,
deep,
yeah.
and hard.
Delicious. I mean, what?
Stefan, do I need to tell you what this is?
What a
I have no idea what. I feel it looks like sand.
It's very up close. So, it's a penis in a vagina. Now that I said that,
Well, the problem is
It still looks like sand.
And this video won't be up tomorrow.
Track one.
Stefan's not used to seeing them look like that. He's used to seeing them on Pornhub. So,
well, I mean, occasionally they shoot those videos in like night vision, right?
Night vision.
Oh yeah, Paris Hilton.
I thought you were gonna.
Dude,
I thought you were gonna go with the origin of the feces.
Nope. I don't have an original of that one. I just have the
reissue,
preferred cover.
Yeah, the
honestly.
preferred cover. Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Sweet, Nick. Thanks for all the
Those are
good memories.
great.
Thanks for all the good memories, Nick.
I saw there was a window. There was a window there. It was like, oh, dude, do I show off that one? Because I mean, the other Piss Grave album, that one's gross, but not nearly as fucking disturbing as that one.
Well, that Leprophiliac album with the
rotting
guy hanging in the suicide forest.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty messed up too.
Will melt your face off.
Oh.
Right.
All right.
Yeah,
Birds.
The nail bomb one was the first one that came to mind, honestly, and then awesome one. Get a little bit of history there.
That's interesting. I didn't know about that about the Nazem.
Yeah, that was something I found out like actually a few years ago because we were talking about doing like not necessarily a ranking for Nazem because there's only 4 albums, so maybe like a retro review. But I was doing some research and we had to put it back for something else, but eventually we want to do it. But yeah, I was like, oh wow, that is pretty cool.
Stefan, you got any jokes you want to crack or anything? Nothing. Guitar riffs.
Did you have a Piss Grave album and that was the one?
And I never got into Piss Grave at all.
If you just show us something gross, maybe you'll get a pass.
Don't open that up for him.
Kind of expecting a Mayhem album from Stefan on this.
Yeah.
one.
A certain
one.
Of something heart something.
Yeah.
Kind of playing along that same theme.
Dead Plays Dead.
You don't have that one,
Really
Stefan?
well.
Actually, I do. I actually do.
Oh.
No show and tell.
Okay.
I don't actually have that one.
Actually, I'm Rick.
All right. We'll keep moving it along.
No.
That same theme. Does anybody have the Brugeria?
No, it's not that. I wanted to. I actually do have. I wanted to show.
Oh.
Go grab it.
No, I already have it with me.
Which one? Matando Gueros?
Please.
Yes.
Oh, actually, yeah. I actually have it.
Tagueros.
Oh, you had it. You had a
Yeah.
real nice.
Dawn of the Black Hearts. Yes, sir, he does.
Yeah. It's actually a DVD type of box. Actually, this is the CD.
Cool.
But yeah, this is the picture of Pelle Olin after he committed suicide. Actually, which is I did. It always like disappoints me because I was like the stuff I heard about this guy back then. Like I was like, I wish someone would have helped him before he did this to himself. It could have been different. A person suffering with depression and then you find out he did this because Euronymous basically left him alone to wither in the sorrows, and he just did that actually. So
music.
I just wish that someone would have helped him actually.
Yeah.
I read that he hit his head as a kid or something, and kind of chained off from there, and I think it was interviews with his family.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically what happened actually.
If you go with like Mayhem history, I mean, they really weren't that great of a band. Let's be honest.
I don't like the Death Crush EP, honestly.
I'm glad you admitted that. I don't either.
I like some of the live performances, the early live performances, and that's it.
I think Pella, like Ed, his vocals are thick.
No, I love his vocals. So Pella's vocals are incredible. Like really, I just love what he does for black metal back in the time. Even before that, with Morbid, that was really good.
I like Morbid. I mean, it's apart from Mayhem. I like the more thrashier direction. Morbid is.
Yeah, I just like I like what Jacob said with all the live stuff. I like that a lot. But anything after that just kind of got a little after a while.
That's like a legendary band that never really good.
Agreed, Marty.
You're cutting out.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we can't hear you anymore.
Oh,
I don't know what's going on with your audio, but you're cutting out really bad like you used to.
Yeah. No,
Not sure why.
Attila's the dude.
Yeah, Attila's good. D Mysterious Dome Satanus is great. I like it.
It's good, but it's not the quintessential.
I
Yeah,
agree.
the Mysterious.
I agree. It's not a.
I like
must-
Psychic Warfare. I think that's an awesome album for Mayhem.
I like the newer one more than that one. Demon. I
Oh,
think
yeah.
Demon.
That-
Demon.
That
he
was
dropped that EP.
Dude, the EP. Dude, the punk covers were on it. Like, I love, of course, the stuff they wrote that was theirs. I thought it was really good. But the punk covers were probably the most fun there. I just thought they just kind of just said, fuck it, let's just have fun. You know, the thing that black metal bands kind of do every now and then.
I don't know, I like Demon too. It's a ways apart from their old stuff. It sounds like a different
Yeah.
band. Like everything's different. Production, just everything. So
Yeah,
that's why I kind of revisited them. I kind of gave up on them, and I revisited them after that. I'm like, you know what? It's not so bad.
I got a bit of the.
I really like a Grand Declaration of War too. I thought that was just like that thing is like a living piece of art, almost just a artwork rather. It's so strange, but it's intriguing.
and if I'm not mistaken, that has like brutal artwork.
Yeah, like barbed
Yeah, it's
wire
a
and-
dove that's trapped in barbed wire. Yeah,
Yeah.
but they redid that one, and now it's like a half-naked Jesus. I
Yeah,
think.
they have an alternate cover.
You know, it's stimulating, but
Yeah, nothing gets me, chuffed like a half-naked Jesus.
well, yeah,
I mean,
he had the perfect.
Isn't he
form.
always like half naked?
Wait, was it a pre or post crucifixion? That's a kind of deal breaker for me.
I think
Well,
with
he got
black
the real
metal,
edit
it's
worked
always.
out, while he was crucified.
I was gonna
He's like-
say, yeah.
I do know one thing. He's got some pretty good abs.
I mean, dude. I mean, up there, just man, get swole for fucking Christ.
Right?
Gains, bro. Gains.
Is that the one where he starts singing "Always Look on the Bright Side of Life"?
Life's a piece of shit when you look at it.
Brian,
All right, what's up, Jake?
Not much. What's up with you?
I'm just,
Talking about
I'm
Jesus
just-
stuff.
I'm just sitting here listening.
Oh,
You want to work
sitting
out
here
with the
listening to
Lord,
my Alice
brother?
in Chains great
Corn.
Nice. Me too. Does anybody have Matando Guerreros by Brujeria? That kind of fits the
No,
theme right now.
I do not.
these
Well, I don't have a copy of that one.
on cassette, but
Got
Agree,
Dio,
Oh, Dio.
Holy Diver Live.
Holy
That's
Diver.
the live picture outside the venue during the show. Nah,
Sold out show.
Oh,
Yep.
I wish I was at that show.
honestly, I had a really hard time with this one. So I looked over at my stack of new editions, and here's this picture of this old couple holding a string of fish.
Gone fishing.
Don't know when or where that was taken, but real life event right there.
They were eating
Yeah.
good that night.
Oh, hey, Grandma.
William Elliott Whitmore. It's folky country mixed with a little bit of like blues and funk.
Well, depending on what kind of fish those are, it could be a
That's
crappy
my grams.
Yeah, I'm guessing those are bluegill or perch
fish. Looks
based
crappy
on
to
the
me.
size. I
Can
don't
I
know,
buy you a fish sandwich?
but yeah, that's what I got.
Extra tartar sauce.
Fishy fish, fish.
Hey, make sure you take the camera quickly, dear, before the fish smell.
What the hell?
All right. I guess we'll keep moving it along.
All right. I didn't really understand this one.
God damn!
too
I
much.
just saw Nikki's shirt. That is fucking awesome, dude.
Hey, Golden, bro.
Shirt is
Hey,
awesome,
Golden.
man.
What is? Oh, the
Shirt
Golden
is
Girls.
awesome. Oh my god, that shirt is awesome, dude.
That show
I
is still
love
up.
it. Is it a little better?
It's
I figure
even
we
better
keep
that the
things-
sleeves are cut off.
That's so brutal.
Oh,
That's so underground.
Hey,
Getting swole
Don't-
for them gals.
That's so
We'll keep-
underground.
don't
Man.
look.
We'll keep
don't
things
look now,
intense
Nicky,
here.
but you got
This is
B.
my
Arthur
workout
between your
shirt.
breasts.
Forget Jesus on the cross. I just need Nicky in that shirt.
Were you crushing on B. Arthur? When you were when actually,
Oh my god, yeah. Could you really pick a favorite? Honestly,
Spaghetti.
all
Hey,
of them
Nicky.
smoking.
Nicky, is that your workout shirt?
This is my workout shirt. Absolutely,
Damn, bro. I'm
This
kind
This one gets me going. This one gets me looks.
I'm telling you, if that girl from high school saw you in that shirt right now, there's no way you'd be able to resist you.
I know. I wonder if she's still goth. I was actually, admittedly, still thinking about her as this stream was going on. But then I realized that in my memory, she stops at high school age. So
Right.
I gotta cut it out.
There you go.
That's enough. No one's gonna cancel me. So this one was kind of tough. So I went like real cerebral with it, and I did some stuff that's kind of historical, other stuff that is just the human condition kind of thing. Stuff that like when I looked at whether I was a kid or what, I was like, hey, this is pretty badass. First one, actually, huge album for me that I loved. Biohazard.
Yeah.
oh yeah.
Urban Discipline, basically just the band flexing their chops and showing that they are against the gentrification and that of urban areas. And here you've got a kid playing hopscotch inside of like a chalk outline. And as a kid, for me, I was like, all right, well, hey, you know, we'll take a gamble, and I think that it paid off in spades. It's excellent album.
That was a cool album back
I
in the
love
day.
that album still.
Second one, a little bit of American history, another favorite of mine. Iced Earth, This Glorious Burden, or the Glorious Burden. I'm sorry.
Which one's John Schaefer? Where's he at?
What's that?
Where's
Yeah,
John
this is
Schaefer
actually
at?
the storming of the Capitol.
That band did not age well at all.
John Schaefer is a true American
You guys
patriot.
me off.
Absolutely.
Did he carry a musket in there? I thought it was bear mace.
Oh, this one's great because
Musket,
it
bear
covers.
mace, you know.
This one covers essentially all different kinds of.
It's not.
It spans wars from our entire history up through now. And then we have the second disc, which is all about storming the Capitol. So that one, this is a limited edition
was gonna say,
re-release.
That's got to be a
with
special
the
edition.
Storming the Capitol EP.
Wait, did the funds for that edition go to like his lawyers?
I like
His
that.
defense
Right.
fund and his witness relocation.
The next one, I would say, is probably like this was more my like just out of high school, still into metalcore and stuff like that. But I never thought that there was a more violent, suggestive cover to where it was almost like I couldn't believe that it made it onto onto a record, especially since it was an anti-terrorism, an anti-state of the United States kind of cover. And that's Remembering Never with Women and Children Die First.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, like, you know, when you take a look at this, it's at a glance nowadays, it's kind of like, eh. But when this came out in like 2004, at the height of like, you know, buy yourself an American flag in one way or another and get it on your car, your house, wherever, this was kind of a statement that I almost felt like this is naughty. This is a naughty one. And speaking of naughty, the next one is let's see here.
The Golden Girls soundtrack.
This is one that I often think about, and when I was a little bit younger and I first got put on to this band because of my love of power metal, and at the same time having people that are just like you know, if you like power metal, try this, because I was kind of hanging out with like an older crowd while I was doing like guitar lessons and stuff like that. And one of the dudes that I hung out with put me onto this band right here, Vicious Rumors.
Oh, nice.
This is a nun with a gas mask that's spanking, assumedly, another nun.
I'm not sure
I feel like there's
nuns actually.
I feel like there's a lot to be taken in here. I kind of
What's
feel
the
like
historical
this.
significance?
I was gonna say that looks like.
Oh,
she's
this
getting
is a
ready to
real
take
life
something,
event. We're gonna go based off of that. This really happened.
The significance is
I
nuns
like
have
that.
all the fun.
Yeah,
Usually they
exactly.
get none.
This is. I think this makes a statement all on its own. I don't know what they were going for, because they, you know, this album is it's not good. But
Which one is that?
What's that?
Which album is this?
This is what is this? Psychotic or Sadistic Symphony.
Between that
so it's
shirt
a,
and
you
that
know,
album, Nikki, you're about to get me full sale.
I'm about half-mast right now. Don't
about to get what?
I prefer to get that stuff.
That's
right.
Jeff,
I just feel like it's a prolific cover. You never know what it could be. I mean, it could be prog, it could be 70s jam, it could be the rebirth of Typo. You really don't know. You know what I mean? And then they cleverly put the name right on her butt cheek, right there.
Oh, I didn't notice.
Which is of course superimposed. But the rest of this really happened, so this actually still pertains to the topic.
Are you familiar with Waco and Jesus at all?
It's porno going.
Yes, I am.
It looks like some like one of their covers. Like they do shit like that.
Right. Oh well, I gotta
Well,
get
Waco
going,
Jesus
everybody.
actually-
Thank you so much for having me. Always a pleasure.
Did you have on the
Thank you
board?
for being a friend, man.
Did you have a number?
And shout out for my favorite split. The only thing I thought of was the Poacher Diaries from Converge and Agoraphobic Nosebleed. That's still one of my all-time favorites. I think Converge was never more alive than they were on that split, even though I like everything that they do. So that's all. I thank you all for being a friend, and I'm out of here.
All right, Nikki.
Take it easy, y'all.
Bye, Nikki.
See you, Nikki.
Hey, Nikki.
Good night.
That is the funniest person I have ever fucking heard.
Well, you know, when it came out the Evanescence shirt, you know you were in for a ride.
Dude, I mean, the switch up to the Golden Girls too. I mean, that's a 1-2 fucking punch. I wasn't
Be
prepared
artful.
for.
That Golden Girl.
Rue McClanahan.
I'm emailing Nikki after the show's over and finding out where I can get that Golden Girl shirt.
Dude, there's one on the Meyer. I mean, it's not that one, but it just has like them and then just a Stay Golden underneath it.
You know what we really need? What we really, really need is a Golden Girls in corpse paint shirt. That's what we really need.
That would be crazy.
I'm strangely aroused by that. Let's
I know.
do it.
I figure you would be. Nick.
Where's the future thumbnail idea, Rick?
Just nothing screams hardcore like Estelle Getty's in corpse paint.
Man, I parody other stuff, man. It doesn't have to be metal.
But I'm
All
holding
right,
a teeny string guitar.
Todd, do you have any? I forget what the topic was. What the fuck was the topic?
Picture
albums,
photos.
historical.
Pictures. album covers that depict real
Okay,
life
okay.
stuff.
Yeah, I did, and it's Wake Up and Smell the Carcass.
Oh,
It's John F. Kennedy's brains blown out.
Yep.
I mean,
Is
We're
it?
back to this. We're back to this subject.
I started
really?
it. I think. I ruined everything.
I don't have anything else to say. I mean, Nick probably has the goddamn album.
Oh,
Actually,
of course
I don't
he does.
because I looked for it. I was like, shit, I have a different one. I have a
Oh, he
mishap
doesn't
in
have it.
operations.
I have that one. I just pulled it.
Someone's got it, so switch off me. But that's the one.
I don't have it. Believe it or not.
Wake Up and Smell the Carcass, and there is a track on there that sounds Van Halen as fuck, but it's tuned down to Carcass. So
I didn't know that.
Edge of Darkness?
What is Wake Up and Smell the Carcass? Is that
It's like
live?
it's a compilation.
Oh, it's compilation.
yeah,
Okay.
it is. It
I
is.
just pulled it.
But
I
there
don't
are
have that.
like new tracks. No,
Yes.
Oh,
There's about looks
okay.
like 5 new tracks and then some demos, some stuff from all their. It's artwork all the way back to the early stuff.
Most of it's
Oh, there we go.
Wake up. And
Yes.
stuff like this.
okay.
Oh, okay. I do recognize that.
That's
now. Okay.
That's a real track. That's a real album cover. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Is that actual a real photograph of
Yeah.
Kennedy?
Yeah. This is autopsy.
Oh
photo.
my god! I never saw that picture though.
So I win.
Wow.
Joking, but
Yeah.
That's gruesome.
but there's a track on there. I think it's track 5 or 6, and Halen.
I told you so. Corporate rock really does suck.
That's it.
That's the one.
You can go enough of a rabbit hole. You can find all those autopsy photos and stuff. Those Marilyn Monroe, anybody basically want. I mean, it's out there.
Yeah, but Arcus, man. I mean, they were sticking it right there in the right.
You're breaking up again.
I might have to leave this one out and listen to it. It's been a while.
Yeah, I've honestly never seen that out in the wild to grab.
I think they were signed to Capitol.
I'm pretty sure you leave that up off the reach from the kids, right?
Yeah, this is with the Cannibal Corpse stuff up high.
Thank you.
Oh, that was funny today. We were down here like playing Legos, and my son was like, "We listen to Overkill." And
Are you serious?
He likes the song "Come and Get It" on. I think it's on the Electric Age. He loves that song.
Nice. How old is he?
He's 9.
That's good.
Overkill. I'm like, really? You want to listen to Overkill? He's like, yeah. He's been playing it on his little Echo Dot.
Nice.
I had no idea.
And you just got that warm, fuzzy feeling all over, didn't you?
I did. I was like, yeah, we can listen to Overkill.
Yeah,
Let's do that.
Fuck yeah, dude. Give me
Great idea.
5.
I
Yeah,
Give your old man 5.
You know, the one, all the stuff in store.
All right, I don't have anything to show, but I do have 2 quickies. Obviously, the very first Led Zeppelin album.
Yeah.
It has
Holy
the
shit.
Hindenburg going down, which is pretty iconic, I would say. And I guess the second album actually has the Hindenburg again, somewhere on it. And then the other one, which I was reminded of today when I was talking to Devin, was that in 2001, Dream Theater put out Live from New York City on September 11th, 2001, the very day that the towers were hit. They put out this double live album that was recorded in New York, and on the front of the album was the burning, it was the apple and the symbol of the apple and the barbed wire, and the 2 towers were in the background burning in the fire. They immediately recalled the album, and it's now a collector's item. I managed to get a copy because the guy that I shopped with, his mom and pop store, Stan's Record Bar, held a few back and didn't send them all back. He said he sold them, and he knew I was a big Dream Theater fan at that point in time, and he saved one. Has anybody seen that one? Does anybody have that one? Rick?
I know the
maybe?
cover. I generally don't buy live albums, unfortunately.
What's that, Nick? I'm sorry.
Oh, I've seen the cover. I just generally don't buy live albums, so I probably just skipped over because I went shopping on because I got fucking Slayer's "God Hates Us All." It also came out.
That came out the same day. Yep.
Yeah.
Crazy how many like coincidences happened that day, man. Just
Yeah,
like
isn't that weird? Isn't that totally weird? It was total coincidence. And I don't know, Rick. You can't. Rick, do you know how to? Rick, take me off blown up.
Oh, you done?
Yeah, I'm done. Rick? Do you know how to share the screen at all? Can you? Or you don't?
I can try. I got it pulled up.
You haven't figured that out yet? No.
Should I try? Because I have it pulled up.
Yeah, pull up. Do you have the album pulled up?
Yeah.
Yeah, see if you can show that because it's pretty weird, man. It's like unbelievable that happened at the.
Let me see if I can. Oh, okay, here it is.
Yep.
There you go. Isn't that crazy?
Damn.
So they put that out on September 11th, and the planes hit the fucking towers on September 11th, and it's like, wow. You know,
Wow.
Now I have one copy of that is unopened. I only bought one from it, and I've not opened it.
You've never opened it? Wow.
I never opened it in 20 years. Still sitting there with the price tag on it. I think the price tag was $14.99 for a double CD, or $15.99 maybe. And they typically go for $80 to $120. There was a period where they were going for like $250 at one point, way back, a bunch of years earlier. And I almost sold it, and I didn't, and now they've gone way down. But I don't know. I'll give it to my kids and let them decide what to do with it. But I never listened to it, strangely enough. Because like you, Nick, I'm not a big live guy much. I don't typically buy live albums, but he saw me. He's like, "Hey, come here a sec," and he shows me the album, and I'm like, "This is like 3 or 4 days after the tower thing happened." I'm like, "Holy shit!" And he's like, "Do you want one of these?" I saved a couple, and I know you're a big Dream Theater fan. I'm like, "Fuck yeah, I want one of those." He goes, "I was supposed to send them all back, but I kept like 5 copies back, and so if you want one, I'll sell you one." So there you go. My two.
You know how much it's worth?
My 2 selections there.
Have you ever checked to see how much it's worth?
What's that?
Have you ever checked to see how much it's worth?
Yeah, I've seen them on eBay go from anywhere from $80 to $120 the last couple of years. I don't know what Discogs says they're worth. I have no idea.
Yeah, they used to flip it for higher. That kind of stuff.
Sadly, they didn't do a vinyl on it. If they would have, because that was, vinyl wasn't big in 2001. It was pretty much dead at that point in time. Yeah. And I would imagine a vinyl copy of that would be like fucking crazy. Oh shit!
100, yeah, easily. Something that was recalled like that.
Oh god damn, dude! Todd just texted me. His mom just died.
What?
Oh
fuck! His mom had a heart attack 3 days ago, but it was mild. He thought. In fact, she was going home, and he just texted me and said his mom just died. Gosh.
Shit.
Oh, man,
I'll be back.
Fuck.
Man,
Jesus.
that's going to. Oh man.
I'm gonna jump out. I'll be back in a minute, all right?
All right.
Yeah, no, take all the time you need, man.
Go right ahead, Jeff.
That's getting messed up, man.
Wow.
Where were we?
I had no there was no indication of any kind of worry or anything like that. He came on board. Like he would. I mean, not like I expected him to make this grand announcement or anything, but it's just there was no indication.
I mean, some people kind of keep it all on the inside, I guess. He seemed like his usual self, chatty, fun.
Yeah. Oh, man. I think that sometimes doing these streams and things like that lightens the mood. We kind of need that because, for example, like we had Nikki on, man. Like you funny as shit, man. But when like the shit he has to deal with in the background, man, like it puts a different perspective, man. Like we all have something going on, man. It's like an escape.
Yeah.
And it really is. Like, I think this is an interesting panel. You know what I mean? Because like we all have something in common, and but outside of here, we all have our, our situations.
Yeah,
obviously Jeff has his own thing he's dealing with. But fuck, man. Well, I guess keep the panel going. Actually, so we made it to the last question.
Yeah, this is it.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna squeeze in another smoke, throw away some shit.
Yeah.
I'm accumulating trash down here. I gotta quit doing that.
It's that space.
Dude, eventually I'm gonna try to move all my whole computer rig upstairs once Joe's house thing, which he's having issues with. Yeah, first time buying a home, and they like to place more hurdles in front of you. So
yeah, gotta get that PMI insurance.
Oh my God, he's finding out. But it's getting closer to the move out date, and I'll reclaim a room and probably do something. But I don't know. I'll probably get more shells because let's be honest, I'm gonna fucking keep collecting because I'm a lunatic.
I keep telling myself, this will be. I'll be good. And we're a dry month. It doesn't look very good.
Yeah, no, I tell myself that, and I'm already looking at it I feel like I filled up that space kind of quickly. All right, I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah, especially when you gotta adjust CDs.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like I got all the
rough.
shit back here, right? And when I get a new stock in, I gotta recategorize. Okay, all the A's are gonna go here now. All the fucking Z's are gonna be all the way over here now. You know, and that's just the vinyl. The CDs are a whole other animal.
Yeah, I got one of those.
You're gonna go buy a new vinyl shelf next
Are you?
Saturday.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I got one of those 6 cubes, and I have about 4 filled up. So I'm like, and then I have a whole stack of stuff I haven't put away yet. So I'm like, I better just calm down, or else I'm gonna be needing like an 8 cube really, really quick.
You're gonna need a good divorce lawyer.
Well, you know, she might get half of it, or more.
Just tell her how valuable they are.
Yeah, no.
Or maybe not.
Marty, Todd's mom just passed away. She had a heart attack on Monday, but from what I understood, she was supposed to be coming home either yesterday or today, and it was allegedly a mild heart attack, and I don't think she was that old. I think she was only like 66 or 64, something like that. I don't know for sure. I just don't remember her being like my mom's age. She's 60, almost 77. And yeah, I tried calling him. He said he can't talk right now, so that was kind of heavy.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I told him we were all thinking of him, and not much else I could say or do. It's just tough stuff.
Does he have siblings and stuff?
I'm not really sure about, to be honest with you. I think he might be an only child. I'm not entirely sure. He's married. He's married as a he has a son named Connor. It's like 9 or 10. But I don't know about his the rest of extended family. I know he was pretty close. I know he was pretty close to her, so I know this is probably a major shock. Like I said, he told me Monday night we were talking, and he's like, "Dude, my mom just had a heart attack. I gotta go," or something like that. So I called him the next day. I said, "How you doing?" And he's like, "Well, it was mild. It seems like everything's okay. They got her stabilized." And then I could swear he said she came home yesterday or today. So I don't know. I'll have to find out. But I mean, that's just sucks,
Yeah.
Bummer.
Shit. I'm gonna go ahead and punch in the next question. I figured by the time we make the rounds, Nick will be back.
Oh yeah. It's the last one.
Yeah, man, we made it. I was actually going to consider doing a 5th question when I was, trying to compile some stuff here.
Yeah.
I'm glad I didn't.
Yeah, 4. I mean, when you got 10 people on, 4's.
That's actually really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually really good.
Expecting the full house we had, but I'm glad everybody came on board. Who did. But it's always good because I never know. What was that?
Is it just a coincidence I'm not talking nearly as much as I normally do? We're running shorter.
I don't know. I didn't really notice.
I didn't either.
I wonder.
I punched it in earlier because Serge did his already. But that is split and collabs.
Oh, I do have something.
All right. So basically, what I did was I did 7 inches. I figured that might be easy, and I'm gonna just kind of breeze through them.
Cool. Good idea.
So, all right. Now the first one, it's not a true split, but it's more like an homage of 2 bands. So I figured this is kind of worth bringing up and talking about. It's a band from the Czech Republic called Forgotten Silence, and they play a style of kind of proggy death metal. And if you look at the imagery here, it should look very familiar. So we got the sort of an atheist globe here and the pestilence here. So this 7-inch, now this band incorporated got together in '93. So the 2 tracks here are from both of these bands, which are covers from the '93 releases. So Forgotten Silence did Personal Energy, which is from the Pestilence Spheres album, which is cool because they even did labels, just like the album. So Atheist's song Mineral. And if there's a band that's going to cover those songs, man, these guys did a pretty good job. So this is a banger of a 7-inch, man. Like this is something that if you like that brand of, I mean, if you like Pestilence Spheres and Atheist and like that, I mean, this is definitely a cool 7-inch to have on board. And these covers are done pretty well. So I thought it all kind of just clicked and came together in a pretty good way. The next one here is a split with Cauldron Black Ram. I just like this artwork. I mean, look at this.
The Cauldron Black Ram's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Is that Sempiternal Dusk?
Sempiternal Dusk.
Fuck. Well, let me guess that's not on the CD either.
I've never looked. Parasitic Records put this out. And if you all know, like, Tim Call, which is the guy behind Sempiternal Dusk, is also the guy behind Nightfell, which is another Portland band.
Amazing.
So, and if you know, Cauldron's from Australia.
Yep.
So, you probably wonder what's the connection. So, Tim Call also plays in Morpho Congregation.
Oh.
Which is why
among a whole list of other bands.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The guy's very busy, very active. So, really cool 7-inch. And also, like you said, Nick, like Sempiternal Dusk, man, that's a band that's not got brought up enough, man.
Dude,
like,
their last album was so fucking good.
I think that, you know how the whole Death Doom thing, man, like it's kind of making this huge resurgence. And this is one of those bands that's kind of been doing it for a little while before it pick up in popularity the way it is now. So I think this is another one that's worth checking out the back catalog. But really good band, put out by his own label, Parasitic. So really cool. This one I'm just showing because I just like the artwork. Cosmic Void Ritual and Fetid Zombie. I mean, look at that shit.
Yeah.
I mean, all Mark Riddick work is fucking good, but this in particular, just rousing me every time.
Fetid Zombie rules.
Yeah, this is both these tracks are fucking great. So if you like that, it has that cosmic kind of death, almost doomy kind of sound. It's pretty cool. Another one here. This is a new one. It came out over the summer. Brian knows this one. So this is Dipicus, and what is it? Cosmic Reef Temple, which is not a band I'm familiar with. So this is my introduction to them. And this is the soundtrack. You know that zombie movie when the zombies fighting the shark?
Zombie vs. Shark.
Yeah,
this is the soundtrack to that.
Oh, beautiful!
You got that shit on the beach. It's got a bit of that kind of okay. Cosmic Reef Temple has saxophone. Shit has saxophone in it, man. Wow. Saxophone death metal. Even the Dipicus song does not sound like a typical thing that they do. It's more atmosphere to it. It's a little more mellow than the usual stuff, but I think it fits that beach vibe. I can't believe I'm saying this, but that's what I think of, and this cover kind of nails that. Really cool split. It's definitely worth checking out.
I should have grabbed it. I should have grabbed that while I had the chance. I missed it.
Good, man.
The last Dipicus album was really good.
Oh yeah, Bushmeat. That's fantastic.
I don't even know what the fuck Bushmeat is, but it was cool.
No.
It fits the album perfectly, though.
Yep.
I'm not familiar with Wave Guardian Records, but that's what put it out. And it came with this nice little sticker. It's one of those weatherproof ones, so it's pretty good quality. They also did us a favor. It gave us a nice 45 adapter. Who does that?
Wow.
Yeah, really cool shit.
Who still puts them as the 45 holes?
So far, almost all the 7-inches I've been getting I don't need the adapter, but for some reason, I get really retro with this one.
That's pretty cool.
Pretty good. Another one is one I picked up a while ago. This wasn't originally a picture disc 7-inch, but this reissue is. I think it's October, Halloween time. So Nunslaughter and Acid Witch did this.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one.
Nice.
Now I'm not taking it out of the sleeve because of this reason. So I had to put a little sticker over something here, just because.
Oh, Nunslaughter.
We've gone worse than that tonight.
Oh man, I am
a little too naughty for you.
I'm glad you did that, man.
Uncensored.
But
that would have got me to
I'm
full
not
mask.
sure.
Gotta
I'm not sure
gotta
Stephanie
protect
could
the
handle
children.
it's a cool picture this though. It's not all in this comic book kind of style.
Spooky.
They again the original disc wasn't a picture disc. It had like that cool labels on both sides, and I think it was a color variant. It came out in 2014, so this is the 2019. But really cool, man. You all know what Acid Witch sounds like, non-slaughter. So I think they're like a nice fit.
All 200 of their releases.
Yeah, 200, right?
Yeah,
Or
dude.
not more. Speaking of which, this is the last one I'm going to show. Fucking Abigail and Black Knife. Now, you all know Abigail have a million other splits.
Yeah.
With all the reason I brought this up was because a Black Knife, they've been around a little while, but I feel like their name is finally getting around now, and a lot more people becoming sort of aware of this band. Unfortunately, they had to cancel all shows for 2021, so they won't be doing any shows until everything's being pushed till next year. But yeah, this is more of that thrashy blackened stuff and crusty, punky kind of deal. I think Josh did the artwork for this. So what you see here is kind of what you get. So it's a little different from the rest of the stuff. But I figured I'll show that. So that's my splits.
Got some weird ones in there, man. As one would
I thought it would be weirder, but yeah.
Black Knife. Yeah, I was disappointed when they
Lexington.
that announcement because they scheduled a show not too far from me.
Yep. Local band here for Kentucky.
Oh, right.
Yep. Out of Lexington, the same guys in Glass Coffin and a bunch of other cool bands.
Check that one out.
I've been meaning to pick up some Glass Coffin.
Those they do have on CDs. I think Nick, you're good. If you want to pick up some Black Knife, I like them, man.
I mean, you said like Black and Thrash? Black and Thrash
Yeah.
is that's my shit. Like in terms of like Black Infusions, that's probably my favorite one just because it's so goddamn fun. It's just fun to fucking listen to.
The feeling I get from that band is like the way the new Wraith is. It's up your alley.
All right,
Doesn't
that new Wraith is fucking awesome.
Right.
Okay. This is a split from 1991. And while we're talking about Swedish death metal earlier, this is going to fit right in. Excruciate from Stockholm. This is their demo, Hymns of Mortality. And then on the other side, Epitaphs demo, Disorientation. Both really, really good Swedish death metal. Pretty cool. This was originally released on vinyl by a label called Infest Records. I don't think I got a cassette or CD release until a little bit later, but this is a Crypt reissue on Dark Symphonies, the Crypt, which always does a nice job.
I've always had this love-hate thing with colored pencil artwork on extreme albums.
Yeah,
you can go really south.
I don't even know what's going on in this. On
They're
cover,
swimming,
man.
right?
The River of Blood. It looks like they're kind of having a good time in it.
Might be like tomato basil soup. I don't know.
Destruction in the background, but
honestly, the foreground stuff I don't think looks that great, but the background stuff looks great.
Yeah, almost has like the ultra violence feel to it,
or
to it a little
voivodish in the background.
Yeah. Like this artwork's a little. I don't know.
Are they killing a treasure troll?
I don't know. It's got one of those like obituary eyes over here.
Oh yeah. Just more lo-fi, a lot more lo-fi.
Yeah.
Both of these demos are really, really good. Excruciate, maybe a little bit darker. When I was listening to it, I found these a couple years ago on just scroll, on YouTube somewhere, and this popped up, and then I immediately went after both of their other stuff. But this is back in. I mean, it's been reissued, so it's available if you're looking for it. But really cool to get both these demos in one split back in the 90s. And while I'm talking about it, go check out their full lengths. Passage of Life,
Oh yeah.
Seeming Salvations is a classic. This one, both are great. Both great examples of kind of underground Swedish death metal. Although in the last, I don't know, while, it's become more in the mainstream because they've been reissued and they're available now. So if you like Swedish death metal, definitely check out both those. Highly recommend.
Okay, well, yeah. Okay.
Do you have either of those, Nick?
No, I don't.
Oh,
I think I might have them on the. They might be on that Swedish death metal compilation for the book.
Oh yeah, could be, yeah. I know
that's why the names seem familiar, but yeah, I don't have anything like by them.
Yeah, they're both, the full lengths are great, and the split demo is fantastic. Collaboration. So I don't even know what year this is. 2009. John Tardy from Obituary and Donald Tardy from Obituary got together and collaborated into a album called The Tardy Brothers.
That's crazy. How the hell did they come up with that name?
They actually did that? They actually did that? I didn't even know that.
I own that.
Look at this truck. It's called Bloodline.
That's some redneck shit kicking music.
Yeah, pretty much like it sounds like Obituary, maybe a little bit more southern groove metal to it. They got Ralph Santola to do the leads on it. I think Donald Tardy does some of the rhythm guitars on it. And then they got
young Nicholas would love that album.
Who?
Young Nicholas.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I was
pretty
just
cool.
screaming his name.
I don't know. I just thought it was kind of interesting. It's actually, I actually like this better than some of the more recent Obituary albums.
Nani?
Human Falafel said it's all the ex-Andrew WK members.
Technically, yeah.
They're gonna party hard.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
I mean, it's pretty good. This is a decent. It's a decent listen. I don't hate it. I think it's pretty fun album.
I thought about doing a retro review for it just because it's just interesting. Like, you know, brothers just hanging out. Like, you want to make an album?
Yeah.
You want to invite the rest of the Obituary guys? Nah.
It's not a tank on the cover, but trucks are cool too.
Now, Brian.
Yeah, hey, and it's like blood splattered. The license plate says Bloodline. The album title. It's got this like, I don't know what that B's for. Is that for brothers? No, maybe
it's the T and the B. Yeah, that's their superhero emblem.
It's like that big scary truck from Jeepers Creepers.
18-wheeler.
No, 20-wheeler. 20-wheeler.
Tuberculosis.
The last one, just for fun, because this is just Cannabis Corpse.
Oh, Cannabis Corpse, yeah.
And Google getting together and doing splatter hash. Come on, this is on Tank Crimes.
Is that a glowing dick on the cover?
No, it's a bong. It's a bong.
Either way, you put your mouth on it.
Yeah, get your head out of the gutter.
Depends how you use it.
Ghoul.
It's a giant green penis.
So
yeah, I just
we got
giant green penis.
Cannabis Corpse, we got the Inhalation Plagues and Shatter Their Bongs.
Shatter Bongs.
Intersect them and Spill Your Guts.
Ghoul's a fun band.
Yeah, Ghoul.
That green
looks
penis
like great
was
death
definitely
rap.
Pulling up on the Hulkmobile.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me show those.
Oh, Brian.
I'll take that one off my list.
I actually picked up on a Dark Descent sale. And it was like the last one. I think it's like the clear, which is. So I was pretty excited about that.
That one's excellent. I was, refamiliarizing myself with it last couple days. They're both just killer riffs, deep vocals. I thought the demo, the Excruciate demo, was a little bit like more on like the Immolation side, where it's kind of those kind of weird dissonant riffs, a little bit. But I mean, Seeming Salvation is probably one of my favorite Swedish death metal albums ever.
Hey, Brian.
Just that second tier, it's not. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, you were saying?
When you feel kind of in the mood for some Tardy Brothers, do you whip out the can of Skull and grab a 6-pack of Pabst and throw your cowboy hat on and throw a piece of straw in your mouth?
I usually don't know. Paps is pretty highbrow for me.
I was
I'll
gonna
go
say
like Keystone.
I could have went for Pantera until you mentioned the straw.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
well,
I'll go a
so in
little
other
bush
words, what you're trying
latte.
to say is you don't go for the Copenhagen then.
No, I never.
That sounds foreign.
I will grab a pack of
Sounds
Marlboro
foreign.
though.
You could have said I do some bath salts and fight a fucking alligator. I mean,
Florida man, typical Florida man stuff.
that's like a Tuesday in Florida. You kidding?
Head over to the interstate, eat some guy's face off.
Yeah,
Typical
homeless
Tuesday
knife
night.
fight.
Yeah.
Florida.
Aren't you glad you joined this, Kellen?
Hilarious.
We're a cultured group.
You get the Golden Girls. I mean, we got everything, man. The whole
Hilarious.
You got everything here.
Didn't you wear a sombrero one time, Brian?
Oh yeah. Where is that? I might have.
One
Oh,
thing
now it's time to party.
One
The
thing to
urban
think
sombrero.
about, guys, if you're on your cell phones, you might want to do a snapshot of this because it's probably the last time we go see Kellen for a while. Just saying.
Hey, it's the
All right,
urban
now I know
sombrero.
Brian's ready to party.
It's Speedy Gonzalez.
It's the urban sombrero.
Senor.
He's that
I
yard.
feel as though that hat needs chips and guacamole like in it.
I was
Just-
thinking
just
the
have it
same
up
thing,
top.
Nick.
I don't know, man. If Hermanto got with a sombrero and a sword shirt,
This
I mean, they're from Austin,
this is what people wear in Texas.
Hop across the border.
Because it's you have to keep the sun off my neck and my face.
Welcome to Taco Bell.
I just need to get like a Slayer logo on here though.
Yeah, you put like death metal patches on there.
Like a
Waco
rattlesnake skull or
Jesus
something like that.
right here.
A battle sombrero.
Yeah, we
You
need
put
a
the-
we need
Sombrero.
You put
Waco
the
Jesus
Sepultura
sombrero.
patch on there. You put the Sepultura patch on there.
Oh, I can put patches right here.
Dude, there you go. Actually, that's the way to go. Get patches underneath there. Or either, I mean,
Battle
stickers,
sombrero.
if that works.
Brian, you kind of remind me of Judd Nelson in Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Only the Mexican version. Just saying,
You guys are crazy.
mariachi.
You guys
Yeah,
are crazy,
there you go.
says the guy wearing a sombrero.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Bongzilla. Yeah.
Because you gotta be high to be wearing that.
This is you don't know fashion, McCracken.
I mean,
I'm setting
you're
trends.
right, but
All right,
Welcome to
Kellen.
Chili's.
We'll let you get started, Kellen.
We've kept you long enough.
Okay. So for my pick, I picked something up that is pretty recent. So this is a split between Venator and
What is going on there in the cover?
Angel Blade. It looks like he's got like a hockey mask on or whatever face mask on, and crazy, right? It's like a trad metal. So Venator is from Austria, Angel Blade from Germany. Think like Priest, early new wave of British heavy metal. But what's interesting is like I listen to this and I feel like I need to watch Alan's channel for like 3 days straight. Like it's
He's the king of bad album
It
covers.
gets you in the mood.
well, it's just like there's all sorts of like Scandinavian traditional heavy metal here that I am completely unfamiliar with. Like, it just by no means anything that's like it doesn't sound very British to me. It definitely sounds a bit more like a different kind of European traditional heavy metal that I just am not, versed. Like, I don't know if you've heard of the band Oz from Finland.
Yep.
But like, I went kind of to research exactly what I was missing on this album because I have really no frame of reference, and there's like this entire other world of bands from Europe that were doing traditional heavy metal in the 1980s that I don't know, and they're I don't know anything about Austrian 1980s heavy metal, but Venator is sort of referencing that here, and so it's been like a really cool split for me to go back and sort of discover a completely different kind of traditional heavy metal for me.
It looks like
that-
that.
are they
You know,
fucking
you know,
new?
Jason X. It looks like that mask. Like
Right.
Oh wait, you guys remember the game Splatterhouse?
Yes. With the guy
Yeah.
with the mask. The
Yeah.
wasn't that TurboGrafx 16 or something?
Yeah, it was.
Now is this a new band or is this
Yeah,
reissue?
they're brand new. So there were just 2 EPs that were released I think in 2019, and then Dying Victims put them together here for a split collaboration in 2020.
Well, if it's on Dying Victims, it's got to be good.
Oh yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Solid.
Nick.
All right. I have 4 splits and 1 collaboration. Now, this one is the only 4-way split I could find, but I had to because I got this at MDF, and yeah, the bands on this all kick ass. Gate Creeper, Homewrecker, Outer Heaven, and Scorched. All have an original track on here. Outer Heaven's track is absolutely sick on here, but Gate Creeper, of course, I mean, it's Gate Creeper. We know what they sound like. Homewrecker, kind of a weird hardcore death metal blend, a little bit more prominent on the hardcore side. And Scorched, thank God they got back together because I'm a huge fan on this. Came out on Unspeakable Acts. God, what year was this? Doesn't say.
Is that the Doorways to Death split, or that's just a 4-way split?
No, it's actually literally just titled the bands. I don't know if you can see.
Okay.
Yeah, that's no actual title for it.
But yeah, 4-way split. I saw this in a bin. I think it was for Season of Mist. They were just selling off overstock, and I saw this, and I saw the bands on it. Had to get it, and every song kicks fucking ass. And then newer one came out last year. We have Coffins and Depression split. I absolutely love Coffins. I think they're just one of the grimiest doom death metal bands out there. Japanese, just destroyers of senses. They're filthy. Love it. And then Depression, I had never heard that band before, and it's some really awesome, straight up, kind of dismal death grind. It's just kind of like bleak sounding, but again, kind of death grind, like lots of crust elements and shit and dissonant riffing. Really good stuff. Strongly recommend it. And then, I picked up this one recently in a distro, Mammoth Grinder and Hatred Surge's split. I don't know when this came out. I can't remember. Actually, some of my favorite tracks from Mammoth Grinder are on here. Pulverizer, Societal Collapse, and Surveilled.
But you could
all
bet.
great tracks.
You do it for another full length, man.
Oh, dude, I want another one, but I mean, I don't know. I guess I kind of get it because the drummer of Power Trip is the main songwriter in Mammoth Grinder. And then Hatred Surge, I didn't know who the hell they were. It turns out they were another just wicked grindcore band, like real spastic grindcore. Just nastier than hell. But yeah, killer split.
Awesome.
And then one I hadn't broke out in a while. Caius and Queens of the Stone Age. This is like the first material from Queens of the Stone Age and the last material from Caius. And this came out on Man's Ruin, and it includes probably one of my favorite Caius jams. Their cover of Into the Void.
Oh, nice.
Oh my god, they make that bridge and Into the Void kind of funky. Like they drop out all the guitars and kind of change around the rhythm to kind of, I don't know, put a little boogie into it. And then the Queens of the Stone Age stuff is essentially just kind of demos. It's the Gamma Ray sessions, but the song Spiders and Vinegroons, just fucking nice and trippy and weird. But yeah, I think this is relatively hard to find, or at least this edition is, but I've had this forever. Dude, I love it.
I love Caius.
No, Caius is grand.
Just amazing.
And then collaboration, Cult of Luna and Julie Christmas, Mariner. Absolutely amazing collab here. Just the marrying of all their atmosphere and her wild vocal range, and they're still doing all the growls back and forth. some amazing songs on here. Like this is just really just kind of like a dark cathartic listen. It's just fucking amazing. I still jam the hell out of this. Been still stuck on Cult of Luna's new EP though. I absolutely love that. But yeah, awesome collaboration here. Hopefully they do this again sometime. That's it.
Hey Nick, that Caius Queens of the Stone Age, when you were showing that little ball, looks like a golf ball or something.
Yeah.
So here, I'll show you. So it looks like the little ball from the first Soylent Green album. That little.
Huh. I mean
that's what I think.
It might be the same. Well, kinda. I don't know. It might be more up close.
It's just what else looks like that. It's ridiculous. Huh. I don't know why they chose that as their cover.
I mean, it was probably just kind of a basic computer graphics and like, yeah, sure, that. We'll think of a better cover later.
Cool. The real Money for Nothing, Dire Straits, like old era 3D graphics. Everybody, that was impressive.
Yeah. I mean, there are some album covers. I mean, of course, like Iron Maiden's Dance of Death is like, just because a computer can do it doesn't mean it's going to do it well.
Oh, God.
Or actually, since I've been going through all the Incantation albums, the Blasphemy cover is fucking terrible.
Yeah, if it was ever Canada that needed like alternative artwork, that would be one. Like, you think they'd do something about that?
I mean, you think just someone looked at it like, this is what we're doing? Are we sure?
At the time, it looked good.
I think it was the dude from Profanatica that actually did the album covers. Remember, like, I mean, he's a buddy. Yeah. Just let him do it. Just let him do it, and yeah, don't look at it.
Was it Paul Lenny himself?
It might have been. Because I was looking up stuff on that, and I was like, man, why? Because they had so many awesome album covers before that, and then like, were we even trying? I mean, we got the goat head in there. That's cool, but these CGI people look like Lawnmower Man bad.
Oh, that
made Kristen dumb.
I've been reading this.
Yeah.
And the Paul Ledney part makes him seem like just a total jackass. Pretentious, full of himself jackass.
Yeah, I think that's...
It went rather personal on a lot of these other bands, rather than being rather objective on a lot of it. So it just depends on, I guess, up to interpretation. But
have you finished it yet, Jacob?
No, I'm maybe a quarter of the way through. I haven't picked it up for a while.
Wait, who did you specifically point out, Jake?
Paul Ledney, Profanatica.
Hey, Jake, did you watch Matt over at The Dark Path, his review on it?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I saw that too.
From what I've read, he made some, great points on it. I agree with a lot of what he said.
Jake, are you a lot like me? Like, it takes me like months to read a book. Like, I'm not one of those people that could just sit there with a book a week and then do a review. Like, there's just no way.
Yeah, I took that. We went camping for, like 3 days. And I'm like, I'll finish this book easy. I read like 3 chapters. And, had nothing else to do. I was out camping. I still only read 3 chapters.
Magazines, I blown through them like nothing, but books, for some reason, I can't blow through it like that, man.
Yeah. And that one is kind of particularly hard to get through. Just due to the nature of it.
Yeah, that's true. Defen. Splits, collabs. Oh, you got something.
Oh yeah, I got some splits actually. Not really collabs, but mostly splits. Like one of my favorite splits is the Obscurity Eternal Torment split. Actually, it's really like I actually absolutely love it. Like I feel like those two bands are completely underrated, old school like Buffalo style New York death metal. Like really, like Obscurity is so good. If you haven't listened to the demo, Visions of Gehenna, like you really have to get into that. That's really good. The band has like 2 demos. They have the CD includes both the 92 demo and the other demo after it. And the Eternal Torment one doesn't have a name. It just says demo. You can find a picture of it online. It has like a picture of like the 3 dudes in the band. but it's some of the most really heavy stuff. I'm surprised that many people even like picked it up or even talking about it, because this is some really good death metal. And another split I really love a lot is the three-way split between Unnatural, Rotten, and Fetid Zombie. I love that one a lot because it's just like I love what Unnatural does, obviously, like with the old school death metal sound, Rotting with that sewer drenching sound, and then that really heavy, fast song that Fetid Zombie does on that. That's like really good. I consider that to be one of the best splits that ever came out about basically in this time, because I really love that one. And there's a lot of like slam death metal splits, like what was that one called again? I forget what it was called, but it has something to do with like a picture of a carnival or something like that. I don't have the album with me right in front of me, but I love that split. It has like so many good brutal. That basically was the split that got me more going into the genre, because I had no idea at the time. This was back in college, actually, when I was discovering this back in 2014 and 15. Yeah, so I think it was called Carnival. Oh wait, fuck. Actually, no, Guttural Carnival. That's what it was called. It's if you guys haven't checked it out, it's really good. It's really brutal, actually. And some other splits that I actually like is let me think. What else? I just got so many good splits that I can't even think at the top of my head. But yeah, those are just the ones I can think of right now.
That's cool, man.
Nice.
I picked up that Obscurity demo, but the Vine. But I've been wanting that CD with the with the other band.
Yeah,
I like
the Eternal Torment one, Obscurity.
Yeah,
you can find it on CDN Records.
CDN has, right? Yeah, that makes sense.
I think they're having a half off sale right now too.
Oh.
I like to get them when they have a good deal on shipping too.
Shipping from Canada is
they kill me.
Oh
there.
yeah.
You gotta kind of even out.
I actually got the Obscurity album on cassette, actually, so I bought that not long ago because I loved it so much that I wanted. I also have it on vinyl too, so I got like on all three formats basically because I loved it so much that I just wanted it on every format, because why not? I love the band. I even have the shirt from it too, actually. So I bought like basically everything from this one band, actually. And I'm even going to make a video on it soon talking about it, actually. So I really hope some people check it out and actually get interested in about it, because I feel like they're so underrated. No one ever mentions Obscurity when it comes to old school like style New York Buffalo death metal, and even Eternal Torment too. Like they're good too as well. Like I'd even like one part had like a slam type of feeling into it for like 1 second, and I was like, okay, I didn't know these guys are gonna have like that type of Legion of Inveracity Suffocation sound for 1 second, but the rest of the album was just straight on death metal like any other band you would listen to. So I really highly suggest you should check them out.
There's a whole heap of those bands who like just either they just didn't make it or they just called it quits way too early.
They really did, basically. A lot of these bands split after all this. Even Grotesque Infection, like the one you have, Rick, as well. That band just split right after those two demos, and that's it.
That's why you need like a CDN or somebody come in, save the day, just for people who can't get access to those originals,
Oh yeah, no, that's one thing. That's why I'm very happy about like what my friend Cam is doing with the whole like all these demos and everything, because I'm being introduced to bands that nobody has ever really heard of. Not even me, but he's like telling me about this, and I got so addicted to these new bands. Like really, I've been hearing.
I've been around when us were coming out. There was no way.
Yeah, exactly. You guys ever heard of the band Disgorged? Not Disgorged, Disgorged, ED.
Disgorged.
Oh no, I'm thinking of Engorged. Totally different.
I'm thinking of another band.
No, actually, you should check it out. It's actually really good New Jersey death metal. They had the demo on YouTube. Even one other band I got into also as well was Human Remains, like their old stuff. Human Remains.
Oh yeah,
like that was like really good actually. The demo and everything was really fast and heavy. Like that's something that if you maybe some of you guys know, but you should check that out as well actually. And Ritual Torment's good. Actually, I like Ritual Torment. The two demos were really extreme. They even have footage on YouTube of a little bit of their songs, which never thought I would ever know that someone put it up there, but it's there actually.
So you were saying you couldn't think of anything. You kept coming up with stuff.
It's because the split thing, actually, I have a lot of splits, so I could think of. I actually could think on top of my head of a few splits I know. That's why this question was really specifically good for me.
Nah, you nailed a good point, man. A lot of these demos, like, it's like it shouldn't be forgotten. That's some really good stuff. That was coming out at the time, and nice time capsule.
It is, actually. I was surprised that I'm even getting introduced to these demos and everything, and I'm just like, wow, these bands are so good and highly underrated. I really wish people would, probably, just look a little bit more into them, because this is some good stuff. Even the band Morkium and their rehearsal demo, that's really good. They even did a split with they did a split with Gorelust as well. That's another split. Gorelust and Morkium. That's a really good split, actually, because Gorelust is brutal death metal from Canada, and Morkium's another brutal death metal band from Canada. So they did a split together back in the early '90s.
The Crayola family.
Deep purple. Deep purple.
That's not from the 64 color box, right? It must be another expanded set.
My face band?
First band?
Favorite.
Favorite.
Fave.
Yeah.
There we
go. Fave band. All right. I was going to say, I was trying to figure out what you were trying to tell us there, Marty Worm. That your face looks like a penis or something?
I could have pulled that saying the mighty penis. I do have it. But
No.
Thing,
wait a minute. Are we talking King Missile here? Detachable penis?
The penis mightier? You know what this is?
I was gonna say it's a good
the
thing
pen
Mickey
is
took
mighty.
off
No,
on that,
tell me,
golden
does it work?
You're sitting on a gold mine.
We just went from demos to talking about schlongs.
Jake probably has about 8,000 atmospheric death metal collabs we need to get into now. So
I want to see them all.
All right, actually, yeah, my turn's up. You can go next, Jacob.
All right.
Joke's on you, Jeff. I'm starting off with death metal.
My name is Jeff.
It throws the
Ooh.
switch.
Pulling a fast one on
So,
me. Why
Rick mentioned that Dark Descent sale earlier, a couple weeks ago.
Oh yeah.
Their anniversary, they had 25% off. I picked up this Pentacle and Eternal Solstice split.
That's sick.
But
That's a sick logo.
really, this is just a placeholder for the Eternal Solstice morning split. That's the one that you guys should go check out. The name of the split is, I think it's At the Dawn of, or something like that. But a couple of death metal bands from the Netherlands. That one came out in the early 90s, but really good. This one's also two Netherlands bands, Eternal Solstice and Pentacle. This one's really good as well. I prefer the Eternal Solstice and Morning Split a little bit more. And then continuing with the theme, let's throw up another Fetid Zombie split. Fetid Zombie.
There's quite a few of those.
Yeah. Awesome. Some more great Mark Reddick artwork.
And of course, yeah, Murdick's going to do the covers.
Yep. Okay, now we'll get into some black metal. Rick sent this one over to me.
I love that.
Oppressive Descent and Elegiac. Raw black metal. Really good split. Unrequited and Sylvain. Post black metal. Really good split. Not Audrey Sylvain, but just Sylvain. Not to be confused at all.
There's so much atmosphere in that. It picks up. That was a grower for me. It was
for sure.
Quite slow moving for me. But
it didn't latch on to me as quick as the other unrequited stuff did. But it's really good. Panopticon Aerial Ruin. My favorite of all the Panopticon splits.
Yeah, Panopticon has a lot of good splits. And then the one they did with the Netchach one was especially
That one's good too.
Impressive.
I like that one a little bit better. And then collaboration, going along with the Aerial Ruin. This is the Aerial Ruin and Bellwitch collaboration, Stygian Bow.
Oh yeah, how is that?
I really enjoy it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be showing it right
Is
now.
it all
but-
pretty much all acoustic stuff? Or?
He's getting
Wait,
sassy
Jake, you're
now.
really being a fucking smartass. I asked you a fucking decent question. Fuck me off with that. Okay, all right.
Well, fuck, you asked me how is it.
Well,
I like it. It's really good.
Maybe I should have been more specific. How is it in terms of like what is it like? Is it all acoustic or is it?
No, it's very much what you would expect, like maybe like a 50-50 split between those two artists would be.
I thought it was a collab where they were actually playing on the same songs, aren't they?
Oh no, they are. But
Oh,
that's
okay.
what I'm saying. Like, it's a really kind of like they're not going one way or the other with each artist's sound. They're very much just kind of melding into each other.
Because the one guy, what's his name? Craig, is it?
From which
Aerial Ruin. What's his name? Greg?
Marty would know.
Yeah, Marty would know. I can't remember his damn name. He primarily just plays acoustic, right?
Yeah, on
And
the
then-
Aerial Ruin stuff. But he does it's mostly him on vocals, but I think he does vocals or at least on Mirror Reaper, he did.
Oh,
the
did he?
vocals on there too, I think.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
From there on, I think.
Huh. Okay. I mean, I probably can go find it on Bandcamp, I'm sure. I heard about it, never got back to it. And I saw him do an acoustic set last year during the, last April or something. There was an online fest that he did an acoustic set, and he was really enjoyable, man. The guy was pretty talented.
Oh yeah,
Very
I love
very
the Aerial
folk.
Ruin stuff. Is the acoustic stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, that collaboration is that Stygian Bow is a really good. I don't know if it's 50-50. It's probably a little more towards Bellwitch, but it's a really good collaboration between the two artists. And then, almost forgot this, but Kellen's shirt reminded me of this. A Winden and Feminazgul split. Really great atmospheric black metal split.
I wasn't all that familiar with the Wendon until you showed me the tape they had up for sale. I really love that tape, man.
Yeah, their full length is awesome.
Came with a candle.
Yep. I got a whole handful of those candles.
Oh wow.
Realm and Ritual Sins.
Satanic rituals at night.
They all smell really good too. It's label Realm and Ritual. They send a candle with every order.
Wow.
You light one of those up after you're done with the Bongzilla records.
Yeah, you gotta get rid of that stench.
The cannabis corpse too.
So your mom doesn't find out what you and your friends have been up to.
We're just
Mom's just
experimenting.
incense.
We're just experimenting. That's all. It's
You
just
guys
science.
do the trick where you take a paper towel roll and a dryer sheet and breathe out the smoke through that?
Oh my god, I did.
Yeah.
I did
Dude,
that.
Of
It
course.
might be, it can't be like
Downing
the most
sheets.
OG trick, but it's got to be one of them, I think.
Yeah, it works pretty good.
I used to put like baby powder in like a freaking paper towel. I used to blow it and be like, "Oh man, I'm so high right now."
Anything to cover up the stench, like you just took the fucking rip and
I was at the
preferably out of a window too. Like
No, it was in the
I was
house.
pretty paranoid.
It was in the
Weed.
house. Let me say that. There was no. I didn't put out the window.
Oh, man.
Who woke
Oh, it was-
Stefan up, by the
it
way?
was
Who
back
woke,
in high
who woke
school.
him up?
Is it?
No, it's just these memories I just remembered all of a sudden.
You got the house to yourself tonight. You can do whatever you want.
That's
Yeah, you
Oh,
don't got to
man.
worry about the dryer sheet.
Just imagine
Do you
the
like
crazy
create that
fucking-
risky business thing and you just kind of just slide on the floor in your underwear and you know?
Ah,
Well,
Jesus
he slid
Christ.
in his socks, not directly on anywhere. You might catch something and ow.
Probably not. Probably not.
But yeah, actually, there's nobody here except for me.
Yeah, I can just imagine Stefan thrown on the Bob Seger and dance around on the couch, man. And with that thought in mind, I think I'm gonna go find my gun now. So anyway, I got one. I got one here.
Oh,
We blow you up.
Oh,
That's
that's
a
a
good
good
one,
one.
man.
The Anhedonist spectral voice split from 2019, or was that? Yeah, 2019, I think. I had never heard Anhedonist before, man. They're pretty fucking vicious. Dark, dreary, doomy, heavy. And Spectral Voice is one of my favorites. I love those guys. And I mean, that's a good collaboration because right there you got Eli from Rap. What's it called, Nick?
but incantation.
Well, no, it's three guys from Blood Incantation, but the drummer Eli is in. He's got
What? Wayfarer.
Black Curse.
Oh yeah, okay. Isn't he the same drummer that's in Chemist?
Eli?
Hmm.
I think so.
Is that him or no? I'm thinking.
I don't
something
think
different.
Eli's in Chemist. No, you thinking of Primitive Man? The dude, there's the one.
Yeah,
dude in Black,
yeah.
The one dude in Black Curse is in Primitive Man,
Okay, all right, that's it.
and he's in Chemist too. But Black Curse is the singer and guitar player is Eli, who's the drummer for Spectral Voice, drummer and singer. I don't really buy a lot of splits. I have to say, it's not something that's ever been on my radar much. I bought 7-inches, but they're not splits. And as for collaborations, I mean, I can't believe no one mentioned it. Of all people, probably the greatest collaboration in metal that I could think of ever. Metallica and Lou Reed.
Oh,
Oh no, not that.
I was waiting for you to
please.
say Hall and Oates.
I am the table.
Let me
Hello?
just break out the deluxe box set.
I
real
am the
quick.
table.
Well, I have it. I was going to save that for a 2-hour deep dive video, but no, I don't have it. I've never listened to it, actually. But no, I mean, collaborations. I'm not metal. There's a lot of them out there, I guess, but honestly, I really couldn't think of a lot of them. I guess one of the big ones was obviously Anthrax and NWA, right?
Public Enemy.
Or Public Enemy, I'm sorry,
Right.
NWA.
Yeah.
I was thinking of Chuck D. That was a huge one because it was kind of one of the very first melding of, and obviously Aerosmith and Run DMC and.
Oh yeah.
But I was thinking more along the lines of like sort of ones with really large stars like Queen and David Bowie doing Under Pressure.
Oh yeah.
Hearing Aid.
Queen, David Bowie and John Lennon doing Fame, the song Fame. And Stevie Ray Vaughan and David Bowie. It seemed like he did a lot of collaborations.
You don't want to talk about
doing Let's
David Bowie
Dance,
and
right?
Mick Jagger doing Dancing in the Streets?
How much coke were they on when they were doing this?
Oh, all of it.
Dancing, was that all they were doing though? Were they just dancing in the streets?
Yeah, dude, it was the most. Dude, there was apparently someone did a video where they stripped out all the music and just dubbed
yes,
in
that
the
video.
walking.
Yes, that video.
No noise, just them just shuffling their feet. It's
Yes.
so fucking awkward. I love it.
But don't you remember the big scuttlebutt that went around that Bowie and Jagger were in bed together and did all all that shit? Don't you remember that?
Vaguely. I mean, when did that come out? I was a kid still.
You were probably young, yeah, but I
Yeah.
remember there was a big to do about that David Bowie and Mick Jagger had some kind of torrid love affair right around that period of time. Not that anything was ever substantiated or anything like that. And then one of my favorite collaborations, and really the only way I can really listen to Eddie Vedder anymore these days, is Temple of the Dog. That was
That's a good one.
Chris Cornell and the dudes from
Jeff Ament.
and what's his name? The other guitar player.
Stone
Gossard.
Stone Gossard, and then the drummer from Soundgarden.
Yeah, Matt Cameron.
Matt Cameron, right?
Who's also the drummer for Pearl Jam.
Right.
Yeah.
So, that album, Temple of the Dog, still fucking speaks to me 30 years afterwards. It's such a fucking killer album. And I'm probably pretty sure Mr. Bryan likes that album a little bit in the wee hours.
Oh yeah, I love it.
Another one, real quick, then would be Alice Mudgarden on the Sap EP, which was Chris Cornell and Lane and Jerry, and then I think Ann Wilson was on that as well, if I'm not incorrect. So those were the ones that came to mind. Sandy Denny and Led Zeppelin for Battle of Evermore. I'm going back into the Wayback Machine. Oh, and it would not be a stream if I didn't bring up Rush. Rush, the guys in Rush did a collaboration. Does anybody know what it was?
Oh, wait, was it the fucking Strange Brew Take Off?
Nope. That's a good one, but that's okay. So they did 2 collab. Well, they did 3. Actually, I take it back. They did 3 collaborations. Now that I think of it, with Doug and Bob McKenzie, they did "Take Off You Hoser." They did the song "Time Stands Still" with Amy Mann from Till Tuesday. Remember, she sings the female parts, obviously. And they also did a killer collaboration with the legendary band that very few people know about, Max Webster from Canada. They did a song called "Battlestar." Anybody know that?
No.
Nothing but crickets.
You forgot one collaboration though they did.
I don't even fucking want to hear this.
No. They collaborated with the Trailer Park Boys.
Oh, well,
oh yeah.
Oh, really?
Actually, that may be their greatest accomplishment ever. Actually, now that I think of it.
Yeah.
Good call.
Julian.
Alex Lifeson and Bubbles playing together.
They're doing. Yeah, that's right. They did Closer to the Heart.
Julian.
Yep.
Julian.
I got her.
Holy shit, Julian.
I got shot in the ass.
You can get off me now, Rick. My face looks.
I thought for sure you were going to mention Neurosis and Jarbo.
Did you ever check this one out, Jeff?
You know what? I don't have that, Rick. I know that's a good thought, but I never checked it out. What is it?
Mare Cognitum and Spectral Lore. I know you like the new Mare Cognitum.
No, wait a minute. Is that Mare Cognitum? I know is the black metal super melodic one, but what was the last album by him?
The one that came out this year.
Oh, they got a new one out? Something.
Yeah, you said you listened to it.
Was that the Infinitum one or whatever it's called? The double?
The Solar Paroxysm.
Okay, yeah.
This is the one from
I've not
last year
listened to
that they did with Spectral Lore.
Oh, you think I'd like that one?
Yeah, check it out.
Okay. Well, did I say Spectral Lore because it's Spectral Voice?
Oh no, you said Spectral Voice, but I know you like the Mare Cognitum. So
Oh, okay, yeah. No, I did like that. I'll
this
check
one
that one out. That one's older though, isn't it? Or is that newer?
This one came out last year.
Okay, all right.
They did a split. I think it was just a split called Soul.
Right.
And
then they did a full album.
This one's it's a split and a collaboration.
Okay.
So they alternate songs, and then on either the last one or the last 2 songs, they join together.
Oh, cool. All right, yeah, I'll definitely check that out.
This
I
one's
I remember reading some pretty good publicity on that it was pretty, thought pretty highly of, and I know you probably like it a lot. So.
Oh yeah.
Wait a minute, did you mention that? What about that Taylor Swift split that you had, Jake?
She hasn't done any splits, Jeff. I think you can pull that over on me.
I was gonna say she
man,
looks pretty limber.
I really thought I could pull that off on you, man.
I got one that sounds like a split. You mentioned Rush, but we got Frank Marino and Mahogany Rush.
Ah,
Mahogany.
dude, that fucking
Really good
album is
Look at
that
Chewy
album
something.
is
It's
What
that
the
Chewy
album
hell
is
is that?
incredible. That album is
What's
so
the killer
good,
guitar, man? This shit here.
dude. That's the Tales of the Unexpected song on there. You want to hear a goddamn solo that'll singe your nut hairs off if you have any? Oh my god. Nick just went. I gotta
I
think
mean,
that one over a minute.
It beats fucking trimming, dude.
But
Goddamn
no, that
jungle
that
down there.
solo on Tales. Oh my god, it's fucking insane. And it was 1978, right, Rick? Is that 78 or 79?
78, I believe.
I
Yeah.
think it is 78. Yeah.
Or
You're speaking to my heart right there with fucking Frank, man.
I
I
think it was
love that
recorded in
guy.
78, but I think this dropped in 79.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a smoking guitar album right there. Of course, Rick would pull that one out.
How does, with the shit that Rick pulls out, how does he not have the biggest collection out of anybody?
I think he does. Secretly, I think he's got like 3 rooms downstairs that are full of shit.
I do have shit downstairs. I don't want to look. This is a mess right now.
Yeah, it looks like a fairly organized mess.
Yeah, you grab shit like real quick. It's like, oh, I know where that is.
This is all the recent stuff.
Oh, did you just get that, Rick?
No. This is one I had a while. It's just that I thought I'd pull up because you mentioned Rush. Like, oh yeah, the Mahogany Rush.
Yeah, it's funny that you brought that up because I was talking to Todd and Josh about that the other night when we were on Josh's stream like Tuesday night, and I told Josh to check that song out, and his mouth dropped. You know, I don't know if any of you guys know about. Well, I think Brian, you know about Josh, right?
Yeah, I watched. Some streamers.
He's a
And
buddy
some
of mine.
of the videos.
Young,
Yeah, he's a
young kid guitar player, fucking unbelievable guitar player. I mean, just jaw.
Yeah, pretty amazing.
25 years old. He's like, if you close your eyes and heard him play Eruption, you'd never know it wasn't Eddie, man. He's that good. And I mean, he's the real deal. He's not. He's like an old soul in a 25-year-old body because he loves
Born Too Late.
all that 70s era metal and hard rock, and then Eddie's his guy and everything. But I told him to look into that, and then here the other night I went looking on eBay just to see what copies that were fetching. They're pretty cheap. You can get them for next to nothing. It's weird. It's weird how some of that 70s stuff is crazy priced, and then some of it you can get for next to nothing. You know.
It just depends on how rare it is and how much it was pressed.
Yeah, and who you're looking for, and
yeah.
If it's, Anyway.
Shit, man, we got through it.
We knocked it out in under 5 hours.
We didn't stray too off topic either, like we've been in past streams. But this is the 5th iteration. So anybody watching, so we did 1, 2, 3. The 4th one is on Brian's channel.
Yep.
You take it down.
I know it's up. I left it up.
And then this is the 5th one.
But that was only, my channel was only 6, so we didn't have as big of a group, obviously.
Wait, did we do one?
How do we
the
do
one we
tonight?
did on your channel was question 2, Brian? I can't remember.
Which questions?
Was it questions? The one we did on your channel about 6-8 weeks ago, or whatever.
Yeah.
That's okay.
That was the Chucky one.
Yeah.
And then we did one on Devin's channel. Remember? We did a question one on Devin's channel about 7 weeks ago, something like that.
Yep.
So we're probably up to about 7 now, actually. I mean, you weren't at that one, Rick, but
is that one?
That's the one Matt came on.
Yep.
We got Matt from the Dark
That's
Path
right.
on, but,
How do we do on viewers tonight?
I don't look at that stuff.
I saw it was about 20, 22.
Hitting 20, yeah, we were averaging up there. Obviously now because it's late.
Yeah.
But
now.
Not too bad.
We got the coolest man from Canada to come in for a little bit. That was
Phil from Chromium Dioxide was popped in for a sec.
Yeah, actually that's true.
Looks like we got.
He was ripping on us because we had like a full fucking house. We had a Thanksgiving event going on with 10 heads.
Oh yeah, and looks like Chuck just arrived.
Yeah. Did he?
In the chat.
Yeah.
If that's
How are you, Chuck? Dude, I put you in the thumbnail.
I guess he's got to come on now and show all of his picks.
Man, yeah, you're gonna
blow through it.
look like liars.
I mean, it's only what?
Well, for the ones who keep only to see you.
It's not even 11:30 for him.
Yeah, it's early. 5. It's not even we're not even at 5 hours yet. You guys went like 7 hours on that porcupine tree stream.
True, but I think the second half of it was like a BS session, right? Pretty much after that, half of it was the actual topic.
Yeah,
It was like the last 2 or 3 hours, right?
I came in on the end, like after you guys had pretty much wrapped it up and just BS'd.
Well, how long did we go on that last just BS session? A couple weeks ago.
That was a while too, I think.
Yeah, that one
I
went
wasn't
for
on that
what?
one.
Probably close to 7-8 hours.
Yeah, because when I had to go out of town, and so my wife was driving, and so I put that on for like most of the drive there, especially the later half when Jake jumped on.
So your family doesn't mind if you like have the stuff on with them in the car and just.
I had on just one ear.
Oh, okay.
So I could listen to it. Can I have a drink? Can I have this? Can I
I
have that?
question sometimes because. Okay, so Classy Lonnie did a video and he talked about how he put on a certain disc with the family in the car, and it was that Crossvault album, and I'm like, it was just that one was very close to something like Warning. I'm like, are you sure that's something you want to put on with your family?
I don't know what happened. Could you guys hear me talking?
No,
you dropped out.
Yeah, I went over to check a text message from Todd, and I must have hit the audio thing, and it kicked me out of the audio here.
See, but that was not as depressing as the first one.
No, it's still good. Is this the one he was talking about though?
No, it was the first one.
The one that you sent me.
Yeah. They changed their sound quite a bit since then.
Jake, did you order those Warning LPs, or did you have them already?
No, I ordered them.
Oh, cool. Okay, well, good deal.
Yeah, it was nice to finally be able to have them. That I finally had the money once you sent something my way.
Right, because a couple weeks ago, or however long it was, you said, "Yeah, I got to wait till payday," and when you went back, they were gone back.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Either I didn't make it back there, or before I had already spent all my,
your
money,
your music allowance,
my allowance.
Yeah, I hear you.
Carl Kogo had a comment about packaging. This might be more like up Jeff's alley because you got all those box sets and stuff. Like,
oh Jesus!
Yeah, you were showing all those for a
I'll
while.
just show Half-Or Trio shit for an hour and a half. I mean, his stuff is just stupid. It's what do they call it, Rick? When die cut shit. I mean, there's die cut stuff that fits in the stuff, that elaborate printing, and it's like, oh my god, it's just over the top. And here's the weird thing: I bought a lot of that shit almost 20 years ago. Well, give or take, when I was really in a dark ambient phase, and he does found sound and all that stuff. And I was sure these things were very limited. I was sure these things were going to be worth like ridiculous amounts of money later on, and they're hardly worth anything. I mean, the two box sets, the 3 CD and the 5 CD one, they're pretty saucy, but the rest of them, it's such a niche category of music that so few people are into that, and I'm not gonna lie to you, I probably have about 20 Half-Or Trio CDs, and I went in like a buying frenzy, and I'll bet you I've only listened to half of them. Like, I kind of burned out on them before I got through them all. So, hey, look at this cat.
It's official.
He made it.
Now the thumbnail's honest.
Yeah, there we go.
Now
You
glowing.
guys are already finished. Amazing.
Yeah, we made record. Believe it or not,
it's pretty. Yeah.
Well, we only have 4 questions, but that's more than enough.
Yeah, I checked in, about 3 hours ago, and there was like 10 heads up here, and it's like, oh god, these guys are in category 1.
Everybody's talking at once. What?
Yeah.
You figure we'd be here till like
frozen.
5 a.m., huh?
Easily.
Well, one big thing was I was pretty quiet most of the stream, so that's maybe why we got done quick.
Night, Marty.
Night, Marty.
Good night, Marty.
So how was your reunion there? Which one were we on?
And mumble something over 40.
45.
Almost.
Wow.
That's next year, actually.
Oh, they have them in off numbered years
every year.
When we reach 50, somebody decided let's just do it every year, and it's make it very informal and casual. And
wait, 50 or 40?
When we turn 50 years old.
Oh, when you reach 50 years old. I thought I was just gonna be like.
It was decided let's just get together,
okay.
and not wait, for the 30th or the 40th. Which the 40th we had. The next big one will be the 50th, which is 6 years away.
This is high school?
Yeah. So.
Yeah,
you got a big group that gets back together?
Yeah, it's just whoever's still here in the state, pretty much still locally, which isn't a lot of people. But
you guys all just talk about who's died already, or?
I was gonna say,
we talked about this chat group. I was streaming it on the big screen in the bar, and it was laughing.
That was our whole
I got to
viewer base
disappoint a
tonight.
whole room full of people this time.
All 20 of our viewers tonight were just, stuck in his class.
Hey, Red Chuck.
One of those reunions that you ask that question, like, so how's that novel going? The Great American Novel.
The novel, the one you've been writing, the novel.
It was like 20 years ago. Yep.
Works in
Chuck,
progress.
Chuck, did you pull anything for tonight, or were you just?
Yeah, I did for. Well,
go for it, man.
Quick show and tell. I'll just.
Hey, real quick before Chuck goes, I'm gonna take off. Gotta get to bed.
All right.
Yeah, actually, unfortunately, I got to do the same. I got to go to a show tomorrow.
Everybody's bailing on you now, Chuck. Look.
I know.
Because we don't love you, Chuck.
In the morning,
guys.
We are officially over with the questions, but
You're a time traveler. You're in the past over
Who you
there.
going to see tomorrow, Nick?
Yeah, no
I'm
kidding.
going to see Black Dahlia Murder.
Okay.
Carnifex.
Rivers of Nile, Carnifex, After the Burial, and I'm excited to see Undeath. Undeath's actually the big draw, but I do want to see Rivers of Nile. I want to hear the new material live.
And you do have a video to record tomorrow. I believe you said.
Actually, no. I recorded. We got it done tonight because Rin showed up. We got a chance to go over the new ministry and review that, and that was actually pretty damn fun. It kind of got me back to my old high school feels.
You guys are like machines, man. You just pump it out, man. It's just
that's crazy,
dude. This month's gonna be the gauntlet. There's so much shit coming out, man. And I mean, me being as compulsive as I am, I want to cover as much as possible. But I don't know. I might get pushed to my limits because everyone backed up their shit. It's like, oh, it just released in October. When we can tour again. I was like, God damn it! Why didn't? No, you could have released it in September or August.
Well, Jeff made me aware that the Testament show got pushed out.
Yep.
6 months or so. So there's one you have to go to.
Exodus, Death Angel, all that stuff.
Got pushed out to April.
Yeah,
I think for my show it's April.
It'll be May for me.
You know what I'm noticing? I think that the bands that are big enough that can hold off are being more, shall we say, responsible, so to speak, or however you want to look at it. I don't know, whatever you want, whatever your view is on it. But guys like Black Dahlia, guys that haven't toured in almost 2 years, they probably had to go back to making, doing regular day jobs or something. They're probably like, fuck you, we got to get out there and make some money.
Yeah.
So let's just take the chance, and you know what I mean? But I think, like in Exodus's case, those guys were one of the very first group of guys that get COVID because, Gary got it.
Yep.
Chuck Billy got it. Will what's his name? I can never remember that fucking guy's last name.
For
the drummer for Death Angel, Will.
For Death Angel, shit.
Will. I always want to say Will Ferrell, and that's not it.
It's not him.
But
long shot.
Chili Peppers.
Chili Peppers drummer.
He almost died, man. I mean, he was on a ventilator for 2 weeks. So I think they're looking at like, do we really need the money that bad, or can we hang on another 6 months? I mean, but a lot of these smaller bands. But then again, then you had the Priest thing, and I mean, you know, who the fuck saw Richie Faulkner having a severe heart ailment that just came on out of quote unquote nowhere?
That was a crazy story.
And that's crazy as fuck, you know.
In fact, he's the youngest one.
Yeah, he's like,
Yeah.
he's even 30 yet.
He's 42.
Oh, is he that old?
41.
Oh, shit, I didn't realize he was that
Yeah,
old.
but I mean, he looks healthy. He's a pretty thin guy, and I don't think he smokes. I don't think any of those dudes smoke. It's Carol, that's it. Thank you. It's close to Farrell, that's why. But yeah, but I mean, like the weird part about that was only a few days before that, Devin was telling me about getting ready to go. Getting ready to go to Priest because he was super psyched because it got canceled last year. And he's like, watch them cancel. And I'm like, dude, I think that's one tour that's rolling along pretty smooth. The band's isolated from everybody else. The crew's isolated. They're playing big sheds, and boom, out of nowhere, I wake up 2 days ago or 3 days ago and I see that. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And I'm like, dude, you're never going to believe this. Did you see the news about Priest? He's like, fuck you, man. Like thinking I was joking or like fucking with him. And I'm like, dude, they canceled the rest of the tour. Richie had to have heart surgery. At that point, he was in the hospital. So it's like, wow. But Mal, be careful out there, Nick.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm bringing a mask. Hell, I even got a fucking flu shot, and everyone pretty much knows I'm a giant pussy about needles. But I'm not taking chances.
My buddy was at the Decibel Fest over the weekend, this past weekend in Philly, and that was sold out. Like it was wall-to-wall people. And allegedly you couldn't get in without a Vax Pass. So everyone was being checked for that. But then when you were in there, you were supposed to have your mask on when you were up at anywhere in the area where the state, in the audience area. I saw a bunch of pictures. I'd say at least half people didn't have masks on. So
I think that policy
hard to police that.
It'll be after this show when they start enforcing it here in Ohio. At least that's what I've heard. And I mean, I don't know how much they're going to enforce it. But I mean, I bring a mask with me if I feel like it's getting too close. Pop that thing on.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to watch the show. I want to buy a shitload of merch.
I got you, dude. We'll have fun, man.
You want to stay healthy.
Good show.
Yeah. All right, guys. I will catch y'all later.
Peace out, Nick.
Enjoy your
Thanks
night.
for joining us.
Be seeing you.
Peace.
See you, buddy. All right. I guess I'm next to leave. No, I'm just kidding. I'll hang out, Chuck.
No, I'm gonna go. It's been good, guys. See you later.
I'll hang out, buddy.
Chuck, I'll pop the questions in just to make it easier so people know what you're showing. So we went through one, 2, 3, and 4. So here's 1. And I'm going to blow you up.
I don't have one. Oh, actually, I do have one for that. Hang on.
Awesome.
This is exciting.
I wasn't ready. So, band, I wasn't expecting them to release what they did. So there's a band called, well, here's the tape that I got. Curabin.
Huh.
They're from the Midwest, and I think it's a 3-piece, bass, guitar, drum, some vocals. It's kind of like a low-key, chill band. Mostly instrumental, some vocals, but not really any singing, just mostly just kind of chanting sort of thing. They would kind of fall into another category you had tonight as far as trying to classify them or stick them in a genre. They don't really fit. However, this I just ordered expecting more of the same of what I've heard of their previous albums. But this album is a compilation of various groups from around the world, or singers from Africa, from Europe, from South America, and so forth. And it's a very poppy album where the members of this band do not perform on it. They play one track, I think that's it, and everything else is basically guests that they got to perform a song, and then they put this album together. I don't like it. It's just too poppy for me. So that's the only one I have on that.
Now that you're a Carcass fan, of course.
I can't talk about Carcass other than what I just heard with their latest.
Right.
So. So I can't compare. So that's the only one I have in that category.
Okay. We also have genre benders. So that's question 2. Pull that up.
Well, there's a few bands that I know, but I don't have their albums, so I can't hold them up. But String Cheese Incident would definitely be one of those that, you know, it's is it bluegrass? Is it Latin jazz? Is it rock? Is it jam? But here's another band that's kind of Pigeons playing ping pong.
Pigeons playing ping pong.
Name of the band, and talking to the bass player who autographed it right here, Ben. The history of the band was a couple of I think it was the 2 guitarists, the rhythm and lead guitarists, were in a psychology class together, and there was a film showing pigeons being rewarded if they hit a ping pong ball back over the net, which is how they came up with the name. So it was an actual thing in science that they saw. This is a weird cover here. But these guys, they play funk, they play rock, they play R&B. So they're all over the board. See, again, I don't think you can really classify them into one category. There's the centerfold of these guys. So that's my entry in that one.
All right, the next one, it's kind of cool. That is
well, I got a couple for that one, and I don't know if anybody's done this, but I would think that would qualify. Woodstock.
oh, definitely.
Little trivia here. This couple here on the album cover on the 50th anniversary, which was 2 years ago, they recognized the fact that they were on the album cover because they were talking with the person that was flying this kite right here. And that person had like on a fishing rod. And they are still married. They met at the Woodstock Festival, and they are still married today. Well, 2 years ago they were. So it was kind of a trip. But yeah, so this was an actual event that happened.
Is that a double LP, or is that just?
This is a triple LP. Let's see if I can do this. Oh yeah, here we go. So this is here's one gatefold, and there's the other. I can't get far enough back.
Oh, we can see it.
That's pretty cool.
So it's a shot of the stage.
Shit.
I don't know who's on her right there. And that's just the liner notes, the album's track listing. The other one is a album that is the soundtrack for Ken Burns' Vietnam War that Trent Reznor and Articus Ross put together. And this is a 3-album set. So this was put together to be, like I said, the soundtrack for the Vietnam War series that Ken Burns put together. It wasn't for the entire Ken Burns thing, because Ken Burns tends to go long, and I think this Vietnam program or series was like 7 episodes that are like 3 hours each. This is only 3 albums, and only 5 sides. And if you watch the series, or I watched the series, and I would hear these songs that would be played in episode 1 and episode 3, they would play the same song and so forth. So it was like used throughout the whole series and wasn't used through the entire series. Good stuff, good ambient kind of stuff in areas, kind of dark, droney stuff in other areas. Cool stuff. Recommended highly.
Yeah, that's where I think Trent's been making a shitload of his money these days, doing him and Atticus Ross doing soundtracks to movies.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this. I was in the record store a couple years back, and the owner of the store just kind of came up and checked in with me, and I just said, what's good? What do you recommend? And he pulled that out and pulled out Caspian, another instrumental band.
Oh yeah, they're cool.
And I forget what the other one was. I came home with that. Oh, I came home with Wizard, King Gizzard Wizard Lizard thing.
Oh, we talked about them earlier.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, he like turned me on to them as well. I had never heard of them. So
we were talking about their one album they did that's kind of a thrash metal album, believe it or not. They did a what was the name of it? Did anybody remember?
Rat's Nest.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's it's weird. It sounds like a Voivod album with a better singer, but yeah, it's cool.
Interesting.
I was gonna say, Chuck. I think I've seen the first few episodes of that documentary.
Mm-hmm.
But in the very first episode, I had that thought of like, who is making the music to this? Because it's totally different, than a lot of the Ken Burns sort of work that he's done.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Because
I was excited to hear that it was that the Reznor had jumped on it, and was doing it.
Yeah, I can see the other Burns documentaries, Civil War, jazz, baseball, country music.
Country music, yeah.
They, especially Civil War, especially the Prohibition was another one that he did. They have music, from that period, from that era that he's covering. And in Vietnam War, he's not going to use those pieces, violin and cello or whatever, So it was more recent stuff. So yeah, that's probably the reason that he went with Trent and Atticus on this. It's been a while since I saw the episodes, but I'm sure there's 60s music that gets included in that.
Yeah, you'd think a little bit, anyways.
But he probably tried to stay away because there's so many Vietnam movies that came out in the 80s.
Yep, true.
Where it seemed like it's been 20 years. It's okay to go back and revisit this and.
Well, how long ago was that Vietnam series? Is that 10 years now?
I don't think it's
the documentary.
Yeah,
that's a good question.
I'm going to say 2015.
Is it that? Okay, I was thinking.
Yeah, it's fairly recent.
I was thinking it was a little closer to like 2012 or something like that. I remember when it came out. I haven't seen them. I need to watch them.
2017 is the date that's on the release of it. So.
Oh, then maybe that's when it came out. Then wow.
But yeah, it's worth your time to view the whole thing. There's some. It's just well worth it. It gave me a better understanding what was going on, and I was alive. I was by the time it was over in '73, I was 14. My older brother was 18, and there was concern that he might have to be drafted and go into the service. My oldest brother served in Vietnam. He decided to enlist, and he enlisted and joined the Navy so he could at least not be on the ground and in the jungles. He kind of saw the writing on the wall that, chances were very good that he could be drafted and go. So he decided to enlist. And as a result, he spent 4 years rather than 18 months, like the people that were drafted.
Right.
If they survived, that is.
Yeah, right.
It's grueling
Yeah,
too.
it's weird. I mean, I was 7 when it ended, and that one is hard for me to remember. I don't, you know how like, I remember a lot of stuff like some of the Arab-Israeli wars and stuff like that, and like, Reagan being shot and Carter being president. I kind of remember those things on TV. I just don't remember seeing much about Vietnam because we evacuated in what, 73, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just don't. For some reason, I don't recall that, and I don't know how much of it was on the TV by that time, or were they hiding it, or
I think there was a sensitivity with the American population that it was a failure. We lost,
right,
and didn't really want to talk about it. Plus, I think it's when we discovered that the veterans coming back were really messed up from their
Right.
experience of being over there.
Right.
So I think it was like, let's not talk about it. It's like, let's brush it aside because we don't
Right.
want to hurt anybody by bringing up these bad memories. And that's why, again, why I believe that they, in the 80s, when they started showing these movies, it was like, okay, well, it's enough of a grace period to start making movies and start
We were
trying
coming
to.
up, we were coming off the Cold War. We were supposed to be the superpower. It's pretty embarrassing, when
Well, yeah, and then yeah, exactly. So we can go on and on about all the embarrassments that the U.S. and then the Soviets, even when they went in Afghanistan, that was comparable, or at least
Yep.
it was compared by Americans that was their Vietnam,
Yep.
because they didn't succeed in their endeavor there. So 20 years later, neither did the U.S. So
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to recall back to, being 6 or 7 years old. I just don't recall seeing much on the TV, and it might have been because they stopped showing a lot of it because there was so much animosity towards being there by that time. You know what I mean?
oh yeah, I would imagine so. But it was like, I think it was like maybe one of the first wars, or was the first war where the nightly news had
Right.
stories of reporters in Vietnam sending in their file, their stories of the day and so forth. So Americans are sitting down to dinner and they're seeing
All the carnage.
American sons that are being zipped up in body bags and the carnage and stuff that they hadn't really seen before. And
those soldiers not knowing exactly why they're there. There was all this political stuff happening in the background.
oh yeah, absolutely.
Even the movies couldn't quite nail it down. They got right to the action. I remember like growing up in the 80s and these movies were coming out. It was like Apocalypse Now, Platoon, and Full Metal Jacket. That was the stuff that.
Hamburger Hill.
Yep. That was the good one.
And they actually talk about that in the Ken Burns series. In they would have these objectives that they were going to take a hill, and the hills didn't have names; they had numbers, and they would go and they would, the U.S. Army would decide, well, okay, we're going to attack this hill because there's reports of, enemy activity there. Go out there, drop troops in there, fight, battle for 3 or 4 days, claim the hill, and then abandon the hill 2 days later.
Yeah.
And it was like, well, what was the purpose of that? And then after they abandoned, of course, the enemy moves right back in. So that is discussed and brought up in the film. So there's really no answer for it.
Yeah, I gotta catch that. I have not seen that, and I knew about it, but I just hadn't. I guess it's probably on Netflix or something like that.
I think PBS has an agreement with Amazon Prime. I think that's where you can find it.
Okay. Oh, Prime.
Or you become a member or sustaining member. So that's what I do. I pay $15 a month and I can stream PBS shows through their streaming service.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
One more, Chuck, and that is the collaborative question.
Oh.
Or split.
So what is a split exactly?
Yeah, I figured it might just be a punk metal type thing.
Yeah, that's why I put collaborations too, because splits may not fit every genre nicely in the like it would like let's say punk or something along those lines.
I get it.
Well, splits like two bands. One does one side of a 7-inch single or one side of a 12-inch.
What's allowed with the 45s?
Okay. Well, I have none of that. So as far as collaborations go, I thought, well, it's just an album that has various artists that are on it in kind of a theme. And the one I pulled, I got a couple others, but I pulled this one, which is In Search of Sid. It was put up by Mojo Magazine. So it's got a lineup of various artists such as Zappa, Bevis Fron, Gong, covering some songs that were early Pink Floyd and some that they just wrote themselves. Like Bevis Fron wrote, contribute here, Portobello Man. Hawkwind did Cymbeline, cool version of Cymbeline. Soft Machine, I Should Have Known, and Onward and On. So that's the backside of that. And I think I got this. I don't think I bought the magazine and got this. I think I sent away for this separately. But yeah, the other ones I have here aren't really collaborations, so they're more of covers by one band. So I pulled this out just real quick, which SERGE was really Australasia. And what they're doing in this album is they're covering Hawkwind songs.
Oh, cool. Is Australasia a band?
Yes, they are a band, as far as I know. And yeah, they 9 cuts on here, and 3 of them are Spirit of the Age, 4 of them are Spirit of the Age. So just different takes on the same song.
Okay.
People. That's cool. So that's it. That's it in what, like 10 minutes?
Did much better time than we did.
Not 5 hours.
When we do it like that, yeah.
Exactly. No interruptions.
That compilation topic might be good for another one.
Certainly.
Yeah, because there's still so much more that could be uncovered. I'm sure, I don't know how much time we put into actually scratching through our stuff to get stuff for the questions. But it's one of those, if given enough time, we can probably find more things.
Well, yeah, there's a couple albums I have where various artists got together and they covered an album. Like, for instance, various artists got together and covered Dark Side of the Moon or The Wall by Pink Floyd. And there's another one that was a bunch of artists got together and covered Supertramp songs.
Oh yeah, you'll see that.
A lot of that. Yeah.
What's the record label that did?
I actually have a really cool one. I'll be right back.
Records.
Of course you do, Rick.
Magna Carta did that a lot.
Okay.
Magna Carta and also what were they? Cleopatra. Cleopatra were huge on that.
Doing what, Jeff?
Getting artists together to cover other bands,
prominent bands,
or whole albums.
Oh, okay.
So is Cleopatra like a label or something, or
they were? I don't know if they're still around. They had a lot of weird. They put a lot of weird stuff out. Like they did a lot of electronic and techno and industrial, but then they would also have like Killing Joke one album, and I mean it was just weird. They did their big thing was doing these like cover. Is that not who you were thinking of, Rick or Brian?
What's that?
Is that who you were? That's not who you were thinking of.
No, I was thinking of like it wasn't different. It wasn't bands doing a single album. It was just different bands covering, different Black Sabbath songs or Celtic Frost songs. They weren't putting together the whole album.
No. No,
I'm trying to think of. Yeah, World Records. They did like an Ozzy tribute, Motley Crue, but it was like extreme metal bands doing Ozzy or Priest,
I don't remember
Slayer,
that.
Metallica. They weren't very good. That's probably why.
Yeah, that's probably why.
Got this Pink Floyd comp, the many faces of Pink Floyd. So I found this at the record store, and it kind of looked like Dark Side of the Moon. So the cover really drew me in, and once I realized what it was, I'm like, this is fucking awesome. So it's 3 CDs, and it's got, like, I'll give you an example of some of the artists in here. So we got, for example, Comfortably Numb, Chris Squire, Alan White. We have, let me see, Careful with That Axe, Eugene, Nick Turner, Hawkwind.
Okay,
We have On the Run, Larry Fast, Alan White again. Speak to Me, Breathe, Adrian Belew, Pink Crimson. So there's a lot of Alan White in here. So there is, let me see, Hurricane Smith. So quite a bit of the prog guys too. You have Run Like Hell, Dweezil Zappa, Keith Emerson.
Yeah.
You have Shine on You, Crazy Diamond with Steve Lukather.
That's weird.
Yeah, Another Brick in the Wall, Part 1, Steve Morse. Part 2, Fee Waybill.
The Tubes, huh? Mm.
That's pretty wild. That's a weird comp there, man.
Money with Edgar Winter.
Huh.
Yeah. Bill Bruford. Yeah. Yep. Tony Levin. Shit. So pretty cool.
Rick, that sounds really familiar to what I got here. I think what you have there is a compilation of the two that I have. This is Return to the Dark Side of the Moon, and on this, Money has Tommy Shaw on vocals, Edgar Winter on sax, Gary Green on guitars, Billy Sherwood organ, Bill Bruford drums, 2011 bass. So it sounds like they took music from that one and this one, which is Back Against the Wall, and made that CD that you have.
That was a 2 CD set right there.
This one, yeah, this is 2 CD, and this one is just a 1 CD. But it does not have Shine On You Crazy Diamond, so I don't know where that came from. But On the Run has Larry Fast keyboards, Alan White percussion, and you say Brain Damage. Bobby Krieger from The Doors is on Brain Damage. Jeff Downs, Vinny Culata on drums, who played with Zappa, and so on and so forth. Good stuff.
Stewart. This might be like a more, like you said, a compilation of what you have there. Just kind of a more, just bundled conveniently. One
What's the label on that, Rick?
It is
who produced it?
Just says MBB. See if I can find it right here. Yeah, I've never even heard of this when I
Jeff, you said Cleopatra Records?
Cleopatra did a lot of them, yeah.
Yeah, Cleopatra Records put this one out. And it's
is?
produced by Billy Sherwood. And then the other one...
Well, you know who Billy Sherwood is, right?
Yeah.
He's the dude that replaced Chris Squire.
Oh.
Well,
no, Chris Squire was always in Yes. He was the only constant throughout Yes's
when he died,
configurations.
When he died, though, Billy Sherwood took his spot. He's with Steve Howell's version of Yes now. Because isn't there a couple versions of Yes now again?
There's 2. There's Anderson, Wakeman, Raven.
Raven, yeah.
And
then the other
tour
one
with
Rock.
I forget who's on bass and drums for them. I've seen them a couple times. And then there's the Yes that Hal tours with. They used the name Yes because I guess he won the lawsuit. And
that has Alan White and Billy Sherwood in it.
right.
Jeff Downs.
Yeah. And Jeff Downs, correct.
And then I think the singer.
And they had the lead singer from Glass Hammer.
Yeah, John Davison or something.
Mm-hmm.
Davidson.
Really good vocalist. Really good vocalist.
Yeah.
So,
did you hear the new Yes though? I heard the new song. Yeah.
I have not. I saw that they have a new one out. I'll get it for the Roger Dean artwork.
Yeah, it didn't do much for me.
That's what I was thinking.
Support Roger Dean.
Well, they always look good. The covers always look good.
Oh yeah, because Roger Dean, man.
The music is always somewhat dubious, shall we say?
Are both iterations of the current band, still putting out new music, or is one just touring and?
One is touring and one Yes is putting out new music. And I don't know if the Wakeman Anderson is still doing anything.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing.
It's kind of confusing.
The Steve Howe version.
It really is.
The Steve Howe version with Jeff Downs from Asia and Billy Sherwood, who also was in a band called World Trade that was actually really good. Their first album, anyway.
Didn't Downs come over from the Buggles? And he was on Drama?
Yeah, but he was in Asia after that.
Yeah.
Then Asia is still around, and Jeff Downs is still in Asia too. In fact, what's weird about Asia is they now have on vocals they have Ron Thal. You know who that is? Bumblefoot.
That sounds. Oh yeah,
He was in Guns N' Roses. He's also in Sons of Apollo with Mike Portnoy and Jeff Scott Soto. So a bunch of these guys have like multiple bands now. I mean, a lot of them aren't doing anything yet, but yeah, the Steve Howe version has been touring pretty extensively actually.
Mm-hmm.
Till COVID, obviously. They put a couple albums out too, I believe, right? Chuck? I think they put.
If they have, I'm not aware of it.
Yeah, I think they put 2 albums out. I wouldn't exactly call them great. They're not like old Yes. I mean, they're not even like mid-period Yes, like 90125 or even Union.
They're just like the new Yes. We just not used to it. We
I guess
can't categorize them yet.
But I think this tour they're doing now, they're going to be doing Relayer, right?
That's what you said.
Well,
and I haven't seen anything. Are they touring or are they holding off on that? I know.
Well, they're not touring here now. I think it's in Europe in the early part of next year. So
yeah, I don't think anybody's.
I thought for sure they were doing the entire Relayer album and maybe something else, like another full album. But I'm almost sure they were doing the entire Relayer album.
Did you say?
I guess new material.
Didn't you say that they did Drama recently?
Maybe it was Drama. Yeah, you might be right. Maybe it's Relayer and Drama. Which actually, I wouldn't mind seeing that because they're my 2 favorite Yes albums. So.
Yeah, I got to go see them do Relayer for sure.
Yeah.
Speaking of doing full albums, Hackett is doing the full Genesis Second Outs album currently, and I know he's got dates in England. He's got some dates in America, but I don't know if they're gonna come off or not. Yeah. So waiting and see. He's supposed to be here next year.
Stefan, you want to grab your guitar and show Chuck you playing a jam tune?
No, at the moment, Jeff.
Sure.
There's nobody in the house.
You can crank it up to 11.
Crank that up to 11, man. Shake the windows and the doors.
But all my guitars are downstairs where they belong.
Well, take us downstairs with you. Take your phone down.
I have my laptop, and the Wi-Fi in the basement's absolutely horrible.
That's a bummer.
It really is. It's been like that since then.
I wanted to see you play that Kerry King. I wanted to see you rip off like.
Is that a BC Rich you got? Is it the Warlock he plays?
Yeah, I have that one. I have the Kerry King version.
Oh, nice.
V, right? Doesn't he have a V?
Yeah, I actually do have a V.
Right.
Is that a Dean or a BC Rich?
That's they mean the Gibson? Actually, that's a Flying V Gibson.
No, the follow along. The Kerry King one, is that a
Kerry
BC
King.
Rich or a Dean? Because he.
Oh no, that's definitely a BC Rich.
That's a BC Rich. Okay.
Did he switch to Dean later? Like
He
later?
just switched. Yeah, he switched to Dean like a year or two ago.
Okay.
That's why I was asking. He was with BC
Yeah,
Rich
I forgot.
forever.
There's actually a video of me playing that guitar. Actually,
Yeah, I think I saw that.
How much have you progressed since then? Just wondering.
I'm more of a listener than I play guitar. Actually, I rather enjoy music than sometimes play. Really, that's more my kind of thing.
You still have your drums?
Oh yeah, but they're not assembled actually because we had a little flood in the basement during that huge storm hurricane that came back then.
Recently? The one recently?
Yeah, that was the one that was recently. We had to take it apart and move it and put it somewhere because there was a lot of leaking going on in the basement.
Your guitars didn't get wet?
No, we made sure we made sure like we moved them during the time and then we put them back where they were when they were done.
Like, if I had the whole house to myself, I'd be bringing that drum kit to the living room.
And put in the kitchen.
How close are your neighbors? Are they close?
Yeah. My neighbor is very close over here, and there's one over there, so it would make a lot of sound.
You don't want to wake them up playing Slayer?
Nah, I wouldn't. I'm not
Mandatory
really into
suicide?
thrash metal anymore. I'm more into
Blasphemous
more into death metal and black metal.
Is it just do you just have guitars and the drum set, or do you have bass guitar or anything?
No, I was gonna sell one of my guitars, like this very old one, maybe that I bought for like only like $150 actually back then, and maybe if I kept on saving more money, I wanted like that BC Rich looking bass actually, so that's the one I actually would really like a lot. Or maybe I would sell the other Gibson I have, the Epiphone, not the Epiphone. I'm saying the Gibson what's it called, Ebon Explorer, and I wanted to get the Chuck Schuldiner tribute BC Rich because I really love death a lot, so I wanted to have Chuck's guitar.
Can I ask you a question, Steph?
Yeah.
If you don't really play them, what's the sense of having them?
Well, maybe I'm basically coming up with that. I told you I'm trying to come up with like a one-man band project thing, so that's what I want to use it for.
Wow. So do you know how to use plugins and all that kind of stuff on software and everything?
Yeah, I have pedals and all that kind of stuff to use. So yeah.
So Stefan, do you have common walls where you live, or do you have space between your neighbors?
Actually, my like, if I'm in the basement, my neighbor's house, you can see right outside the window. It's very, very close.
So not shared walls, but
not shared walls.
very
Like
close,
California, it's very common to have shared walls out here.
So you got like what, a car length between you and the next residence?
Yeah,
Give or take?
basically, my neighbor on the on this side, actually, we share like this one driveway, so it's like both the driveways are connected.
Then it's split.
So when you're playing late at night, they're not going to hear you when they're sleeping. Trust me, I know. I live in an apartment, and I start playing music at 1 a.m. and I go to 4 a.m. and my neighbors don't hear me because they're asleep.
Oh, sorry. I'm just.
Nice.
I was just doing one of Stefan's songs there.
Are you sure it's in the right tuning?
It is.
Yeah, I think it is. I'm pretty sure it is. It sounds like it. I mean, that's the same chord I kept hearing over and over in my head.
The funny thing is, I actually do have an acoustic guitar as well.
Oh, I was going to ask you if you had that.
You know,
Let me guess.
I
You have a Taylor.
Electric acoustic or just a regular?
You have a Gibson Hummingbird, right? Like a $4,000 acoustic, right?
Nah, it's just like playing a regular acoustic guitar.
Hey Jeff, didn't you hook up Stefan with some like song titles?
Oh,
I did.
yeah.
Yeah, how
That's
you
right.
coming on those? Did you write any chords and lyrics for those yet?
Not since then, but I had kept the names of all the songs and everything. I have it on my phone.
Well, Kellen, did you see those song titles?
I think I was watching the stream, and you had a list of like My Little Pony, brutal death
Yes,
metal.
yes, it was.
I was like, what in the world am I watching right now?
Stefan, do you have those handy there?
That must have been deep in the stream, like the
Why
6
don't
7
you
hour
pull
mark.
those up, Stefan, and read those off for Kellen?
Oh,
Yeah, I
he's
got
them.
it.
He'd enjoy
I
those. I don't think Chuck saw those
We
either.
need to get those on a notes document.
You gotta
Brian,
carry
did you,
like little.
did you see those, Brian?
Yeah, I
We
did.
did.
I remember seeing
Oh,
them.
You
but
never
I
know
didn't
when
pay
inspiration
attention.
strikes. You walking into woods or whatever. You
I
can't.
got
No, you got to read them. You got to read them to us, Stefan.
I still have the picture Rick made too as well.
Yeah, that's Drake.
Yeah, we're like halfway there.
Which nom de plume did you go with? Countess Goldbergus Blagarath, or what
I
was your...
actually was Slatanicus Occultus Goldbergus.
There you go.
That was the first one.
Goldbergus.
And the second one was Count Beelzebub Goldberg. The first time I heard this was literally
This fertile
the best
mind right here, man. This fertile mind right here.
thing. The first time I heard this, I died of laughter so hard. That was great.
Go for it. Read them off.
Okay. I love this one.
So these are just song titles
Yeah.
These are the song titles for Stefan's
to write a song too.
Well, it's his forthcoming album. I
Yeah.
figured I'd get him started. It's called Drag Thy Soul to Thyself Hell. The MMXI demos, the 2021 demos.
I got you.
And the concept is by some guy named Jeff Kiefer. But anyway,
loosely based.
It's unique because it's a one-man kazoo based black metal.
It's kazoo based.
Kazoo based. All right. No
There's a lot-
accordions though.
No.
All right.
Alright,
Go
you want me to
for it.
read? Okay, the first song is called "The Burning, Raping, and Pillaging of Cantalot."
So I have no idea what Cantalot was.
Cantalot
It's a place in Equestria.
It's a place in Equestria. Now, where's Equestria, though, Stefan?
Don't you feel stupid now?
That's
Kellen?
just the
Place in
name.
Canterbury.
That's just the name of the whole place.
Equestria is the
valley.
whole circle of My Little Pony. It's where they all live.
Right. So
Yeah.
I stop the stream and I'm like, what? He's referencing some, whatever. And I realize, okay, I get the theme now. I get the concept.
We've
It's
moved
made of
into My
land.
Little Pony.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
I discovered all of this, but
So
it
what
was
you
completely-
have to understand, Kellen, is in order for me to come up with all these song titles, which I did, I had to actually go fucking read about My Little Pony.
You had to go to the synopsis.
Now, can you imagine
Go to
that?
the website.
Can you imagine I'm a 55-year-old man reading about a fucking story about fake fucking cartoon ponies so I can make up funny song titles that have something to do with Satan?
I wasn't very impressed, Jeff. I have to say. The amount of
your
research
research,
that
deep
went
dive.
into it.
Dive into
It
the
was
ponies.
exhaustive. I had to take 3 naps after I did this.
My Little Pony. Here's my hot take. Here's my hot take on it,
Like,
Stefan.
no, you didn't. I didn't even.
Care
finish
Bears
it.
are better than ponies.
I'm
Care
gonna
Bears.
come over there and spin
I'm a
kick
Care
you,
Bear
bro.
guy. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna come over there and spin kick you, man. That's not how it works.
Stefan,
Yes.
I would pay to see
Care
you
Bears
spin kick
the
anybody.
crap
I'm just
out of the
saying.
My Little Ponies.
I'll see you in the pit, Brian. All right. More
All
to
right, go.
school show.
Go for it. Let's hear your song titles quick. Now that Kellen has an idea of what's going on.
All right,
We're
here
all
it
up to
comes.
speed now.
All right, here it goes. Pinkie Pie rides the fury phallus of the Lord exalted Satan. And that is one of my favorites in here. Princess Celestia bathing in the unbaptized blood of the burning of Christ. Hell awaits in the castle of friendship as Satan belches fire from his stinging lips. And buried in the stinking maw of Fluttershy, the unholy spirit of blasphemy. Now this is one I thought was really a home hitter. Equestria, the city of leprosy, the mutilated, and the cancerous. And also, this one was really good, actually. All right, here's this one. Twilight Sparkle, true traitor, true whore.
That could be
I
the,
stole
that
that
could be the
from
album
Jeff
title.
Whitehead. I stole that from Jeff Whitehead.
Yeah, from that Leviathan album, actually, I remember. And here's the last one. Rainbow Dash, Betrayer, and the Judas of the Almighty Goat. And I was like, oh my God. You missed out 2 characters, actually, that were missing. You only got 5 out of the... You actually got 4 out of the 6.
Oh, my God. I'll have to get back to work.
Yeah, I was like, oh, wait, I was like, they didn't get
That's
all
the follow-up
the
album, Jeff. That's the
I
follow-up.
wouldn't use all the songs on that one demo. Like save 1 or 2 for a split. You know.
There you go. There you
I
go.
can imagine doing. I'll do a split with like Prince, whatever, or something.
Prince
that's a guy.
Care Bears on one side and My Little Pony on the other.
Listen here, Beazel Bubba Goldberg. You better get working on it.
I will. I actually wanted to make a shirt.
I mean, what do you want me to do? Come up there and write the fucking music for you, too?
Nah. I'll just do that myself, actually.
I mean, if I do, it's going to sound like an ABBA album. That's why. So
you can imagine. It would sound pretty good if that happened.
Did ABBA do an album about The Little Pony? I'm confused, Jeff.
What's that?
I said, did ABBA do an album about The Little Pony? I'm confused.
He could have. I will say this much, though. Now, Brian and Rick have heard a little bit of this. But Todd and I are working on some songs, believe it or not.
Yep.
Todd's a very good guitar player. And we're what was it, Wednesday afternoon, Tuesday afternoon, something like that? He sent me this riff. He's like, dude, you got to hear this riff. So I started playing the riff, and I just sat down and wrote lyrics to it, like right there. And then I came up with the vocal melodies. And so we're working on it's a traditional metal song. Well, it's actually 2 trad metal songs. So Kellen, you're gonna love this shit, man. It's all about swords and sorcery and the dark bringer of the dark bringer of misfortune, and I'm telling you, man, I'm on my A game here with my lyrics on this one. So we'll see. I don't know how. It may take us a while now that stuff happened with his mom, but we're working on something, man. We're kicking it around.
It was kind of hard to put, the separate,
Yeah, I know.
the riff and then the riffs,
vocals,
and then the vocals separately. So, but yeah, the riff was really good. He's really
he's got a couple more that are even better than that one, man. And
Really?
I came up with.
It's
I don't
pretty
know
like
if-
rocking.
Did I send you the chorus section?
No, I believe
Because I wrote the chorus section. I wrote all the chords and.
You sent it to me.
Did I send
I
it
don't
to you?
think so.
Okay. It doesn't sound very good because I'm playing it on my acoustic right by the fan here, so you get the
Yeah.
sound of the fan. It's really awesome. We're high tech right here, man. We're going high tech. This is.
High tech, you're going to shut off the fan?
I'm thinking about it. I'm not sure.
Okay.
It might
on
add
how
Yes,
much-
it has,
We put a demo.
Depends on how much ambient noise the string and tin cans pick up. So we're working on that. But yeah, we're actually. I got to download Reaper and see if I can master how to get the vocals sorted out. But it actually might be kind of
cool.
cool, man. Because
Yeah.
I sent him a little quick vocal sample. He's like, "Dude, did you just sing that?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Fucking A, man. We're making songs." I'm like, let's do it, man.
You said can. Are you like string and can, and that's how you're communicating and sharing the songs?
Todd's down in West Virginia. I set up a long distance string and can arrangement that we got going on, and it's
You can twang it.
it's working so far, man. Yeah. So
Awesome.
yeah, you missed that. You should have been here that night, Kellen, that we did that, man. I mean, me and Marty and I were both in fucking feared.
Yeah, no, that was like one of the funniest things that happened.
And
that
I
night.
think the reaction that Stefan heard to these things, like Jacob read them off because Jacob had them on his home. He was able to pull them down, and as Jake was reading them, the reaction Stefan had made us laugh more than anything else. It was like, holy fucking shit, man.
I love it, actually.
Came
I
early.
think you guys are going to have to step up your game if you want new song titles because a new generation already came out.
You think, huh?
A new generation of
You haven't paid
ponies?
me for the first iteration there, Stefan.
Yeah, actually.
You think I'm doing this for my health at this point?
How did the do
Say
my,
again,
fun.
do My Little
That was
Ponies
good
make Little Ponies like the traditional way, or is there some kind of magic that happens?
No, actually, this is the 5th generation now, actually. Since the last one ended like 2 years ago. This is like a whole brand new one, actually.
Is there like plenty
Stefan.
of funny action?
I seen it. I watched the movie 3 times already.
Stefan, just curious.
Yeah.
I'm thinking a little bit now on the second album concept and maybe doing sort of like a My Little Pony torture porn sort of vibe to it.
Torture porn? Like porno grind? Oh no.
What I was curious about was, do these My Little Ponies, do they bang bang boom boom? You know what I mean?
Nah.
Say no more. Say no more.
Oh man,
They're asexual.
they're asexual. Something's telling me the people that watch it are asexual too.
Are people still watching at this point?
You may be on the
I'm just kidding, Stefan. I'm just kidding.
I know that. I know.
But yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, you had me when my brain was still working pretty good 3 months ago. Now I struggle to forget. I struggle to remember my own name. I struggle to find the bathroom, and it's right next to my room. So, yeah. Anyway. Well, listen, guys. I think I'm gonna head out. I'm pretty beat. When Chuck comes back, I was only gonna stay on till midnight. Remember, Rick?
Yeah, and all those 8 other times.
Yeah.
But yeah, we have pretty good progress, man. I think.
What's that?
Almost 6 hours.
Well, I tell you what, we had a full house. That's for sure. I don't know what happened to Phil. Phil was in the comments, but he didn't jump in.
I think he probably saw we had the full house. He's like, better hang back. I did give him the link.
Okay. Oh, maybe. I mean, yeah, he had told me he was going to jump in, but I guess maybe just figured it was, I don't know.
He basically had 10 from the start until Nikki and Serge jumped off.
And Todd then kind of bailed.
Todd, well, yeah, was that must have been before.
Yeah, I mean, Serge, I kind of always know, kind of wants to be out by like 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
His kid gets up at.
Oh yeah.
He's off the rails at 7 a.m. and.
Oh yeah.
He oftentimes has to watch the kid on Sundays when his wife works at the hospital. She's a nurse, so didn't surprise me much that he bailed out pretty early.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you're still awake, Brian.
I know.
This is late for you, dude.
Yeah, I usually don't last this long.
Well, Chuck, I'm sorry that we didn't go till 5 a.m. for you.
No, that's all right. I mean,
we're glad you made it, though.
Real quick before we sign out. So I just want to do a little show and tell.
Get more stuff.
This look familiar?
Oh, I know what that is.
Oh wow.
What is it?
So, Chuck sent some stuff my way, so kind of a thank you, and I wanted to share it to the world. Nice. But he's a bit of an artist himself.
Wow.
Look at that.
There he is.
Hey, it's even signed. Look at that. It's going to be worth dollars someday.
Might be worth cents.
That's pretty cool.
Got this
in a frame.
Badass Deadwing sticker.
There you go.
Oh wow.
I know where he got those.
Yeah. Trying to get rid of them.
I had a whole fucking trunk left full of them. Them and IA stickers and Fear of a Blank poster or Fear of a Blank Planet posters.
I'm finding out all kinds of things, man. Like just how, he's from the era when people knew how to write, and
wow, that's a pretty good handwriting.
Is that a love letter?
It is. Thank you for the CDs, and then there was the LSC sticker.
Yeah.
What's LSC?
This was old project of yours, right?
The LSC? The Legion of Space Commandos? You don't know about the Legion of Space Commandos, Jeff?
I don't know anything about
I'm remiss
that,
in not sharing that story with you. I'm sorry.
Wow. I feel kind of left out, man.
Yeah, well, you should.
And there was one more item, which I might have to use the backdrop one day because it's extra large, so 150. But black tie-dye.
Whoa, look at that.
I don't see this very often.
The weed.
So, thank you.
Hey, my pleasure, man. Thank you.
Now, Rick.
Are you an L?
Rick.
If I don't be careful, I will be an L.
You're medium?
Yeah.
No kidding. Wow.
Wow.
I'm pretty small, man. You probably can't tell from the stream.
Yeah, no, I can't really tell.
Hey, Rick.
So I went large just to make sure it fits you. So.
Oh yeah, you made very
So
interesting.
no offense there, dude.
You can shrink it.
No, it'll make a good backdrop, man. I'm gonna use it for something.
Wait, is it a flag or a shirt?
No, it's a shirt.
Oh, it's a shirt. Okay.
Cut it in half, and you can make it a flag.
But here's the thing, Rick. In your note from Chuck, does he mention anything about wanting to see you naked like he does in my notes?
I'm pretty sure it doesn't.
Jeff. I never said that I want to see you naked. I just said that if we're streaming tonight, I heard it was clothing optional.
That's true.
Nothing about.
Wait,
about wanting to see you naked.
I mixed it up. It said something about in there. I can't wait to see you dead. Never mind.
There's no spelling mistakes or anything. Like just and this is a piece of art, man, right here.
And just for your information there, Rick, and everybody else for that matter, when I write these things, because I have a stack that's, that's how I pass my time. I write stuff down on paper, and it's all live, so to speak. I'm not thinking and then writing it down. It's just, it comes out as I'm
you're in the
writing
moment.
it. So that's exactly how that letter was written. So, I might have had an idea of what I wanted to do. I wanted to write you a letter and thank you, and then it just comes out. So, so there's not a whole lot of erasing and editing and anything like that. It's just as it is.
Well, I gotta give you kudos. Rick has sent me, I don't know, 4 or 5 packages in the last year, maybe 6. And how many thank you notes did you get from me, Rick?
Notes?
Yeah, letters.
You mean, do we count negatives?
Yeah, we can count negative. I'm the worst at that shit. Now, I've thanked you many, many times in person and privately and stuff, but I am the fucking laziest person when it comes to writing a letter or even sending an email. Like I'm just lazy as hell.
Well, writing is becoming a lost art. I mean,
yeah, it is.
They don't teach how to write cursive anymore, and I don't even know if they teach how to print anymore. It's learning how to type. So, it's become lost. So, but the calligraphy. I took calligraphy when I was in grade school, and just kept up with it my entire life, and I enjoy doing it.
So Chuck and Rick, do both of you have like a collection of art, like this other sort of discipline that you have, that like your own personal works that you compile and practice? Like, is there, if I were to like ask you to show all your pieces of art, like, is it you have like,
you mean like physical?
Yeah, like, because I hear you talk about album artwork with a kind of specificity, like you technically know what's happening in a way that I can't, and I don't register. Like, I can't technically look at how they did something with the same kind of like precision that you can.
I go to school, but I don't do much physical media anymore. As a matter of fact,
Don't you have a website?
Thumbnail for this stream. Like I drew this out first before I did the live stream Gore Guts logo. So I'll do like stuff like this and
wow,
that's cool.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's like, I got one of those little light tables, and I do very light work with that nowadays. It's mostly digital. I do most of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I got a little tablet. I could draw right directly.
Right.
It takes time.
Don't you?
It's the same thing. It's just a different medium. Instead of working with pen and ink, you're working on a computer. So, but the result in the end is the same thing, in my mind. Especially that.
It's like if you it's like with photography. Like if you know the analog world and you transition to digital, I think that you get all those principles well adapted. Whereas if you've never done the analog world, a lot of those metaphors may not make sense to you because you don't know where it came from. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
From that, it's a whole different. Well, I learned on physical media, and then I moved into the digital world, and then I get all those little the language behind it, which all came from that analog world. They translated there. It does help. I think kind of moving along with album artwork and stuff like that. I look at something like Roger Dean or something like that. It's so amusing, man, because like you try to recreate some of that stuff in the digital world from scratch. It's a whole different. Like you're trying to replicate a physical brush through a digital world. It's going to look different. Unless you know exactly what you did from the analog world to translate that brush, and to kind of get that style,
And all artists have a certain feel to what they do, and sometimes it's easy to pick it up, and other times it's sterile. You don't pick anything up, and it's hard to translate that into the digital media. And I've tried, and I know exactly what you're talking about, Rick. But when I tried was 15, 20 years ago, and it was pretty archaic compared to what you can do today. But I just prefer just doing paper, canvas, and brushes and pens and pastels and so forth, and do it that way, and then take a photograph of it.
Some people do. That's what I did with this. Like I do have a scanner, but nowadays it's just easier to just take a picture. I just import that to Photoshop, do the cleanup job and all that, and but. So my scanner is just gathering dust nowadays.
No, that was a cool thumbnail. You always come up with great thumbnails. You are the thumbnail king on YouTube. I dare anybody to try.
I had no concept this morning. I'm like, shit, I gotta create a thumbnail for this.
I know you were kind of struggling with coming up with something that hasn't been done before.
Well, part of it too is like if I'm gonna throw headshots, and I don't know who's gonna be on the panel tonight, and I gotta work out these little details. So I gotta use placeholders.
Yeah.
But the Nicky thing worked out perfectly because like, the beard and Obscura. I was like, all right, yeah, okay, this is coming along.
You put a lot. How much time did you put into making that thumbnail?
That thumbnail was probably about just a little over 2 hours.
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah,
that is fucking crazy.
Oh, yeah, actually, sorry, not counting the sketch. So do the sketch first to figure that out.
That's dedication, man.
There's no font for this. Like I had to actually draw this. The
right. From the second Gorgon logo.
Hey Rick. That one that you made me a long time ago for my backdrop for my YouTube channel. How long did that take you actually? Because that came out absolutely phenomenal.
Well, see, I'm a graphic production artist, so a lot of my day is just fucking deadlines, and they want their shit now or yesterday. Mm-hmm. So you figure out all these shortcuts, and a lot of times I tend to reuse a lot of the assets. So that also saves time. It's almost like
doing everything from scratch.
Right. I'll grab a copy of the thumbnail for the stream and also do some stuff around. Some of the fonts may be the same. Maybe some of the headshots. It's like an animator. Like sometimes they'll reuse backgrounds, you know what I mean, or just recycle frames. But there's just so much that you can't quite notice. You can't tell it's a lot of the same recycled assets. So it's just applying that same principle.
That's compared to something like this, which.
Oh yeah.
That's 20 hours working there, at least. I'm still not done with it. Oh, by the way, I'll be here next weekend.
That's awesome. I've never messed with watercolors much growing up. It's just something that never quite. I've done color pencil, acrylics, oils, but watercolors is for some reason I don't know something because I like to build the base up. But with watercolors, it doesn't work the same way.
Well, yeah, with oils, it's exactly like you said. You build something up. You go from light to dark. Watercolors, it's a whole different animal. And I only recently, the last 5 years, have started fooling around with watercolors. And I'm only doing that because there are pens that are made that are water-based, and they're essentially each one is a brush, so you can do like a little fine tip as though you're writing with a pen, or you press down on it and it spreads the tip out into a brush, and you could, on a piece of paper, wet the paper and then run the brush over it so it bleeds, or you can take two pens and rub the tips together. Then it's take for instance blue and yellow together, and you get green when you write with the pen, and then it fades into yellow or it fades into blue. It's really cool. It's a lot less messy. You don't have to carry a bunch of water with you if you're trying to do it. It's cheating is what it is. But I'm exploring that, and am liking that medium a lot. I had an art teacher that taught me 40 years ago. She was just strictly oils, and she was kind of impressionistic, and today she's still around and she's just doing nothing but watercolors. So I think it's just a progression to, my opinion, it's a progression that you can move from acrylic or oils and go into watercolors, because I think you gain a sort of confidence. You definitely have gained experience of using a brush against a canvas or against a piece of paper for 30, 40 years, that your strokes are less, your movements are less on the piece of paper, and you understand. I think that just more colors
develop your own style too, like just it's sort of a signature look. So if you start doing commission work, people are going to seek you out, man. It's like we were showing stuff earlier, like if you want to show like Mark Riddick work, like he never needs to do anything in color. Everything is this sort of line art, detail heavy, kind of stuff, and he found his niche, and we'll always have something happening there because it suits perfectly for that medium. There is like that like Necro Lord artwork. I don't know if I'll show you, Chuck, like an example.
Hey, real quick, because I'm going to dip out here in a second. Phil said he never got the link. I thought you sent it to him, Rick. So I didn't send it.
I thought I did, but
my bad. Sorry about that, Phil. Really sorry, guys. I'm gonna head out, man. I'm hurting. All right.
Yeah, we're about to call it a night too. I was gonna show one thing real quick and
go ahead.
Call it a night. Just an example of like Necro Lord art. It's got kind of a signature look. Like all his artwork has that sort of new thing happening. So this is the Catatonia tribute.
Mm-hmm.
So all the stuff looks like kind of like this throughout. So it's again for bands, this is perfect for what he's doing. So already established a style early on. It had a pretty long career, doing this. So why do anything else, really? I mean, as people are just seeking you out, you have sort of endless work.
Is he still doing work? Is Necro Lord still doing album covers?
Yeah, I got like that latest Dark Funeral. He did that.
Okay, I didn't know that. I thought.
Oh, really?
I thought he stopped a little
The
while.
one where Shadows Forever Rain, or the new one, or a new one?
The last one they put out. I got it. It's the one with the it opens up like an upside down cross.
I think it's the one I'm thinking of.
But yeah, I mean that's generally you get artists like that. You find her again, Roger Dean. All those prog guys. And not even like I got one. I got like a drum and bass band called Osibisa. And that has Roger Dean artwork. Like it doesn't. It can cross different genres too, but I know generally he's recognized for a particular type of bands.
Well, so is Mark Wilkinson, the guy that does Marillion and did early Marillion. Then he switched over and did Fish. He just did Senjutsu or the latest Maiden. He did a couple of Maiden album covers. Rodney Matthews does all the Magnum and He does a lot of those real, yeah, like real fantasy art pieces. He's done a bunch of different bands. Those guys have made real good money doing that stuff, man. Real good money.
It's iconic too, man. There's the reproduction, like value on that stuff. It's just like, it's not some one-time thing. Like, these are albums that people will remember for years and years to come.
Yeah, I wonder what.
Oh, absolutely.
What Dean's worth.
You know, I that's a good question, Jeff, and I know that director or film producer Cameron, he made that first like major release 3D film.
James Cameron.
What was that, Brian?
Did you say James Cameron?
James Cameron, yeah. What was that 3D film he did when the aliens, blue people that
you mean
this?
You mean Avatar?
Avatar.
Avatar.
Yeah, Avatar.
And in that Avatar movie, there's floating bits of Earth that are definitely reminiscent of Roger Dean's
big time.
work. And Roger Dean, you know, challenged them, and it's just like, well, Cameron's just got bucket loads of money compared to Dean. So Dean can really, you know, sue him and, you know, get the rights that he deserved, because it was his idea. They came up with these floating islands, you know, and shit, he did it in the 70s, you know. So, so it's just like, you know,
think it's the flat earthers. The flat earthers came up with those ideas.
Whatevs.
Icelandia. All right, guys, I'm gonna head out.
All right, man.
I'll catch you later. It was good hanging with all you guys, and we'll see about next week. I don't know. I know I did want to try to tackle that if I'm feeling well enough. I did want to try to tackle a deep dive, and the one I asked you in on, Rick.
Yeah, we're still gonna do Opeth. So
yeah, I'm trying to find out from John. I'm trying to get a commitment from John, because I kind of want him in for for Opeth for sure, and if not, I kind of was looking at maybe doing. Thanks, Maya. Good to see you. I was kind of thinking about doing Rush, so I may talk to one of you guys coming up about that. We'll see where we're at. I kind of decided, though, after doing the Porcupine Tree one, that they could get pretty deep. If, you know, Porcupine Tree had, 12 albums out, Chuck? Somewhere in that neighborhood, 12. And then we talked maybe about 15 or something. And we knocked it out in 15 and 5 hours, but that was, you know, it was getting pretty deep.
You didn't stray off topic at all, you know, in other territories.
No, we tried not to. Now the other ones that we do, like Opeth and Rush, I'll have some stories to talk about, but not the same kind of stories like PT. I've seen Rush a lot of times, but it'll be a quick, I saw him on that tour, or I got to meet him one time, and that was it. It's not like I was hanging out with the guy. It wasn't like I was going to a lot of
personal relationship.
Yeah, there was definitely that side of PT that I was not aware that you and Serge both had with them.
Yeah.
You know, I had an idea, but not to the extent how many years you guys were actually.
Yeah, we were pretty deep. We were pretty deep.
Absolutely.
We got to share there's a lot of stuff we didn't share. I mean, there was some stuff we probably couldn't share, quite frankly. But yeah, I mean, Rush and Opeth won't be that way. Although I've hung with the Opeth guys a couple times. It's not, John will have those stories. I won't, you know. I've hung out with them, but I didn't really have any close relationship with either of the guys. And so we'll see where we're at. You know, I'll see how I'm doing. So, all right, Phil. Sorry, buddy. I thought Rick sent it to you.
I thought I sent it too. I'm sorry if it didn't go through. I really thought you had to.
We'll try to get you on next time, Phil. So, all right, guys. Have a good night.
All right. Good night, Jeff.
Kelly, great to see you, man.
Yeah, good to see you too, Jeff. Take care.
All right, buddy.
See you, man. All right. You guys want to call it a night?
Yeah.
I'm ready.
All right.
You've been at it longer than I have, that's for sure.
I just don't want to be an ass and just sign off and not say goodbye to everybody. But a few joined in who were not here before. Larry Satora, I don't know how long he was watching. Maya, another one. Phil, good night. Everybody else who watched. It was a good stream. I think we did pretty good. Kellen, it's always good having you on, man. Like,
yeah, no, it was an absolute pleasure, and I agree. It was an efficient question list tonight. You know what I mean? Like, we could have called this at 4.5 hours.
Yeah. Oh, easily. I think what usually happens is we'll do this and then we'll do like a kind of a BS thing towards the next 2 hours. I think that's kind of become a theme.
Sure.
But I mean, generally people can, like Nick and those guys, you guys can just sign off whenever, right after it. It's not like, it's kind of an after party afterward.
I know, it's like always, like, I will, if I miss it, live, like, I'll catch up and like I'll watch the upload the next day. I'm like, my God, they were talking for how long, whatever. And
well, it's like we get to the porcupine tree. It's like, the actual porcupine tree stuff was actually a certain segment of it. The rest of it was just, just hanging out.
Right, hanging out.
I think the PT thing was 5 hours, and then it went 7.5 because there was 2.5 hours of session afterwards.
And but sometimes, like you, Chuck, like sometimes people come in later on, and we don't want to be, a dick about it and just be like, well, thank you for coming out 5 minutes, but we got to go. It's
right.
A little bit of that, but no, that's all good though. I know that generally, I know when I host these things, I try to plan for the long haul, but I try to keep it efficient as much as possible. It doesn't always work out that way, but I think lately, after doing a few of these streams, you learn a thing or two, and you kind of figure out, you learn what works, what's not working, and you get you kind of get a gist of everybody and know where everybody's. Like, I know some people who are going to sign out early, and we all know their deal, and it's all good.
Well, I mean, thank you once again for hosting. I don't know if they've talked about a financial incentive since you're the one hosting all of this and putting in the time. So I don't know. That's something you maybe want to talk about. It like not.
And just for fun, man. This is just
All right. Well, the offer stands. So I'm putting together your package, and
oh man, mystery box.
Yeah, mystery box is heading your way. So.
All right, looking forward, man. You didn't have to do this, but if you're going to do it anyway, man.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to, keep pace with Chuck's immaculate penmanship on a scroll as it comes stream of consciousness flowing from a pen with a watercolor picturesque scene. But you'll get some CDs and some records. So.
But a hamburger hill to climb.
Just sign whatever you send. That's it.
Yeah, it's all good.
It is.
All right,
guys. It's good hanging with you. It's good seeing you guys.
Stefan, take care.
Sure.
Steph, good night.
See you.
Talk to you soon.
Good night, guys.
See you, Kellen.
All right. You did pretty good, Stefan. I think with a little bit of assistance, we got through it, man.
Yeah, I thought it went well.
Next time, man, bring your guitars, man. We want to see them.
I got a lot of good guitars. I can tell you that.
Take them out of that glass case or whatever you got them in.
I just have it on stands, actually. I don't have them in any cases, just guitar stands.
All right, man. $4,000 guitar. I would probably do a little better than just a stand, but that's just me. All right, everybody. Have a good night. I'm going to sign out.